The night sky was tinged with gloom, and from a certain house a piercing scream tore through the silent night. It was the voice of a man. He was sitting protectively in front of his wife, a severe burn from a hot iron clearly visible on his thigh. Gasping in pain, he stammered a plea. "Please, give us one more month." The perpetrator, a thug holding the iron, looked down at the miserable couple with a contemptuous gaze. He threatened in a low voice, "If you borrow money from someone, you sell your organs to pay it back. That's the decent thing to do." Then he slowly brought the scorching iron closer to the man's face, a cruel smile on his lips. "Yeah, I have to let you taste a little pain, so you'll understand the pain of someone who can't collect their money." Just then, the wife, trembling all over with fear, quickly picked up her phone to send a text message. However, this furtive action did not escape the thug's eyes. He immediately snatched the phone from her hand. At first he mocked her. "What, trying to call the cops? I told you it's useless." But when he read the text messages, his expression showed a hint of surprise. It was an unfinished conversation between the mother and her son. "Son, I can't reach you. Where are you?" Along with it was an unsent message. "Whatever you do, don't come home. You hear me?" After reading it, the thug burst into a gleeful laugh that reached his ears. "Ha! Instead of torturing you two, how about torturing your son?" Hearing about their son, the couple immediately panicked, desperately pleading, "No, don't touch our son." But the other thugs quickly rushed in and subdued them. The leader ordered coldly, "Shut them up for good, don't let them make any noise." His underlings obeyed without question, tying up the couple with ropes and duct tape, gagging them so they couldn't scream. Once done, the leader sat down nonchalantly to wait. "You know, I don't want to scare your son either." Just then a knock was heard at the door. The thug's eyes turned dangerous as he turned around. "Looks like he's back." Outside the door stood Kang Seong-woo, his hand on the doorknob. He was silent, not making a sound. Then he slowly pushed the door and entered. As the door opened just a crack, letting in a sliver of light, the bound mother tried to scream through her tears, "Please." But she was immediately silenced by another thug. The door opened completely. The scene before Kang Seong-woo was now nothing short of hell. The underlings were hidden on both sides of the wall, just waiting for the right moment to pounce. Yet he acted as if nothing was wrong. He took off his shoes, put down his school bag, and announced, "I'm home." He slowly walked into the house. Immediately, a thug leaped out from his hiding spot, swinging a bat high in the air. He aimed straight for the nape of Kang Seong-woo's neck and delivered a fatal blow, causing his whole body to lurch forward. The bound mother could only watch in horror, but she suddenly realized something was wrong. Despite taking the full force of the devastating blow, he didn't fall. On the contrary, his body was unusually rigid, as if nailed to the spot. Before the attacker could even process what had happened, he was hit by a thunderous punch to the face, the force of which sent the bat flying from his hand. The thug standing behind could only stare in stunned silence as his accomplice flew towards him like an inanimate object. The face of the man who was hit was nearly deformed and smoking, terrifying the leader to his core. He gritted his teeth, his eyes revealing his fear. "What is this?" When he looked again, Kang Seong-woo's whole body was radiating a strange energy, even though blood was still flowing from the wound on his head. The thug screamed, "What are you waiting for? Beat that bastard to death for me." Hearing the order, the rest shouted in unison, "Kill him," and rushed towards him together. However, Kang Seong-woo was extremely agile. He ducked, easily dodging 2 attacks from 2 men. Immediately after, he threw a punch into one of the men's ribs. With just one punch, the man's ribs were shattered. The underling cried out in pain, the bat in his hand falling to the ground as Kang Seong-woo retracted his fist. Then he punched his ribs hard again. His rib cage couldn't take it and shattered completely. The man's eyes bulged, veins popping all over his body, as he let out a pained scream. At the same time, a kick from above came down on Kang Seong-woo's head. He spun around with incredible speed, grabbing the attacker's leg. Immediately, he delivered a powerful kick to the man's other standing leg. His leg broke, and as he stumbled back, another man charged from behind with a chair. He slammed the edge of the chair into his head, and Kang Seong-woo gritted his teeth, enduring it. But the blow seemed to have no effect. He looked up at the attacker with eyes full of rage. That gaze terrified the man. Before he could react, he was sent flying backward, his back slamming into the wall right next to the other thug, who couldn't help but be surprised. Witnessing his accomplices being brutally taken down one by one, the leader began to stammer, "What? What is this?" He tightened his grip on the knife in his hand, his malicious eyes glancing towards his bound parents. The thug grabbed Kang Seong-woo's father's hair, pulling his head back, and let out a vicious threat. "Let's see if this old man can still act tough when he's being beaten to death." Little did he know that his threat was the most foolish thing he could have done. Instantly, Kang Seong-woo grabbed the hot iron from before and lunged straight for his face. With just one strike from the flat side of the iron, the thug's head was smashed straight into the wooden door behind him. The impact was so strong it shattered a large hole in the door. His parents could only stare in astonishment at their son. Kang Seong-woo pulled the iron back, leaving the thug's head stuck in the shattered door. His face was now a bloody mess with nearly half his teeth knocked out. He could only whimper for help in a hoarse voice. "Ugh, my neck. Call 911, is anyone here?" He kept crying out in pain. "Is anyone there?" But it was useless. Inside the house, all his underlings had been taken down by Kang Seong-woo, with not a single one left. Kang Seong-woo stood there, panting, blood still trickling from his head. His parents looked at their son with tired and complicated expressions. Kang Seong-woo knelt down and began to carefully untie them. Gasping for breath, he chided them. "If you two didn't want me to fight, then you shouldn't have been this poor." He glanced at his parents sitting there. With that, Kang Seong-woo collapsed to the floor from exhaustion. His mother, utterly horrified, screamed her son's name, "Kang Seong-woo, Kang Seong-woo." Afterwards, he was taken to the hospital along with the injured thugs lying all over the place. At the hospital, the thugs were constantly groaning and screaming from their painful injuries. The scene was chaotic and frantic. They kept pleading with the doctors, "Save me!" In the midst of this urgent scene, a strange man appeared at the information desk. He approached and asked the female staff member, "What's going on? What's with all this chaos?" The girl replied, "A debtor took down 10 thugs." The staff member adjusted her glasses and continued in a disbelieving tone. "And a high school student did it all by himself." Hearing this crucial piece of information, the man's pupils constricted slightly. Meanwhile, the lead thug, despite being severely injured, was still trying to order his underling, "Find that bastard and kill him now." The underling replied hesitantly, "Boss, that guy is also in this hospital." Hearing this, the underling said with a smirk, "Black Bear just left, so that guy's probably dead by now." The strange man standing nearby overheard and was startled. "Black Bear?" He immediately turned to ask the staff member, "Which room is that high school student in?" The girl checked her computer and replied, "Yes, he's in room 202. In the hospital corridor, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed continuously. It was the strange man, running at full speed towards Kang Seong-woo's hospital room. As he ran, he thought, "If Black Bear is in this area, then that kid is definitely one of the 4 fighter candidates I'm looking for. This will also help me assess the candidate's abilities." He suddenly stopped in front of the hospital room door, hesitating for a moment. Unfortunately, this involves him. He looked up at the nameplate on the door. It's Kang Seong-woo, all right. Then, he pressed his eye to the small glass window on the door, thinking to himself, "This high school kid is so pitiful." Because the scene that unfolded before his eyes was Kang Seong-woo facing a giant, a man 3 times his size. That man was Black Bear. It seemed that Kang Seong-woo had just been admitted to the hospital, only to be thrown into a new battle. Black Bear growled menacingly, "You called me here just for a trashy high school student?" He continued, his eyes glowing with a terrifying red. "Don't hate me too much, I've got a debt to collect." Then he looked at Kang Seong-woo appraisingly. "But you're quite interesting." Black Bear grinned, revealing sharp, metallic-looking teeth. "You see me, and you're still not scared?" In contrast to his threat, Kang Seong-woo said nothing, just silently pulled the IV needle out of his arm. Black Bear raised his massive hand, preparing to pounce. Then let me teach you a lesson, so you'll know what fear is. Immediately, Kang Seong-woo also lunged forward, aiming his fist straight at the giant's face. Both of them struck with terrifying speed, causing the young man outside the window to exclaim in amazement, "So fast!" But in the end, Black Bear was a fraction of a second faster. His pounce hit Kang Seong-woo's head first, slamming his head to the floor. Kang Seong-woo's entire body collapsed forward. Fresh blood spurted from Kang Seong-woo's mouth, his eyes wide open, his gaze empty as if his soul had left his body. The young man outside pushed up his glasses, watching intently. Ah, just as I thought. Black Bear looked down at the hand he had just struck with, the killing intent still rising from it. He sneered, "Kid, no matter how crazy you are, staring me down and rushing at me like that just makes me want to punch you harder. If you show no expression and feel no fear, that's the fastest way to die." However, contrary to his expectations, Kang Seong-woo slowly pushed himself up with his hands. This surprised Black Bear a little. "You can still get up?" Kang Seong-woo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied coldly, "You talk too much." That statement was like a splash of cold water to Black Bear's face. He gritted his teeth and snorted in anger. He decided to retaliate, lunging his massive body towards Kang Seong-woo. "Ah, now this is fun, isn't it?" Seeing this, the young man outside couldn't help but worry. What, is he really going to kill that kid? I have to stop him now. But before he could intervene, Kang Seong-woo had skillfully dodged Black Bear's punch. He lowered his body and simultaneously kicked upwards. A powerful kick landed squarely on Black Bear's face, causing the giant to lose his balance and fall backward. Witnessing this unbelievable sight, the young man outside the window could only stare wide-eyed, his pupils constricting in utter astonishment. Black Bear's face looked pathetic, his temporal bone caved in on one side, fresh blood gushing from his hand. The young man stared intently, unable to believe it. I've never heard of Black Bear being taken down before. But Black Bear was clearly not the type to be easily defeated. He immediately put his hands on the floor and quickly regained his balance. The young man pushed up his glasses again, continuing to watch the events unfold. That's right, how could Black Bear lose? He's known as the king of muscles all over the country. Black Bear sneered. Do you really think I'd lose after being hit by a high school student? Thinking he could be smug, less than a second later, Kang Seong-woo launched another attack at Black Bear's face. The impact was so strong that the floor of the hospital room where his head hit cracked. The young man standing outside felt dizzy. This is just absurd. Kang Seong-woo gave his opponent no chance, continuously landing direct punches to Black Bear's face in quick succession. The giant's face was now bright red from enduring the continuous attacks. Instead of continuing to take the hits, Black Bear suddenly wrapped his arms around Kang Seong-woo's back, using his muscular strength to lock him in a tight hug. He laughed ferociously. Do I have to use my ultimate move on a high school student? The young man watching immediately recognized the dangerous technique. Isn't that Black Bear's signature move? The bone-crushing hug? I have to stop him now. Then Black Bear began to tighten his embrace, channeling all his muscular strength to break Kang Seong-woo's bones. He threw his head back and let out a roar. How ridiculous. Just then, the young man pushed the door open hard, rushing into the room and shouting, "Stop!" But neither Kang Seong-woo nor Black Bear paid him any mind. They remained locked in their struggle. Suddenly, Kang Seong-woo began to straighten his body, and a powerful aura radiated from both of them. The young man froze, completely astonished by the sight. The entire room seemed to be covered in a hazy smoke, but the fight was not over yet. Black Bear looked at Kang Seong-woo with an incredulous expression. What? Your body is paralyzed. No, I clearly used all my strength. To Black Bear's amazement, Kang Seong-woo slowly placed his hands on the giant's shoulders, then slowly lifted his head, breaking free from the hold. Black Bear stammered, You can still move? Are your bones completely unharmed? Black Bear frantically tensed his muscles, tightening his embrace even more, screaming, This time I'll crush you into 100 pieces. But Kang Seong-woo continued to push himself up, his bones seemingly undamaged. This made Black Bear scream in desperation. Why won't they break? In response to Black Bear's horror, Kang Seong-woo slammed his head with all his might into the giant's face. The impact was like iron hitting cotton. Just one blow caused Black Bear's nose to gush blood. It was a terrifying sight. Black Bear's face was being severely ravaged and his mind was in chaos. Are his bones made of metal or something? Kang Seong-woo slammed his head into Black Bear's face again. The giant's face was now completely deformed, as if smashed by a hard object. But Kang Seong-woo didn't stop. He continued to use his steel-like head to deliver more blows to Black Bear's face, until the other young man had to step in and stop him. Stop it, he's unconscious. He approached, bent down, and gently rubbed Kang Seong-woo's back. Calm down now. Then he glanced at Black Bear's motionless body and said, if you keep hitting him, the cleanup will be a hassle. After speaking, the young man took out his phone and made a call. Room 202, Building B. Head trauma from a traffic accident. Please help us handle this. Kang Seong-woo panted, looking up at the strange man, and asked, who are you? Are you with them? He just grunted, whatever you say. Then he continued, I'm thinking of teaming up with you. Kang Seong-woo had no idea what was happening. What the hell are you talking about? Just then, the medical team the young man had called entered the room. They stood silently, looking at Black Bear's motionless body for a long moment. Then one of them turned to report to the young man. Confirmation complete. Should we end it here? The young man pushed up his glasses and replied, how can we be sure Black Bear won't wake up right away? Hearing this, the leader of the medical team ordered, begin. They began to professionally clean up Black Bear's body. Kang Seong-woo watched the scene, feeling extremely strange and confused. He turned to ask the young man, What the hell are you guys doing? The young man didn't answer directly, but handed Kang Seong-woo a red card saying, this is the person who can give you everything you want. Kang Seong-woo took the card, examining it carefully, his eyes showing clear surprise. The young man explained further, all you have to do is fight for that person. But in response to the enticing offer, Kang Seong-woo just waved his hand coldly. Get lost. With that, he crumpled the card in his hand and threw it straight into a nearby trash can, stating firmly, I'm not interested in fighting for money. He walked straight to the door, his mind still full of suspicion. Another scam, right? The young man just watched his retreating back, clicking his tongue once more. Tsk, you will have to change your mind. His expression darkened, full of hidden meaning. A while later, Kang Seong-woo was in the men's restroom at the hospital. He splashed cold water on his face, trying to regain his composure after the recent string of events. He looked up at his tired reflection in the mirror, blaming himself. Damn it. Even if my life is a mess, I should have at least fulfilled my mother's wish to never fight. Suddenly, the restroom door swung open. What are you doing here? It was his father's voice. Kang Seong-woo turned around in surprise. He walked in, looked his son up and down, and asked, where do you think you're going in this state? Hearing the words, this state, Kang Seong-woo seemed to be triggered. He whipped around, his voice full of anger. This state? He started to shout, all his pent-up frustration pouring out. Who do you think is responsible for this state? You're a boxing champion, aren't you? You were even invited to the national team. Why didn't you do anything, and in the end you even brought a mountain of debt home? What? Was your champion's pride too big to accept working for a shabby gym? I don't know why you were kicked off the national team. But is that useless pride of yours more important than my sick mother? Kang Seong-woo's angry outburst was met only with heavy silence from his father. Finally, he turned to leave, leaving only a piece of advice. Don't even think about going anywhere. Stay in the hospital. That statement only made Kang Seong-woo more resentful. He clenched his fists, cursing inwardly. This is so hateful. Suddenly, a severe headache hit Kang Seong-woo, making him dizzy and unsteady. He collapsed to the floor, leaning against the sink, clutching his head, his thoughts racing. Ah, my head, is it because I haven't been sleeping enough lately? Then he whispered to himself again. No, it's probably just that my head hurts every time I see my father. I hate him. He recalled bitterly. Just one critical week of being injured wiped out our entire fortune. Bowing and scraping before the parents of my bully, he couldn't help me at all. so I don't want to trust anything he does. But it seems my life is falling into an abyss. As a high school student who can't even rent a fishing boat, how can I change my life? I can't even cover my daily living expenses. Another memory surfaced. A friend his age approached him and offered, "Want to be my subordinate?" But because he was busy with a part-time job, Kang Seong-woo refused flatly. "I'm busy, so get lost." But they didn't give up easily. They brought a whole gang, smashed his delivery cart, and the leader sneered, "Then you're dead meat, haha." He always remembered those humiliating moments. Thanks to those bastard bullies, my debt with my father grew even larger. And I can't leave home and abandon my mother. My life is truly at the bottom of the abyss, he thought desperately. Kang Seong-woo suddenly sat up in his hospital bed, drenched in sweat. He clutched his head in pain. Fainted again, what the hell? Why did they move me to a different room? He quickly grabbed his phone. How long have I been here? When he turned on the screen, he was surprised. A message from my dad. The message read, "Dad, no, Seong-woo, I think it's time to tell you everything tonight." He bit his lip, full of questions. What else is Dad hiding from me? Kang Seong-woo then switched to his chat with his mother. What about Mom? He decided to call his mother. But the person who answered was his father. Kang Seong-woo took the initiative and asked, "Is Mom okay?" His father replied in an urgent and worried tone, "Seong-woo, don't come home. There's a bunch of thugs hiding here. It's dangerous." This news made Kang Seong-woo feel extremely uneasy. "What?" He quickly instructed, "Stay put. I've moved you to another hospital under a different name. You'll be safe there." Kang Seong-woo couldn't sit still, climbing out of bed as he pressed on. "Yeah, so where's Mom?" His father answered, "Your mother is hiding in a motel near the police station, so don't worry about her. I can't talk for long." Then he gave a final warning. "Son, you can't go wandering around now, understand? I'm hanging up." The call ended, leaving Kang Seong-woo in a quiet state of anxiety and contemplation. He gritted his teeth, blaming himself. Damn it, it's all my fault. If only I hadn't pissed off those guys." With that thought, he grabbed his phone and ran. "First, I have to find Mom." Suddenly, his phone rang again. It was a call from his father. This surprised him a little. "Dad?" He quickly answered, "Hello?" But the voice on the other end was a strange man's. "Are you Mr. Kang's son?" Kang Seong-woo replied, "Yes." "But, ma'am, who are you?" The strange man immediately delivered a devastating piece of news. "The situation is very bad. Mr. Kang fell and is unconscious." Kang Seong-woo was stunned, extremely worried. What? Elsewhere, at a construction site, his father had fallen from a high place while working. He seemed to have broken both his arms and legs. His condition was extremely critical, with a high risk of death from excessive blood loss. In the intensive care unit of another hospital, Kang Seong-woo stood motionless by his father's bedside. His entire body was wrapped in white bandages, his life now completely dependent on a ventilator and complex medical equipment. The doctor had informed him that the surgery was very difficult, and the surgery fee alone was 100 million won. After the surgery, it would take several more years for expensive treatment and recovery costs. Just thinking about it, Kang Seong-woo's tears couldn't be held back, and a sense of grief and helplessness overwhelmed him. Collapsed by the bedside, sobbing uncontrollably, he clutched his head in despair. Why? In the midst of the sorrowful silence, he asked himself hopelessly, "What should I do?" But then, a glimmer of hope suddenly flashed in Kang Seong-woo's mind as he remembered something. It was the red card that the mysterious young man had given him. He remembered, "I'm not mistaken, I threw it in the trash can, that card, this Gedan-K." As soon as he thought of it, Kang Seong-woo immediately stood up and rushed off. "I have to go back to that room." At the old hospital in the late afternoon, Kang Seong-woo returned to room 212 where he had confronted Black Bear. He ran there in a hurry, his breath heavy from fatigue and stress. Kang Seong-woo slowly approached the small trash can in the corner of the room and pulled it closer. But the harsh reality hit him. The red card was gone. It's gone. His last hope vanished and he completely broke down. just bowing his head to the floor, trembling and blaming himself. Ah, damn it, it's all my fault. Tears streamed down Kang Seong-woo's face again. He kept mumbling, I'm sorry, I can't do anything. In utter despair, he cursed himself again. Maybe it would be better if I died. As if by some arrangement at that very moment, the mysterious young man appeared at the door, holding up the red card. Are you looking for this? Kang Seong-woo was startled and looked up. He smiled with a hint of smugness. Hey, changed your mind? Kang Seong-woo didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, Yeah, how much can you pay me? He repeated the staggering figure. At least 10 billion won if you win. The price was so high it shocked him again. The man emphasized further, even if you don't win but become famous, you can still earn a lot of money. So, do you agree to this offer? This offer, combined with his current dire situation, plunged Kang Seong-woo into a period of intense internal struggle. At the mysterious young man's office, a large nameplate on the door clearly stated his title, Scout. Kang Seong-woo was invited in for a private conversation with him. The young man placed a contract on the table and said, Read this if you agree, then sign it. Kang Seong-woo looked at the contract's title and read it aloud in surprise. Fighting Arena. He began to explain. This is an underground tournament where monstrously strong fighters use stimulants provided by the hospital to compete against each other. Kang Seong-woo narrowed his eyes, his voice firm. Stimulants, I don't know anything about that stuff. Hearing this, the man immediately opened a box on the table. Inside were vials of various colored solutions, which made Kang Seong-woo stare in surprise. The young man picked up a vial and introduced it. These aren't ordinary stimulants. Depending on the type, they can make an old man on the verge of death abnormally strong. Of course, he added, using stimulants is not mandatory. At this point, Kang Seong-woo remembered something important. Wait, who are you anyway? The man now formally introduced himself. Sorry for not introducing myself sooner. I am Kim Min-seok, a scout for a VIP client participating in the tournament. Kang Seong-woo was surprised. A scout? Kim Min-seok waved it off. What's important now is not who I am, but the stimulants. He stated firmly, No fighter has ever won without using stimulants. But Kang Seong-woo stood his ground. I said I won't use them. Kim Min-seok seemed to ignore him. You'll be briefed more thoroughly on the stimulants when you enter the competition area. Kang Seong-woo thought in frustration, this guy isn't listening to me at all. Meanwhile, Kim Min-seok continued to talk enthusiastically about their collaboration, about working with us. If you pass the tournament and make it to the top 20, you'll get a sponsor. At that point, you'll choose a VIP client as your sponsor and race to the championship with us. It's that simple. Kang Seong-woo had to interrupt. All right, I get it. Now give me the money. That's all I need. Kim Min-seok presented another condition. Oh, there's one problem. You only get paid while you're participating in the tournament. This made Kang Seong-woo shout in anger. What? He immediately slammed his hand on the table, shot up from his seat, and glared at Kim Min-seok. Are you kidding me? Then why should I work with you? Seeing Kang Seong-woo's strong reaction, Kim Min-seok seemed even more amused. He used his weakness to calm him down. Calm down. You need money for surgery and to keep your parents safe, right? Hearing that, Kang Seong-woo froze, his voice full of bewilderment. You? Who are you? How do you know that? Kim Min-seok replied calmly, As long as you work for my boss, I will take care of your parents' safety, including their surgery and treatment costs. He even added, and dealing with the debt collectors. Hearing these attractive but unbelievable benefits, Kang Seong-woo was still full of suspicion. How can I believe that? Just then his phone rang again. Kang Seong-woo looked at the screen. It's Mom. He put the phone to his ear and answered the call. What's wrong, Mom? On the other end, his mother happily reported, Seong-woo, I heard you paid for your father's hospital bills. You sent bodyguards here too. This information completely stunned Kang Seong-woo. That. At the same time, Kim Min-seok added, I've prepared a safe house for you to rest in. He looked straight at Kang Seong-woo and said, Honestly, I have no other choice but you, Kang Seong-woo. Kang Seong-woo tried to regain his composure and replied to his mother, Mom, those people. I sent them. Just do as they say. I'll be there soon. His face was still expressionless, as if his mind was frozen by the shock. His mother felt something strange in her son's voice. Seong-woo, he said nothing more. I'll call you back later. Then he hung up, his eyes looking down at the ground, deep in thought. After a moment of intense internal struggle, Kang Seong-woo looked up straight at Kim Min-seok and asked, "What do I have to do to get 10 billion won?" Kim Min-seok replied, 10 billion is just a baseline figure. This statement surprised Kang Seong-woo again. Kim Min-seok explained further, depending on the number of people who bet on you, this figure can increase. The winner could even receive 15 billion won. Kang Seong-woo couldn't help but exclaim, "That's insane." Kim Min-seok nodded. "It's not impossible." He continued, his voice becoming more serious. "Compared to the price the fighters pay, it's still quite small." Another truth was revealed, leaving Kang Seong-woo stunned. Kim Min-seok said bluntly, "Many have become disabled or even lost their lives. In fact, only 10% of the fighters from previous tournaments were able to leave without any injuries." Kim Min-seok's words were both a blow and a comfort, forcing Kang Seong-woo into another internal struggle. He thought to himself, "This is crazy. How can so many people die without anyone knowing?" Kim Min-seok, as if reading his mind, replied, "It's precisely because so many people have died that it must be kept secret." Kang Seong-woo was surprised again. "What did you say?" Kim Min-seok pointed to the signature line on the contract and warned, "Once you sign this document, the first thing we do is create an alibi." Kang Seong-woo's eyes widened in astonishment. "An alibi?" Kim Min-seok immediately explained in detail. "The hospital is what makes the tournament possible, because it's the best place to create alibis. You can participate by being recorded on camera or by buying something under your name to create an alibi. There's no death we can't fake. Disappearance, a fall, illness, or side effects from drugs, it all works." Kang Seong-woo gritted his teeth and tried a threat. "What if I go to the police? Why are you telling me all this?" Kim Min-seok calmly replied, his voice full of confidence. "Giving you an addictive drug wouldn't be hard. Do you think anyone would believe an addict rambling about a non-existent tournament?" Then he smiled a benevolent smile and made a chilling promise. "Don't worry, you'll be dead before you can do that." This made Kang Seong-woo just mumble, "This is insane." Kim Min-seok returned to a serious demeanor. "That's the beauty of the hospital system, isn't it?" He looked straight to Kang Seong-woo's eyes and asked one last time, "I'll say it again. This is entirely your choice, Kang Seong-woo. Will you sign?" This was truly a grim and difficult choice for Kang Seong-woo. Kim Min-seok added, as if to give Kang Seong-woo time, "Most people take a few days to think about it." But suddenly, Kang Seong-woo placed his hand on the contract and quickly and decisively signed his name. This action slightly surprised Kim Min-seok. Kang Seong-woo's face now looked extremely sinister. He growled, "You better keep your word." After achieving his desired goal, Kim Min-seok's lips curled into a very cunning and satisfied smile. Suddenly, a female nurse appeared from behind Kang Seong-woo. The strange atmosphere and her sudden appearance made him exclaim, "What the hell?" Just as his uneasy feelings suggested, she quickly injected him with some kind of drug. Kang Seong-woo quickly pushed her hand away. "What is this?" But it was too late. His eyes started to see illusions, his head spinning as the drug took effect. His vision became blurry. He could only faintly hear Kim Min-seok's voice. "Don't worry, it's just an anesthetic to take you to the competition area." His eyelids slowly grew heavy and closed. At the same time, Kim Min-seok's voice echoed clearly in his head. "Kang Seong-woo, remember, your parents will only be cared for as long as you participate in the tournament. You must ensure victory and solve all problems." After a deep sleep of unknown duration, Kang Seong-woo slowly and groggily woke up. He wondered to himself, "What is this? Am I dead?" His heavy and tired eyes slowly opened. The first thing he saw was a person dressed in a medical staff uniform. Kang Seong-woo wondered, "Where are they taking me?" But when he looked into the distance, he realized the person was pushing his hospital bed away from a door with an emergency exit sign, heading deeper into a dark, mysterious area. Kang Seong-woo tried to look up and asked, "Where is this?" The medical staff member just gave a curt reply, "Be quiet and keep moving, you'll soon find out where this is." Then he glared down at Kang Seong-woo lying there and added a cold sentence, "This hellish place." Meanwhile, at the luxurious Hosin skyscraper, one morning the man sitting behind the imposing desk was Cha Jae-un, the powerful vice president of the Hosin Group. He looked at the photo on his desk, then looked up and asked the person opposite him, "Do you think this is possible?" There was a hint of apprehension in his voice. Using a high school student as a representative fighter, even if he did take down Black Bear. Kim Min-seok replied calmly, "Of course the vice chairman will laugh at this idea." Cha Jae-un gritted his teeth, his expression slightly annoyed. "But why?" Kim Min-seok slightly adjusted his glasses and explained his strategy. "The more ridiculous it is, the better. If we want the vice chairman, who is obsessed with the fighting arena, to participate in this bet, we have to let him underestimate us." Cha Jae-un was still skeptical. "You mean with just this high school student we can beat him?" Kim Min-seok began to recount. "We examined Kang Seong-woo's bones after he took a hit from Black Bear's technique. He recalled the results, his face suddenly showing a frenzied excitement, one hand even messing up his hair. This made Cha Jae-un even more surprised. "What do you mean?" Back to Kang Seong-woo, he slowly opened his eyes. "Ah, my head." The first thing that caught his eye was a strange foot stepping on his head. He thought in panic, "What is this? Who are they?" When he clearly realized it was a foot on his head, Kang Seong-woo let out a piercing scream. As soon as he sat up, a nearby guard immediately pointed a gun at the young man and shouted, "Back off!" The young man quickly raised both hands in the air, took a few steps back, and chuckled. "Ah, just kidding, just kidding." At the same time, above, a drone was hovering and observing everything. The drone brought its camera close to Kang Seong-woo's face, and a robotic voice announced, "Player wake up fully confirmed." This confused him even more. What the hell is this? He looked around wondering, where is this? What's with this uniform? The drone announced again, "The first random match is about to begin." Before Kang Seong-woo could even prepare himself, he was thrown into an incomprehensible situation. What? A series of instructions appeared on some virtual screen. The first match will determine the suitability of the 200 fighters to advance to the main competition area. Right in front of Kang Seong-woo, a machine slowly rose from the ground, and he looked over in surprise. On the machine's shelf was a syringe containing a strange solution. The robotic voice explained, "This is the stimulant trial round. Each player will be randomly provided with a stimulant from their representative. Each type will enhance a different physical ability. From now on, the VIP guests watching the match can start placing their bets." The camera eye on the drone glowed a bright red. As soon as the starting call was made, Kang Seong-woo's opponent, the young man from before, quickly grabbed the syringe. Meanwhile, Kang Seong-woo was still staring at the vial on his shelf, torn. "I've already broken my promise not to fight, along with the promise to graduate, but I can't break the last promise, using stimulants." Suddenly, a wild scream made Kang Seong-woo jump and turn. The young man had injected the entire vial into himself. Blood started to seep from the injection site and drip onto the floor. His whole body trembled violently, his muscles tensing abnormally. His face twisted into a bizarre and insane smile. He screamed as if he had lost his mind. "Stimulants, power!" Kang Seong-woo stood there completely baffled. What the hell is this? And before he could even react, the man launched a kick with both feet at terrifying speed, forcing Kang Seong-woo to quickly retreat. Fortunately, Kang Seong-woo managed to duck his head to the ground, dodging the man's lightning-fast kick. The force of the kick was so strong it shattered a large chunk of the wall behind him. He slid on the floor to maintain his balance. Only one question remained in his mind. What kind of monster is this? The young man quickly regained his footing after the kick. Kang Seong-woo panted, thinking to himself, just a few seconds ago, he was skinny and had no muscle. Did he just get a muscle boost? The drone was still, hovering, its camera carefully observing the young man. The robotic voice reported, fighter Han Ji-seon has successfully increased his strength. Hearing this, the man laughed loudly with satisfaction. Hit the stimulant jackpot, so lucky. Then he looked towards Kang Seong-woo with malicious eyes. It would be a shame not to win right now. I'm going to beat the crap out of everyone who called me a skinny loser. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Ji-seon jumped high into the air with extraordinary strength. He landed right in front of Kang Seong-woo in an instant. He slowly approached, looking down at Kang Seong-woo with a challenging and contemptuous gaze. Now, should I kill this little brat for fun? Just then, Kang Seong-woo threw a punch straight at his nose, but strangely, Han Ji-seon didn't dodge and took the full blow. Light puff of air escaped as Kang Seong-woo recoiled. The other guy stood firm, casually wiping his mouth, taunting, You trying to start something with me? Underestimating me, are you? Kang Seong-woo analyzed silently. It seems his reaction speed hasn't been enhanced. He calculated, if I gradually close the distance and create an opening. Before his thought was finished, the other young man charged at him like a mad wolf, surprisingly agile. Kang Seong-woo was completely unable to react, taking a massive punch to the head, his whole body slumping down. He gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, telling himself, even if I can't keep up with this monster, I can still aim for his face. Immediately, he put one hand on the ground to regain his balance, then kicked upwards in a counterattack. But his opponent just responded with a grotesque smile. Powerful headbutt from him sent Kang Seong-woo flying before his kick could even reach its target. His back seemed to bend, and fresh blood spurted from his mouth in a stream. The other guy quickly grabbed his leg. Then he lifted Kang Seong-woo high in the air, his face filled with glee and brutality. I don't even need to watch how you move. All I need is this brutal strength. With that, the monster slammed Kang Seong-woo's entire body onto the ground, the impact shattering the floor tiles and sending them flying. His head and face were covered in blood, a truly terrifying sight. The other guy was still laughing wildly. Beating you up feels great. After speaking, Han Ji-seon squatted down, raised both hands high, and gathered momentum to jump. Let's see how much a person can be crushed. As he jumped, the force of his legs was so strong that the surrounding debris was pulled up with him. He shot into the air right above where Kang Seong-woo lay, then shouted, Bring out all the guys who look down on me. His face became utterly crazed, because now your daddy is the king here. With just one landing, he truly crushed Kang Seong-woo's chest. Debris was violently thrown up, dirt from below flying everywhere, and Kang Seong-woo's body seemed to be pinned to the ground. Han Ji-seon laughed savagely, full of pleasure. Breaking someone's ribs is the best feeling. Kang Seong-woo lay gasping under the young man's foot, his mouth agape in a state between life and death. In a flashback, Kim Min-seok's voice echoed, We examined Kang Seong-woo's body after he was attacked by Black Bear, and the results were beyond imagination. Min-seok was so excited at that moment that he even messed up his hair. Cha Jae-eun looked a bit surprised. Kim Min-seok immediately revealed a crucial piece of information. His bone density is 10 times higher than a normal person's. This astonished Cha Jae-eun. 10 times? Min-seok smiled confidently with a hint of ruthlessness. Kang Seong-woo's bone density is not human. And that was absolutely true. Back in the present, despite taking a fatal stomp, Kang Seong-woo's ribs were not broken. On the contrary, he could still move, get up, and grab Han Ji-seon's leg. This left the triumphant young man utterly astonished. Before he could even react, Kang Seong-woo had immediately broken free from the pin, thrown himself up, and delivered a straight kick to his face. Han Ji-seon instinctively tried to grab Kang Seong-woo's ankle to subdue him again, But Kang Seong-woo seemed to have anticipated this move. He immediately withdrew his leg and simultaneously turned his body. The man's grab only caught empty air. Taking this opportunity, Kang Seong-woo quickly retreated, escaping his opponent's attack range. The other guy was now showing signs of fatigue and panting, while Kang Seong-woo, though covered in blood, was still full of energy. This made Han Ji-seon wonder in confusion. Why is he so strong without using a stimulant? Then, he clenched his fists, thinking resentfully, no, his body just hasn't adapted yet. Kang Seong-woo, with his bloody head, stood up straight, his sharp eyes staring at his opponent, analyzing. This monster's attacks have slowed down. His stamina must not have been enhanced. He got into a defensive stance, planning, as long as I can dodge, I can still aim for his face. I have to punch faster instead of relying on strength. Putting his thoughts into action, he moved up and down, weaving nimbly, making the other guy dizzy and unable to track his movements. When Han Ji-seon started to swing his hand to grab him, Kang Seong-woo warned himself, he's charging. With an extremely quick duck, he dodged the attack. Not only that, but he also countered with a punch to the man's face. When his opponent swung his hand to grab him again, Kang Seong-woo quickly retreated just before the hand could grab him, then landed another punch on Han Ji-seon's face. The man was immediately stunned by the unexpected blow. Seizing this golden opportunity, Kang Seong-woo closed in. Then he landed another punch to his face. Han Ji-seon was severely stunned for a few seconds. Kang Seong-woo seized the precious moment and decided to deliver the finishing blow. All right, one massive punch. He pulled his elbow back, gathering all his strength. Just as Kang Seong-woo was about to deliver the decisive punch, the other guy suddenly sprang up and grabbed his raised arm, holding him tight. Han Ji-seon sneered, "Gotcha. Were you so excited that you didn't realize I let you hit me on purpose?" Kang Seong-woo frowned, retorting without a trace of fear. "You think I didn't let you catch me on purpose?" This statement deeply offended the other guy. "What did you say?" Kang Seong-woo then asked a strange question. "Do you know why a kangaroo holds its opponent's hands before delivering a powerful blow?" The question confused Han Ji-seon a little. Suddenly, something shot towards his face at incredible speed. It was Kang Seong-woo. He had used his opponent's firm grip as a pivot, launched his entire body into the air, and delivered a straight kick to the man's face. Unable to pull his hand back in time to defend, Han Ji-seon's face took the full force of the kick, getting almost completely mangled. His teeth flew out, and blood splattered from his mouth. He was sent flying backward mercilessly by the force of the kick. Han Ji-seon slowly raised his head, blood still pouring from his mouth. He tried to stand up, but failed. In panic, he thought, I can't get up. What's happening? He slammed his hand on the ground, lamenting his fate bitterly. Damn it, how did my body end up like this? He couldn't believe it. How could I lose to someone who didn't even use a stimulant? As he looked up in despair, Han Ji-seon suddenly noticed something. It was the stimulant vial that Kang Seong-woo had never used. A crazy idea flashed in his mind. That's right, one dose isn't enough for me. With that thought, he immediately dragged himself towards the vial shelf, using all his remaining strength to reach for the syringe inside. At the same time, Kang Seong-woo on the other side noticed his opponent's intention. He immediately rushed over, screaming in his head, "The stimulant given to me." Just as Kang Seong-woo's foot reached Han Ji-seon, the man managed to inject the strength-enhancing drug straight into his neck. The young man was quickly infused with a large amount of stimulant, both of his eyes now glowing a terrifying red. The observing drone immediately reported, "Endurance stimulant successfully administered." Instantly, Han Ji-seon shot up, slamming his back hard into Kang Seong-woo's stomach. His monstrously sturdy body, combined with the unexpected impact, made Kang Seong-woo spit out a large mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with pain. Kang Seong-woo seemed to have lost all his strength after this vicious blow. The other guy didn't stop. He grabbed Kang Seong-woo's limp body, lifted him up and prepared to slam him to the floor again, shouting with hatred, Who did you call a skinny piece of trash? He immediately threw Kang Seong-gu to the ground, a powerful blast of energy emanating from the throw, showing his terrifying strength at that moment. Kang Seong-gu continuously coughed up blood from the powerful impact. The drone slowly approached his motionless body to get a better look at the situation, but the young man immediately swatted the drone away, still in a frenzy, shouting, "Get out of here!" Then he slowly approached Kang Seong-gu's head lying on the ground, his voice full of malice. "It's not over yet." Then, he used both hands to choke Kang Seong-gu's neck, making him immediately struggle to breathe. He whispered in his ear with sick pleasure, "There's something I've wanted to do for a long time. Yeah, this is the feeling. With vermin like you, I have to snap your neck to be satisfied." Kang Seong-gu's eyes slowly bulged from lack of oxygen. In his last difficult breaths, Kang Seong-gu's mind only echoed with a single image. Dad! Immediately after, a spray of blood shot into the air. Amidst the tense blood-red scene, as the blood sprayed, the young man choking Kang Seong-gu suddenly froze, then rolled over and died on the spot. The remote-controlled drone approached again, carefully observing Han Ji-seon's corpse. A moment later, it made an announcement. Confirmed. Match ended due to a player's death. In the control room, Cha Jae-yeon was watching everything unfold on the camera screen, looking puzzled. Dead? What happened? Kim Min-seok, standing beside him, immediately explained, "Due to a stimulant overdose." He adjusted his glasses again, explaining the technical details. The survival rate when using two different types of stimulants at the same time is less than 0.5%. Min-seok analyzed further. Because he had already successfully used the strength-enhancing stimulant, but then injected another dose of an endurance stimulant. It's only right that he died. On the camera screen, a group of people in protective gear could be seen starting to move, cleaning up Han Ji-seon's body. Jae-yeon thought for a moment and said, I have to admit he was lucky. His opponent brought death upon himself. But Kim Min-seok offered a different opinion. Perhaps this incident wasn't entirely due to luck. His body is very abnormal. Jae-yeon retorted, "Isn't it just that his bones are hard to break? You know very well that this place is full of even more terrifying monsters." Kim Min-seok emphasized, "With the stimulants we have, we can enhance muscles, organs, hormones, anything except for one thing. That is bone." Min-seok pointed out the key issue, his voice decisive. "There's definitely a special secret behind this." Hearing this, Cha Jae-yeon said, "Let's see how effective it is when he enters the main tournament. So what's the next step?" Kim Min-seok replied, "Since he has passed the stimulant trial round, he'll receive emergency treatment first. Then we'll let him meet the other monsters." On the camera screen now, Kang Seong-gu was being helped away by a group of people, his body exhausted, his eyes dazed and tired. Min-seok finished his sentence, his voice full of hidden meaning. "The ones who have been enhanced with various powers." Kang Seong-gu's eyes at that moment, though tired, were still fixed on the hovering drone. He was taken to the fighting arena's special treatment room. Currently, Kang Seong-gu was sitting on a modern examination machine next to a medical staff member. He stared blankly at the floor, not saying a word. In his heart, he questioned himself. Did he really die because of me? No, I just wanted to knock him out. The image of Han Ji-seon dying right in front of him kept replaying in his mind. The feeling of having just faced death himself flashed through him again, making Kang Seong-gu even more dazed and confused. I was the one who almost died. He then remembered the image of his father lying in the hospital bed, his body wrapped in white bandages with a ventilator, and told himself, I have to stay calm. Kang Seong-gu gritted his teeth, his heart full of determination. I'm the only one who can save my father and mother. When he looked up, the drone was again pointing its camera straight at him. Denounced, all players have passed the match, now proceed to the lobby. The medical staff member who had been with him explained, from now on, this machine will answer all your questions. As long as you're with it, you'll be fine. He added with a warning, they are all equipped with a deadly weapon, so don't do anything stupid. He slowly followed the drone's guidance, heading towards a large door in front of him. It led him out of the dark cave area where Kang Seong-woo had initially been brought. He cautiously followed, his mind still full of bewilderment. What the hell is this place? As he approached the cave entrance, Kang Seong-woo realized, an underground cave? They're making sure I can't escape. The drone pulled him forward. Kang Seong-woo thought worriedly, damn it, I wish I could call and see if my mom is okay. He reassured himself, at least they said my dad and mom will be safe as long as I'm here. I have to survive no matter what. He compared this brutal reality with the fights he had imagined. This is nothing like the fights I imagined. Outside, people think I'm a terrifying monster. He gritted his teeth. But here, some random guy on the street is at that level. Thinking back to the fight with Han Ji-seon made him shiver involuntarily. Kang Seong-woo pondered, filled with fear. Just how much more terrifying are the monsters here? The drone suddenly spoke, "Opening competition lobby." He looked at it in surprise. The giant gate in front of him slowly opened, and a mystical light from within spread outwards. He cautiously stepped inside and was met with one surprise after another. The place was filled with drones similar to the one following him. They flew everywhere, clearly mobile cameras to monitor the players. Kang Seong-woo couldn't help but be amazed by the scale and technology here. His drone announced, all players have entered. The game will begin with 124 participants. Before him now was a real arena, with many large, muscular men and swarms of observing drones flying around. It added, instructions will be given briefly, so please focus on the projector screen. He observed the crowd of fighters in front of him, again thinking to himself, what the hell, these monsters? He assessed, they're on a whole different level than the guy I met in the first round. Kang Seong-woo's guard was gradually raised. Kang Seong-woo tried to blend into the crowd, moving quietly, telling himself, if I want to avoid unnecessary injuries in pointless fights, I should stay under the radar until the official match begins. Suddenly a huge, hulking man approached him from behind, his voice challenging and condescending. Hey, high school kid, you brat, how did you get in here? Let Big Brother play with you a little. He thought in annoyance, damn it, this uniform attracts too much attention. Just start the instructions already. As he continued to walk, he passed by two other men who were talking. He could overhear their conversation. Ha, I heard that high school kid got in here because his opponent overdosed on stimulants. The other man showed a bit of surprise mixed with interest. Wait, does that mean he hasn't used any stimulants? The first man replied, look at him in that uniform. Some rich folks must want to see someone suffer. The second man then suggested, I'm bored, how about we mess with that kid a little? But the other man quickly stopped him. Hey, keep your head down and walk away. It looks like someone else has their eye on him. This slightly surprised the one who wanted to cause trouble. Just then a voice called out from behind him, Hey! Kang Seong-woo only glanced slightly to the side. Even without turning back, he could feel it was the same big guy who had provoked him earlier. He kept loitering around, deliberately trying to start something. When someone asks if you want to play, you should answer. He had to curse inwardly. Damn it. He suddenly grabbed his head and growled, If you don't answer, I'll have to kill you. Kang Seong-woo remained silent, but in his mind he had already decided to survive with this pack of madmen. He gritted his teeth, his expression turning grim as he turned to confront them. I need to be crazier than them. Just as he was about to raise his fist while turning, the other guy was also ready, raising his massive hand. Suddenly another arm reached out, blocking the thug's wrist. Kang Seong-woo couldn't help but be surprised. A muscular man was standing in front of him. This unexpected action made the thug ask, What is this? The man said in a deep voice, Stop. The thug, not backing down, used his other hand to grab the arm that was blocking him. Then he squeezed so hard that the muscles on the man's arm began to tense and bulge. He grinned maliciously and asked, Now what? Despite his hand being squeezed so hard it felt like it was burning, the man remained calm and said, It's just a high school kid. Then he yanked his arm back. A red burn mark was clearly visible on his arm from the strong friction. The thug sneered. You want to fight me with just one stimulant-pumped arm? Then he glanced at Kang Seong-woo and continued, To save that brat? This statement made Kang Seong-woo feel belittled and looked down upon. He gritted his teeth, trying to tell himself, I can't stand the humiliation. I have to pretend I don't care. That's better than getting hurt for nothing. The thug started to raise his fist, challenging, Then feel free to come here and die for that high school kid. The other man didn't flinch and immediately raised his fist, confronting him. Seeing this, Kang Seong-woo couldn't just stand by and watch. He also turned around, preparing to help the kind-hearted man. Damn it, how can I just let this happen? Immediately, a loud gunshot rang out, and fresh blood splattered in front of Kang Seong-woo, leaving him completely stunned. The drone with the camera was actually equipped with a gun barrel. It had just fired repeatedly, its barrel still glowing red-hot. The big thug was hit multiple times in the head and fell to the ground, dying instantly. The drone then emitted a cold, robotic voice as a warning. The orientation is about to begin. Anyone who initiates conflict outside of a match will be shot and killed immediately. At the same time, on the other side, other drones were simultaneously aiming their barrels at the fallen body. This sight shocked and confused Kang Seong-woo even more. Damn it, they treat human lives like trash? Who can survive? Didn't hear? Suddenly, another strange sound attracted everyone's attention. A giant projection screen appeared in the middle of the cave. The image of the person said to be the creator of the tournament appeared. He addressed all the fighters. Congratulations to everyone for successfully surviving the preliminary round. The recent stimulant test was just a simple round. As long as you're alive, you won't be eliminated, but from now on, every round will have eliminations, and being eliminated means being disqualified from competing in subsequent rounds. He changed the subject. Putting that aside, the reason the fighters are here participating in this tournament is for the prize money of 10 billion won. Hearing this enormous sum, the crowd of fighters below immediately cheered wildly, overcome with excitement. Only Kang Seong-woo stood there quietly observing, completely devoid of emotion regarding the prize money. In his mind, all he could think about was getting treatment for his father. With that money, my family can live a life like human beings. Thinking of this, he unconsciously clenched his fist. The organizer added, Unfortunately, only one person can receive this prize, but don't be sad yet, because if you make it to the top 16 and survive, that fighter will receive 5% of the bets from the VIP guests. He immediately displayed the number of VIP guests watching and betting. A fighter saw the huge number, joyfully clenched his fist, and shouted with great determination, The prize money and the betting money are all mine. The organizer continued the instructions. Each player will have their own broadcast channel. Each person is assigned a guide machine, which is also a camera. Kang Seong-woo then turned his gaze to the drone flying right next to him. The ones scattered all over the place are also live recording devices. The VIP guests will watch the channel of the player they think will win and place their bets. He summed it up, saying, In short, the more attention you get from the VIP guests, the more money you'll receive, so attract as much viewership as possible to bring home a huge fortune. Now, each person will be provided with a personal room to stay in until the game ends. You are free to choose a roommate. Immediately after, a series of doors leading to empty rooms were opened. He said his final words, Any other questions will be answered by the guide machine. Now move out. Immediately, the crowd began to buzz with conversation. The two men from before spoke to each other again. If I want to attract the attention of the VIPs, I'll room with the strong guys and throw a few punches. Rooming with that high school brat won't get me a single cent. Kang Seong-woo stood alone. Seemingly no one wanted to befriend him or share a room with him. He thought to himself, Damn it, even finding a room is hard. But the muscular man who had helped him earlier quickly approached, putting a friendly arm around his shoulder and said, Don't worry too much, young man. Kang Seong-woo looked at him, a bit dazed. The man continued as if to reassure him, I will ensure your safety until the official match begins. Kang Seong-woo's gaze inadvertently fell on the man's arm, which still had a burn mark and was trembling slightly. But suddenly his attention was caught by a person with striking blonde hair in the crowd. He looked closely at the person's appearance and then muttered to himself in astonishment. No way, could it be? Just then, the man's words interrupted his thoughts. It seems that room over there isn't being fought over. Let's go check it out. Kang Seong-woo broke into a sweat, feeling a bit worried and guilty. He got hurt because of me, and now he wants to share a room with the person everyone is shunning. He just watched the man's back, feeling conflicted. I don't know what his motive is, but no matter which room I choose, danger will be lurking. Everywhere. Seeing Kang Seong-woo still standing motionless, the man turned back and asked, "Why are you still standing there?" He was startled and stammered, "Let's go." Seeing the two of them seemingly allied and heading towards a room together, the others started to whisper again. Wow, what kind of group is that? Guaranteed to have rock-bottom views. They wouldn't stop chattering. That's why from the start of the orientation, I chose the room next to the person most likely to have high viewership. Rooming with them is of course very dangerous, but being next door at least gets you a little more screen time on a popular channel. Clearly those with bulging muscles looking strong and fierce always attract more views. Inside another room, the atmosphere was dark and suffocating, like a deep black hole. True to its intimidating appearance, the people inside were all huge, massive guys who exuded a particularly dangerous aura. Suddenly, a teenage-looking boy walked in, and his appearance made them a little surprised. He coldly shut the door behind him. Then he walked straight to where they were sitting, pointed to a spot and said, "That spot looks good." They found this behavior strange and annoying. It wasn't until he bluntly ordered, "Move aside," that they were truly surprised and angered by this arrogant attitude. One of them stood up, stepped closer, his voice full of threat. "The camera isn't even on and you've already closed the door." "Huh?" Then he immediately raised his hand high, winding up for an attack with a wicked grin on his face. "You're that eager to die?" But before he could strike, the young man immediately lunged forward with 2 fingers, like a flash of lightning. Those 2 steel-hard fingers stabbed precisely into the man's carotid artery, and fresh blood immediately gushed out. The big guy was instantly stunned, his eyes bulging. Then he collapsed to the ground, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle. This sight terrified the other 2 men, their faces turning pale. The young man spoke coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. Anyone else? They were so scared they became like timid rabbits, completely silent, not daring to make a peep. Seeing that no one else dared to defy him, he continued, "Good, stay quiet like that." Then he casually licked the blood off his fingers, saying as if to himself, "The one they want to fight is someone else." Introducing him, Han Min-soo, 19 years old, an Agni martial arts practitioner. The next morning, a luxury car was driving down the road. Inside the car, Cha Jae-un and Kim Min-seok were in the back seat with a driver at the wheel. Min-seok reported, "We have intelligence that the vice chairman will ally with Choi Ma-jun, last season's former champion, again." Mr. Jae-un replied, his voice slightly annoyed, "Damn it." "Of course," he lamented. "Who else could it be but our alternative is a high school kid?" Min-seok reassured him, "If Kang Seong-woo can make it to the top 16, he will go through the second round of stimulant testing." Then he showed great expectation and a bit of boastfulness. "With his body, there's a high chance the stimulant will reach its maximum potential. His bones are already 10 times harder than a normal person's." Min-seok's eyes suddenly widened grotesquely, his voice full of excitement. "If he's injected with the stimulant, a record-breaking monster will be born." Mr. Jae-un clicked his tongue at the prospect of competing with other powers for Kang Seong-woo. "Tsk, he's on our side anyway. I'm just worried others will try to snatch him." Min-seok seemed quite sure. "I don't think we need to worry about that right now." Then he explained why. The 5-person room Kang Seong-woo is in consists of the 5 people with the lowest viewership from the stimulant testing round. This made Mr. Jae-un surprised yet again. The car continued to cross the long bridge. Back in Kang Seong-woo's group's room, after the muscular man brought him back, he began to explain some basics. "It seems it'll be hard to increase viewership. The audience will only focus on the fighters they think will win. And this group," he pointed towards a girl sitting in the corner, One of them is even a woman. Her chances of winning aren't considered high. He introduced the person sitting there as Amanda Groke, 23 years old, specializing in capoeira and jujutsu. He then turned to another person with a small build and blonde hair. That guy is the smallest in the tournament. He introduced the blonde-haired young man as Kim Min-ho, 25 years old, from the boxing school of thought. Finally, he introduced a young man with bizarre behavior. The last one is this guy, who is constantly trying to touch his elbow with his tongue. He kept muttering like a madman, "Elbow, elbow." He is Menon, 28 years old. Menon maintained that strange posture, trying so hard his face turned purple and even shouted, "Help me, help me." Kang Seong-woo watched, speechless, not knowing how to react. Just then, drones began to fly into their room. The muscular man looked up at the drone with its camera light on and said, "The guide camera has started recording, but to make money we have to attract views." With just that said, he suddenly stuck out one of his hands. Then he leapt forward. Then he landed abruptly, using one hand on the floor to support his entire body weight. This sudden display of strength left Kang Seong-woo stunned. He then began to do one-handed push-ups as casually as a daily exercise routine. 1, 2, 1, 2. All of this was captured by the astonished eyes of Kang Seong-woo. He scratched his head, seemingly judging the performance. This isn't very promising. When he looked over at Amanda Groch, she had also gotten up from her seat. Then she slowly extended an index finger, pointing it straight at the ground. To Kang Seong-woo's bewilderment, Amanda plunged her entire fingertip into the hard floor of the room. Next, she began to bend her legs, slowly lifting her body off the ground. Then she lifted her entire body into the air, using only the strength of a single finger. This performance was even more incredible than the old guy from earlier. His eyes widened as he wondered in horror, lifting her whole body with just one finger and without any momentum. The two of them continued their own 1-2 exercises like that. Kang Seong-woo still didn't understand what was happening and stammered, "Wait a minute." Meanwhile, Kim Min-ho was also getting ready. He confidently declared, "Only fools show off their strength." This statement made Kang Seong-woo extremely curious. What Kim Min-ho demonstrated was terrifying speed. In a single dash, he reached the end of the room, in the blink of an eye. Then with another whoosh, he was back in his original position before Kang Seong-woo could even register it. Kim Min-ho didn't stop there. He continued to repeat this dizzying speed movement, making Kang Seong-woo silently admire him. How is he so fast? Looking at the remaining corner, Menon was still like an imbecile, constantly mumbling while his throat was nearly choked from overexertion. "All right, I touched it. I'm the best." Kang Seong-woo watched, breaking out in a cold sweat. In this bizarre room, there was every type of person, from those who liked to compete in endurance with 1-2, 1-2, to a super-fast track runner, and even an eccentric like Menon who liked to grab views. At this moment, Kang Seong-woo began to regret his choice. He didn't know what these people's goals or ambitions were, only that his current situation was awkward and difficult. What is this? It looks great. But look at this. I look like an idiot. Suddenly, the room door slammed, shut forcefully. A notification appeared on the TV screen. The 124-person tournament has been paired up. He looked up at the tournament bracket, a little surprised again. The opponent listed right above his name was Kai. So in this round, Kang Seong-woo would have to face a fighter named Kai. At the company in the high-rise building, two familiar figures appeared again. Cha Jae-eun, after looking at the bracket, asked, "Will he be okay?" Kim Min-seok replied, "He has never lost a match as a Lethwei fighter." Mr. Jae-eun turned, looking curious. "Lethwei?" Kim Min-seok explained, "It's a martial art with some similarities to Muay Thai. However, the difference is that it's more violent and has greater lethal force." Cha Jae-eun wondered, "Isn't Muay Thai already one of the most dangerous martial arts that allows the use of elbows and knees?" Kim Min-seok replied, "Lethwei's permitted range is even wider." listed its deadly advantages. Not only do they fight without gloves, but they are also allowed to use their heads to attack. If you attack the opponent's face or head with your forehead, the strongest bone in the human body will create a fatal wound. That's why official tournaments have banned this martial art. Then Kim Min-seok added, but the most dangerous thing about Lethwei is something else. This made Mr. Jae-un even more curious. Kim Min-seok explained, it also allows attacks to the nape and spine of the opponent. Getting hit by these blows means either a vegetative state or death. That's why this martial art is banned from widespread use. Kai has the most experience in the fighting arena among all participants. Besides his professional career, he is also recruited by other organizations to fight. Mr. Jae-un heard the word organizations, and Kim Min-seok explained, it seems that fighting in the official circuit wasn't enough to satisfy him. He started seeking out notorious street fighters to duel, which attracted the attention of underground organizations. Cha Jae-un got straight to the point. Does Kang Seong-woo have a chance of beating him? Kim Min-seok replied with a question of his own. I'm curious about that myself, which made Mr. Jae-un a bit surprised. What? Kim Min-seok argued. Until now, Kang Seong-woo has only fought against debt collectors and types like Black Bear, people who haven't been professionally trained. In martial arts, the person he'll be competing against this time is Kai, 28 years old, a practitioner of the Lethwei School. Back at the fighting arena, in the room of the group of 5, the testing machine slowly opened, and a faint white smoke emanated. He sat up after the testing process finished, wondering, how long was I asleep? Kang Seong-woo was a bit surprised as he moved. Huh? What's this? Why does my body suddenly feel so light? He rotated his wrist a few times, wondering again. No, it's not just light, is it? That's right, I've felt this before. Then he looked at his hand. He recalled the events he'd been through. When I woke up after fighting with that guy, Black Bear, he kept thinking about how he was obsessed with that strange feeling. I had the same kind of feeling. He looked at his body again. It's like I've gotten stronger. The testing machine behind him also opened, and the old man who came with him had also finished the process. Seeing him, Kang Seong-woo was startled, but the old man remained calm. What's there to be surprised about? He smiled, touching his healed arm, and explained, if muscles are pushed to their limit and then recover without any permanent damage, they naturally become stronger than before. Then he asserted, you've definitely never done this before. He was just bewildered, but in his heart, he confirmed, that's right. When I fought Black Bear, I reached my limit, without even knowing it. Then the old man spoke again, his eyes a bit probing. But your recovery speed is abnormally fast, don't you think? Or have you injected some kind of recovery stimulant? He dodged the question, saying, more importantly, I've been wondering since yesterday. This made the old man listen. Kang Seong-woo brought up the incident in the hall. Why did you risk your life to protect me? The old man looked down at the ground thoughtfully for a moment. Well, the thing is, then he answered, you look like my son. This answer made Kang Seong-woo a bit taken aback. He added, his voice full of remorse, if I had been a better father, my son wouldn't have ended up in a mountain of debt with loan sharks. He began to understand. So you're here because... He nodded. Yes, to atone for my sins, I have to pay off all that debt, he expressed again. But when I saw you all alone, I couldn't help but think of the son I ruined and abandoned. I couldn't just stand by and watch. After hearing the story, Kang Seong-woo became serious again. He warned, stop wasting your time. This statement made the old man somewhat surprised. Then he gritted his teeth and said bluntly, you have to live. To be able to take care of your son, right? If you die, nothing will change. He dared to speak. Such practical words. Kang Seong-woo's words seemed to have gotten through to the old man. He even got excited enough to put him in a friendly headlock. Just kidding. If you talk like that, I'll eat you up. This action made Kang Seong-woo stumble. No, that's not what I meant. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the distance. How ridiculous. This complaint drew the attention of both of them. It was Menon complaining to the TV, "Why am I not in the main zone?" Then he turned to pick a fight with the drone and the people watching. "Damn it, I'm the one who can. Touch my elbow with my tongue." He continued his tantrum, swinging his hands to catch the drone, and although he failed many times, he kept trying. Back to where the two were talking, the old man added, "I heard that the match with the most views will take place in the main zone. The rest will be in the stimulant zone." Then he said, "But there's this, all of us except Menon." They looked over at Menon, who was sticking his tongue out like a lizard trying to catch the drone. "If we're in the main zone, it means our opponents will be the most outstanding monsters." Hearing this, he wondered, isn't that a good thing? That surprised the old man. "Good? What are you talking about?" He smirked slightly, looking interested at the thought of a strong opponent. "It's a chance to attract all the VIP guests." The old man stared, dumbfounded at his somewhat excited expression, and said, "You're really crazy." Menon squeezed his head in between the two, casually saying, "The main zone doesn't just attract views." He immediately jumped back, startled by the sudden appearance. "What?" Menon continued with his strange smile. "It's also where the 16 VIP guests will appear, the superpowers who rule the world." Hearing that, Kang Seong-woo thought to himself, "Does that mean that Scout will be there too? I want to hear news about my mother." Night fell. Outside an old warehouse, 3 luxury cars were parked. A group of people, including Cha Jae-un and Kim Min-seok, were standing in front of a container full of blazing charcoal. Jae-un gritted his teeth and wondered, "I thought we were going to the main zone. What is this filthy place?" Kim Min-seok presented, "The location of the fighting arena is a secret known only to the organizers, so they surely want to meet us in a hidden place." He stared at his tablet, continuing, "But it seems someone other than us has been following Kang Seong-woo's channel." Mr. Jae-un asked, annoyed again, "What? Why so suddenly? Is someone following us?" Suddenly, from the other side came the clear voice of a woman. "It seems someone has misunderstood." Both of them looked up. Standing there was Cha Sung-yeon, 19 years old, introduced as the youngest lady of the Hosen Group. She smiled charmingly and said, "I'm just interested in the student named Kang Seong-woo, that's all." Cha Jae-un clearly didn't like this girl. He snapped, "I was just kicked out of the company not long ago. Why do you keep tagging along like a rat?" Kim Min-seok chimed in mockingly, "It seems this young lady is interested in the boss." This made Mr. Jae-un disagree, quickly shutting him up. "Who's a young lady? She's just a bastard child." Cha Sung-yeon slowly stepped down, still maintaining a leisurely demeanor, and replied, "So harsh. I dropped out of school to come help you two with the company." Then she added, her voice full of hidden meaning, "Thanks to them, I found out about such an interesting place. So I guess I'm very grateful." Mr. Jae-un was still full of suspicion. "Whatever you're plotting, you'd better just shut up and get out of here." Suddenly another car drove straight into the warehouse. Another drone flew in. That drone, along with the car and the escort that had just arrived, gave an instruction. "You will now be guided to the main zone." In the darkness, a voice echoed, "Take off her blindfold." Seung-yeon slowly removed her blindfold, and what was before her was a large, transparent glass pane. Seung-yeon was hit by the bright light. "What is this?" Below was the vast and clean fighting floor. The bodyguard replied, "Below is the fighting floor. The director has already gone to one of the 16 VIP rooms." Seung-yeon wondered to herself, "So it's time." She curved her lips. This playground is going to be tough. In the room on this side, Cha Jae-un sat on a chair and praised, "Yes, the scale here is quite large, isn't it?" Kim Min-seok, glued to his tablet, reported, "After the match here ends, the match in room 10, where Kang Seong-woo is competing, will begin." Suddenly, it was as if there was a landslide from below, making Cha Jae-un jump. Below, Han Min-soo was defeating a huge guy, mashing him into the wall so hard it cracked. Cha Jae-un was surprised. Looking at him, "What the hell?" Kim Min-seok replied, "That's Han Min-soo, a classmate of the same age as Kang Seong-woo. He turned in surprise and asked, "Still a high school student?" He replied, "He's already dropped out of school. It's really incomprehensible that one school has two monsters like this." Hearing that, Cha Jae-un let out a huh. He added, "That Han Min-soo goes to the same school as Kang Seong-woo, so it turns out he's also a classmate of Kang Seong-woo." The drone flew closer to inspect and then reported, "The match between rooms 9 and 20 has ended. The victory goes to Han Min-soo. Next is the match between rooms 10 and 3. Fighters, please enter." As soon as the door opened, Kang Seong-woo entered with his teammates. They observed the large crack on the battlefield and were surprised. Mr. Park Yusik spoke up. "Looks like this match is going to be pretty intense." The drone announced, "The fighters from room 10 who are not yet on the stage will wait here." The first person to enter was Kim Min-ho. He let out a phew breath. The drone added, "Fighters who have finished their match should leave the stage." Han Min-soo also walked towards the exit door at the same time. Suddenly he raised his hand and flicked his hair. Kim Min-ho also paid some attention. Mr. Park on this side said, "I hope Kim Min-ho will be relaxed, not tense." Suddenly something flashed past Kang Seong-woo's eyes, embedding itself into the wall next to him, making Kang Seong-woo's eyes widen in surprise. He gritted his teeth and looked over. "Huh? Where did that stone come from?" Kim Min-ho on this side kept his eyes fixed on him. His sharp eyes had caught the scene. "I saw that guy pretending to fix his hair. He's the one who threw the stone with such incredible speed that no one could detect it." It seemed Han Min-soo had some connection with him. Kim Min-ho was still thinking, "I can't believe it at such a high speed. How much damage could a stone do?" Suddenly he spoke up, "You." This surprised Kim Min-ho, who slowly looked over and said, "You must be a bit arrogant to be here, huh?" He turned to reply, "Not really." Then Han Min-soo challenged, "Go on and be confident, you bastard." This surprised him. "What?" He scowled at Kim Min-ho as if looking at prey. "You'll pay the price." He immediately backed away, quickly putting both hands up to his face in a ready-to-fight stance. This surprised everyone. "Huh? Do those two want to fight?" Amanda spoke up. "Nothing happens for no reason." This surprised Kang Seong-woo and Mr. Park. "Huh?" she added. For people with real strength, they can sense even the slightest killing intent. Facing Kim Min-ho, Han Min-soo simply walked past him, as if nothing had happened, and went straight to the main door. This left Kim Min-ho feeling let down. "Huh?" He gritted his teeth. "Is he really that strong? Making me be on guard instantly. That bastard looked like he wanted to kill me. I have a bad feeling about him. Han Min-soo is no different from a monster targeting me for an attack." He had to tell himself, "All right, so I understand a few things about him now. But he's too strong. How can I possibly beat him?" Suddenly another guy spoke up. "Where are you looking?" He turned in surprise. That guy was the Paju wrestler, with a huge muscular body. In the room behind him was director Go Woo-seong's room. He held a glass of wine while judging. Isn't wrestling bad for fighting? Why recruit someone like that to compete? His butler spoke up. "Even if it's bad, if a wrestler gets a hold of them, the opponent is dead for sure, sir. Once grabbed, the opponent will be crushed to death. Their locking techniques are too excellent, which is why in mixed martial arts many people come from a wrestling background. In a mixed martial arts competition like this, stamina is quite important. They have great strength and endurance, so in a freestyle fight, a wrestler is also a formidable opponent. If they get their whole body on top of you, no one can escape." He continued, "Furthermore, the weight difference will help him defeat his opponent more easily. It can be easily compared with the naked eye. Paju has massive muscles, while Kim Min-ho has nothing." The drone spoke. "Contestants, get ready," it announced. "The match between Kim Min-ho and Paju begins." The guy quickly spread his arms into a wrestling stance. Seeing Kim Min-ho put his hands forward in a boxing style, he sneered. "A boxing stance, huh? Let's see how long you can hold that stance." Then he took the initiative to attack. "Your punches are useless against me." But before anything, when he threw a punch, he was immediately hit in the eye and blood splattered. The guy staggered back in pain, not even halfway through the match and already injured. He shouted loudly, with his empty, bloody eye socket, "My eye." Kim Min-ho sneered, "Keep being careless, you fool." His middle finger was slightly extended, like a natural knife of the body. The guy was dazed from the stress, trying to calm himself down. "I still have one eye, I need to calm down." Not letting him rest, he immediately moved quickly, with a nimble back-and-forth rhythm. The guy widened his eye, trying to keep up with Kim Min-ho. "He's moving too fast. He's using my injured eye to stay out of my line of sight." At this point, Kim Min-ho moved relentlessly, again aiming for his right side to strike, then landing a blow right in the center of Paju's face. The guy roared in anger, wildly grabbing forward. "You bastard!" Kim Min-ho quickly ducked and escaped his attack range. He immediately landed several more blows on his vital points, leaving him constantly dazed and unable to stand steady. "Now I can't see anything." At this point, Paju's remaining eyes slowly became blurry, and he could feel his own blood continuously splattering. Mr. Go Yu-seong's eyes widened in surprise. "Is the match over so quickly?" Amanda spoke up again. "No," which surprised them both. She said, "That Paju guy has caught on to Kim Min-ho's movement rhythm." They hadn't noticed this point, but she did. By the next blow that Kim Min-ho delivered, the guy had already grasped his rhythm and blocked it without needing his eyes. Kim Min-ho froze at that moment, feeling that the guy could block him from all sides. Imagining that, he immediately backed away, muttering with a scowl, "I can't take him down. It's like an illusion of him. Covering all my angles, how is that possible?" The guy was now holding his right eye, panting and saying, "Now I'm used to your movements." Goosebumps rose on his skin. The feeling of my body has gradually tensed up and become excited. Suddenly, his whole body seemed to get bigger, his muscles tensing. "This is the feeling I need." Finally, Paju closed both his eyes, which surprised him. He closed his eyes. He was a bit suspicious. Does that mean he's plotting something? He continued his quick movements and then punched forward, shouting, "Die!" Before he could touch the guy's face, Paju immediately caught his fist. Mr. Yu-seong's eyes widened in astonishment. Even Kim Min-ho's teammates couldn't believe it. He was tense. "I'm caught. I need to dodge to the left quickly." When Kim Min-ho intended to continue moving horizontally as before, Paju suddenly reached out to the exact spot he was planning to move to. Then Kim Min-ho was lifted up as lightly as a feather. He was completely embraced by Paju and lifted into the air. Then he slammed Kim Min-ho's body down, causing a large crack in the ground. Mr. Yu-seong's eyes widened in surprise, shouting, "He's been grabbed." He was excited, finding it interesting and laughing. His eyes are injured, but his reflexes are even faster than before. The butler spoke up. "It seems that guy's fighting instincts have been awakened." Kim Min-ho coughed up blood, unable to close his mouth, enveloped by shock. The guy looked up at him, smiling strangely with his bloodied eye, and said, "Thanks for ruining one of my eyes. It helped me awaken my fighting instincts." Not stopping there, Kim Min-ho continued to quickly strike to the left of the guy's eye. Immediately his other eye exploded, and a significant amount of blood spurted out. A wave of pain immediately hit him, and he clutched his pierced eye, staggering backwards. Mr. Yu-seong shouted in surprise, "Now that he's lost his other eye, can he still fight?" The guy lay on the arena floor and cursed loudly, "You bastard!" His eye wouldn't stop gushing blood. He laughed and said, "That kid is a good actor. I thought he was knocked out, but he managed to take out the other guy's eye too." The butler on this side said, "He can't fight anymore." Mr. Yu-seong, unconvinced, asked, "Was that an unconscious punch?" But Kim Min-ho lay motionless on the ground. Amanda said, "If he doesn't wake up," which made them turn to her in surprise again. Amanda stated firmly, "Then he will die." At this point, Paju had managed to get up, but he no longer had any vision, and Kim Min-ho was still lying there motionless. Paju said, trembling, "Damn it, now I really can't see anything." But suddenly, a strange feeling arose in his body, as if his senses had been awakened. All around him was black, but he could visualize where he was standing. Paju looked at his palm, feeling strange. What the hell is this? His sense of smell became sharper. The smell of the floor and the sand. His hearing deepened. The opponent's breath. His perception of pressure through his body's sense of touch also became stronger. I can clearly feel even the slightest pressure difference through my skin. Now I can even see behind me. Paju began to smile menacingly, feeling a surge of power. What is this and this rush of power and this crazy feeling? Then he immediately laughed out loud, extremely pleased. I thought it wasn't a power burst, so I was disappointed. But now I realize this is the best thing, and it's getting stronger and stronger. Paju, with his 2 gruesome, bloody eye sockets, said, "All right, as a way of thanking the one who made me like this." Then he started walking towards where Kim Min-ho was lying. "I promise to give you the most complete rest." Immediately, he leapt up high. In Kim Min-ho's consciousness, he was still very aware. No. It was as if he was being submerged in the ocean. "My body won't listen to me." Suddenly, a voice called from the abyss. "Brother!" It seemed old memories of Kim Min-ho were flooding back. Revenge for a loved one. The echoing voice appeared again. "You must find that bastard." From then on, he was determined to avenge his brother. A memory fragment appeared. It was the person from the organization extending an invitation. "If you want to find the one who killed your brother, then come to this place. With that red card, I must find him." The last voice rang out. "Brother, help me." At that moment, Paju immediately jumped down to where Kim Min-ho was, with his elbow aimed right at his face. The guy's movement suddenly slowed down before Kim Min-ho's eyes. He was surprised, wondering to himself, "What is this? Why is he moving so slowly?" Then he remembered, "No, it's not that he's moving slowly, it's that I've become too fast." Instantly, where the guy's elbow struck was just the arena floor. He had quickly jumped up and shot backwards, escaping the danger. They all said in unison, "What just happened all of a sudden?" Paju was still endlessly surprised. "What? When did you get away?" He panted tiredly after that last move and said, "While you were rambling to yourself about this and that feeling, I got a good rest, so now I'm full of energy." The guy gritted his teeth. He's not just talking compared to before, he's gotten faster. He immediately returned to a defensive stance, saying, "Come on, let's see how well you can keep up now." Kim Min-ho began to speak. "First, step 1. The guy seemed to be ready to block the blow. Bring it." Kim Min-ho immediately dashed forward, aiming for his stomach. With lightning speed, the guy, despite no longer having vision, was able to block it, leaving Kim Min-ho extremely surprised. "He blocked my punch? Was that luck?" He attacked again, "Then take another one." But it was easily deflected by the guy. Kim Min-ho gritted his teeth. "Damn it, then I'll add another step." He continued to punch, but this time the guy dodged to the side, escaping his punch, making Kim Min-ho grit his teeth and shout, "How on earth?" The guy in turn swung his arm. He immediately dodged and retreated. Kim Min-ho couldn't believe it, wondering again, "How can he keep up with my speed?" The guy, on the other hand, was sure of his victory. "I can feel everything from his heartbeat to his every movement. Now for me," he shouted in his mind. "There is no starting point." His senses were heightened to the extreme after losing his sight. Kim Min-ho was a little worried, muttering to himself, "So at a moderate speed there's no hope, right? Now, even if there's a risk, I can only go deeper with maximum speed." He then bent his knees to gather momentum and leaped towards the guy. Like a flash of light, he combined his attack with his ultimate technique, last step. But suddenly Kim Min-ho stopped short. In his mind, Paju had snapped his neck. Due to the illusion, Kim Min-ho automatically fell to the ground. This confused the guy, who stared at him and asked, "What's this? Why did you charge at me and then fall down on your own?" Kim Min-ho slowly got back on his feet in fear, then fumbled at his own neck, thinking, "What is this? It had no effect. I clearly broke his neck. Damn it, am I seeing illusions again?" The guy grinned and said, "If I had followed through with my attack, I was planning to break your neck too, but you fell and escaped. Death. Lucky for you, kid." Mr. Park Yu-sik on this side looked at the situation and said, "Damn it. Kim Min-ho's speed is completely useless against that guy. It's like he can predict every attack. But how? Suddenly, Kim Min-ho's next move surprised him. He was performing a rapid forward and backward jump. He was wide-eyed with surprise. What's this? Is he just doing normal footwork now? Does he not have enough stamina to use his speed anymore? Kim Min-ho kept moving forward and back to trick the guy's senses. Mr. Park was in awe and worried. If he only attacks with normal speed like that, how can he win? Kim Min-ho finally launched his attack. Just as he screamed, "Stop, you'll get yourself killed!" But this time, Kim Min-ho's blow was truly effective. He had managed to hit the guy's face without being blocked. When the guy intended to use his hand to grab him, Kim Min-ho immediately pulled back. This astonished him. What? The attack landed. Then Kim Min-ho ran quickly in a circle, as if surrounding the guy like an iron cage. Kim Min-ho kept moving, not letting Paju grasp his next step. Although he was tired, he was still operating at full strength. Mr. Park put his hand on his head, feeling worried. Why is he doing that? He doesn't even have the stamina to maintain his speed if he uses such excessive feints. What will he have left to attack with? But his efforts were not in vain. Kim Min-ho followed up. With another blow to the guy's face, he was stunned. Another attack? When Paju completely lost his balance and direction, he immediately took advantage of this to land multiple blows to his face. Blood splattered with every hit. Kim Min-ho again moved quickly so his opponent couldn't get a bead on his direction. Mr. Park, again in disbelief, said, "The attack is working, so why is he using such excessive feints?" Amanda answered, "It's because of those feints that the attack is effective," which surprised him. What? Kim Min-ho immediately landed another blow to the guy's face, causing Paju to lose his balance. Amanda explained, because the opponent thought that having lost his sight, he unconsciously stopped using feints and attacked directly. That's the problem. Mr. Park saw the trick and speculated, so that means he's thinking his opponent can still see and is trying to deceive him. Amanda replied, "No, it's more than that." He uttered two more words. "What is it?" Amanda observed carefully. Kim Min-ho is deceiving his opponent's senses, although it's not difficult for him to read simple attack patterns with his senses. Because he was just injected with a sensory stimulant, he's not yet proficient. If faced with feints on Kim Min-ho's level, his mind would be completely confused. Kim Min-ho is causing that confusion for Paju. To be able to grasp how much his opponent can predict his movements in such a short time, Kim Min-ho is more terrifying than I thought. At that moment, he kept repeating fluid movements, constantly changing the direction of his attacks. Kim Min-ho ducked low and then immediately struck straight up at Paju's chin, making his teeth and lips mash together. Mr. Yu Seong, unconvinced, shouted loudly, "What is happening? You're telling me my fighter is losing to a useless guy like that?" The butler corrected him. "No way." This made him pause. "What?" The butler spoke skillfully after observing the situation. "Look at his expression. Is that the face of someone about to lose?" That guy started to grin, then shouted, "Got you!" Then he grabbed Kim Min-ho's entire body and lifted him up. The guy screamed frantically, "This is my victory!" Then he flipped him backwards. Kim Min-ho was in indescribable pain. His head was immediately slammed straight onto the fighting floor and exploded. Everyone was surprised by the result, even the butler, and Mr. Yu Seong did not expect it. The imaginary images that the guy had created in his mind gradually disappeared, leaving him with a look of disappointment. Paju had destroyed himself and couldn't believe it, stammering, "What? What is this?" "I clearly caught him." Kim Min-ho was still standing there watching him slam his own head into the ground. Kang Seong-woo seemed surprised. Why did Paju throw himself backwards like that? Amanda said, "Because Kim Min-ho attacked Paju's brain." He was surprised. "His brain?" She replied, "Because Kim Min-ho relentlessly attacked Paju's brain. With each impact, the brain was shaken. If you continue to cause concussions before the brain can stabilize, even with enhanced senses, it's hard to maintain sharpness. By doing that, Kim Min-ho created a short window where Paju's senses glitched. making him think he had caught his opponent, even though in reality he hadn't touched him. Kang Seong-woo didn't expect him to have such a strategy. Damn it, how can he? Is he stronger than me? Paju's whole body trembled. He seemed unable to stand, muttering to himself, That guy doesn't even have a physical enhancement drug. Could his senses be superior to mine? This is truly unfair. In his final thoughts, his whole body collapsed. The drone slowly approached to inspect, pointing its camera at his face to check his condition. Then it reported Paju is no longer able to fight. The winner of this match is Kim Min-ho. He then let out a relieved, panting breath. Everyone supported Kim Min-ho. Nice one. As for old Woo Seong, he was furious. Damn it. Kim Min-ho collapsed, looking up, and breathing out tiredly, silently calling in his heart, Brother. Up above, in another room, was Seung-yeon's room. She watched the whole match and commented, This isn't a human fight. I can't believe you guys go crazy over this. The bodyguard beside her spoke up. It's not just a fight, she was surprised. He said, This is a place where corporations can do whatever they want, from money, power, maintaining authority, to even untraceable murders and hallucinogens that are undetectable in tests. For corporations that can no longer find pleasure anywhere else, this is the only paradise. Therefore, the pride of the VIPs here is incredible. She replied, I think I understand why my third brother wants to defeat first brother here so badly. The bodyguard replied, He must have been very careful in choosing his fighter. Moreover, his fighter has a reputation for knowing this place very well and being extremely talented. Seung-yeon added, So we also have to be very active. We will find out the extent of his talent. In the next round, the next match was soon arranged. The main character of the match will be Kang Seong-woo. Inside the monitoring room, sitting at a computer desk, a recording was being replayed. A man entered the office reporting, Director, all 16 VIP guests have arrived at the hospital. The director turned and said, 100% attendance? It seems we'll reap some rewards this year. Do we have the results yet? He presented, For the first time, we have detected a secondary stimulation of the sensory enhancement drug and confirmed a 20% reduction in short-term side effects. But the regeneration effect we were aiming for still hasn't appeared in any of the drugs. The director, somewhat disappointed, asked, So it's still a failure? He replied, Not exactly. The time for the drug to reach its maximum effect is just beginning. We will have results soon. Then he looked at the report on the tablet. Furthermore, this is also the first time an effect of the drug has appeared that I think, based on test results, could provide hints about the regeneration effect. The director immediately predicted, You're talking about the skin enhancement effect. I see, so when can we confirm it? He replied, Soon. The fighter in the next round on the main stage is a fairly strong fighter. A monster was lying in the waiting room with a massive body and red hair. Kang Seong-woo on this side was stretching his muscles, preparing for his match. Mr. Park Yusik said, If it gets too hard, just go down. He replied, That's not going to happen. Even if it does, I'll have to make it not happen. He seemed surprised again and asked, Aren't you scared? How come you don't seem nervous at all? Kang Seong-woo said confidently, Not at all, not even a little bit. He jumped, then his whole body went limp. What a madman. A drone flew to the group of people gathered, it announced. Fighter Kang Seong-woo is entering the arena. He immediately stepped through the door leading to the fighting floor. While walking down to the place of decision, he thought to himself, Since when did I stop feeling fear? Memories echoed in his mind. When I was a child, I had so many accidents that it would make others ponder. Even though it wouldn't have been strange if I had died, I always came out unscathed. At that time, Kang Seong-woo had cried out 2 words, Mom. At first, I cried loudly out of surprise. But after experiencing that for several years, no matter what dangerous situation I faced, I became emotionless. Many people were bothered by that lack of emotion. But no matter what they did, they couldn't see even a sliver of fear in me. They smashed a bat straight into his head, but the bat shattered. His head bled, but he registered no emotion. And in turn, they became more afraid of me. The only thing that worries me now is the safety of my family, not this opponent in front of me. Kai appeared quickly on the battlefield. The two faced each other with two drones circling and recording. Jo Jae-un sat inside the waiting room, and seeing him enter the fight, he began to speak. It's starting now. What kind of skills does Kai have? He replied, this is a skin enhancement drug, and it's also the first time I've seen it, which made him a bit curious. Does skin help in a fight? Kim Min-seok said, it doesn't just help, it has a huge impact. His previous opponent had his entire skin and muscles torn. He was confused. His skin is enhanced, so why was his opponent's skin torn? Kim Min-seok explained, the skin is enhanced to the point that a normal person can't damage it, because it's so rough and also so tough that just touching it can injure the opponent's skin. I heard his muscles were also torn. There have been cases like that before. The VIPs are usually very interested in fighters to bet on. He became troubled. Sigh, damn it, so who should we bet on? He's a Lethwei practitioner with enhanced skin. Is choosing Kang Seong-woo instead of Kai appropriate? He looked at the tablet screen. The betting results for both are leaning towards Kai, which is natural. Indeed, only the amount bet on fighter Kai has increased. While Kang Seong-woo has 0, suddenly Min-seok paused. He reported in surprise. Someone has bet on Kang Seong-woo before us, and it's 100 million won bet at that. This made Cha Jae-un feel it was absurd. What? Who? Sung-yeon on this side was crossing her legs, waiting for the match to begin. The bodyguard, seeing her so tense, asked, "Are you all right, miss?" She replied, "The higher the risk, the higher the return, plus I have my intuition. Right now, if I don't take a risky challenge, I won't be able to beat my brothers." Then she said, "Let's wait and see. High return or high risk." He stood there silently. The guy also stood still without saying anything. The drone gave the command, "Kang Seong-woo's match begins." He slowly got into a defensive stance. I have to win no matter what. When he was in position, he saw that the guy made no move at all. He was confused. Why isn't that guy getting ready? Then he had to speak up. "What is this? Are you going to fight or not?" The guy glared at him and replied, "I'm a man, not the type to beat up children." This kind of moralizing made Kang Seong-woo click his tongue. Tsk. The guy leisurely walked towards him, and even said, "I'll only hit you once with 10% of my strength." Kai finally warned, "Absolutely do not get up." Just one kick to Kang Seong-woo's stomach, with only 10% strength as he had said, immediately made him feel like he was on the verge of death. Cha Jae-un immediately became worried. He saw that he couldn't get up anymore, and said loudly, "No, with just one blow he can't get back up. Is this a sign that the match is over?" Mr. Park on this side also became resigned. It's truly a pity. Maybe he should give up. Kim Min-ho from behind explained, "That's not a cry of pain," which confused him. Huh? He said, "Kang Seong-woo." He probably also sensed that Kai had no intention of attacking him, but simply wanted to intimidate him. He was surprised. Kai did that to save him. Kim Min-ho sat down on a chair to rest, saying, he just feels embarrassed. He had never heard this term before. What? He explained. Because fighting a high school student like that, Kai probably thinks the match would really embarrass him. That's why he suggested that Kang Seong-woo fall to the ground and not get back up. Seeing that his acting wasn't convincing, the guy said, "No, shouldn't you be screaming in pain and unable to get back up?" Kai said again, "If you don't do that, you might die. So I'll give you one more chance to do it again." But in response to his words, he snorted contemptuously, which made Kai a little confused. Huh? He slowly stood up and dusted off his pants, saying, "Do I really have to do that to survive?" This left Kai speechless, looking at him. Then the guy said, "It seems you don't want to pretend to be knocked out. In that case, I'll have to knock you out for real." He immediately got on his toes. This time, there'll be no need for acting. Then he intended to kick, but was immediately blocked by his leg. Sung-yeon was utterly surprised. Cha Jae-un was no exception. Even his own teammates couldn't have expected it. Kang Seong-woo then used his other leg to lock the guy's leg. Kai shouted, "Not bad, I didn't think you were that strong." Then he quickly spun around and delivered a blow. When he swung his hand down, he tilted his head to the side, surprising Kai even more. Huh. What is he tilting to the left for? He immediately raised his hand high, making the guy quickly realize he had fallen into a trap. When Kang Seong-woo brought his hand down on his head, Kai immediately ducked to take the blow. Cha Jae-eun and Kim Min-seok's eyes widened in surprise. Sung-yeon, on the other hand, smiled proudly. It seemed she had put her faith in the right person. The guy gritted his teeth and said, "It seems I was too careless." He said, "Giving me a chance is your business, but I'll act as I please." Then he launched a retort. "You're kneeling before a high school student. What right do you have to look down on me?" This also made Kai notice his leg. He was kneeling on one knee. He said, "I don't want to strike someone who is kneeling before me." Kai, seeing the determined student in front of him, said, "If you think I've lost, you're mistaken. You refuse to act according to my script." Then he placed both hands on his shoulders, saying, "Then I'll just have to put you in the hospital." Kang Seong-woo was confused. Then a sudden pressure descended on his shoulders, as if pinning his whole body down. "I can't move." The guy grinned, raising his head high, and said, 50% power. He said decisively, "Damn it." Then the guy slammed his head down on Kang Seong-woo, like a hammer hitting a nail. Blood splattered from his face. Kang Seong-woo fell down as if his soul had left his body. Kai immediately became worried. It seems he can't get up anymore. I used much more power than I meant to. But looking down, his leg had already shot up, and a kick straight up from the chin sent the guy staggering back. He did a flip, while the guy looked like he was about to fall. Kai still gritted his teeth, holding his balance and thinking, "Huh? He took a hit like that, and is completely unharmed?" He landed quickly on the fighting floor, stumbling from dizziness. He gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling as he looked forward. "My vision is a bit blurry. It's hard to regain focus quickly." He immediately snapped to his senses, as Kai gathered power into a blow and swung. With just a hook, it immediately tore Kang Seong-woo's shirt. Blood also flowed from there. Mr. Park watched the match nervously. It only grazed him, and it's already made him bleed? Kim Min-ho spoke up, "It's not over yet." Kai then raised his leg to where he was and kneed Kang Seong-woo violently in the stomach. He then coughed up blood from his mouth. The guy continued by slamming his elbow down. Mr. Park shouted worriedly, "That's a blow to the head, he'll die!" Instantly, his head was smashed into the ground by the guy, with a sickening bloody crunch. As everything fell silent with Kang Seong-woo lying on the ground, he couldn't hold back his words. This is too much." But Kim Min-ho suddenly let out a sigh. This is really absurd, making him turn around. "What?" He said, annoyed. "What on earth is that kid Kang Seong-woo doing?" Kai, now standing over Kang Seong-woo's body pinned to the ground, wondered to himself, "Does a kid like this really exist? This guy dodged my elbow strike before it could even touch him." At that moment, it was true. He hadn't been hit by the guy's blow to the nape. Then he smashed his own head into the floor. Even Kai didn't understand. He smashed his own head into the floor. Is he crazy? A silence ensued, and the guy muttered to himself, "No, he must be panicking and lost his cool while trying to avoid the attack to the back of his head. Even so, does he think his head is made of steel?" Suddenly, Kang Seong-woo propped himself up on his hands, to the guy's astonishment. Kai wondered, "He's getting up so quickly? I heard that even with doping it's not possible, but how on earth?" He stood facing the guy, his head completely unscathed. Mr. Park's eyes widened in surprise. What just happened?" Kim Min-ho explained. "Kang Seong-woo is not a kid you need to worry about." He exclaimed again, "I don't know what it is, but that kid gives me the creeps." With his body trembling, he forced himself up, his eyes still fixed on the man in front of him. The guy said, "Hey kid, don't push yourself. If you pretend to be knocked out for a bit, you can live. Why must you?" Before he could finish, he said, "Too noisy," which surprised the guy even more. He got into a fighting stance and said, "Let's see if your endurance is as strong as your mouth." Kai replied, All right. Let's see if you give up more easily when you realize your attacks are all useless." Then he spread his arms. "Let me have it, hit me wherever you like, I won't fight back." Kang Seong-woo thought, If he's going to underestimate me that much, that's to my advantage. But why do I feel so annoyed? Kai thought to himself, to become the strongest real-life fighter, I bet everything. Slowly, his memories flooded back. I took down all the fighters in the ring, but even so, I couldn't be satisfied. I still thought that only by surviving real life-or-death battles could one be considered a true fighter. So, I decided to face off in real combat against notorious gangsters or assassins. I infiltrated the rival organizations of the strong, took them down one by one, and survived as the strongest fighter. So, do you think someone like me would really fight a high school student? He slammed his own head on the floor. Is he crazy? A moment of silence followed. The man muttered to himself again. No, he must have panicked and lost his composure while trying to avoid the attack to the back of his head. Even so, does he think his head is made of steel? Suddenly, Kang Seong-woo pushed himself back up to the man's astonishment. Kai wondered. He's up already? That fast? I heard that even with doping. It's impossible. But how in the world? He stood facing the man, his head completely unscathed. Mr. Park Yu-sik's eyes widened in surprise. What just happened? Kim Min-ho spoke up to explain. Kang Seong-woo is not a kid you need to worry about, he exclaimed again. I don't know what it is, but that kid gives me the shivers. He struggled to get up, his body trembling, his eyes still fixed on the man in front of him. The man said, Hey kid, don't push yourself. If you had faked passing out for a bit, you could have lived, why must you? Before he could finish, the boy retorted, You're too loud. He got into a fighting stance and said, Let's see if your endurance is as strong as your mouth. Kai replied, Ha, fine, let's see if you give up more easily when you realize all your attacks are useless. Then he spread his arms. Hit me as you please, hit me wherever you want, I won't fight back. Kang Seong-woo thought to himself, If he's underestimating me that much, it's to my advantage. But why do I feel so annoyed? Kai thought to himself, to become the strongest real combat fighter, I bet everything. Slowly the man's memories flooded back. I took down all the fighters in the ring, but despite that, I still couldn't be satisfied. I still thought that only by surviving real, life-threatening battles could one be considered a true fighter. So, I decided to engage in real combat with notorious gangsters and assassins. I infiltrated the rival organization of a strongman, took them down one by one and survived as the strongest fighter. So you think someone like me would really fight a high school student? The man urged, Hit me wherever you want, it'll be useless anyway. He quickly gathered power in his fist, then landed a powerful blow to the man's stomach. They all watched in surprise at what happened next. The entire arena was affected by the punch, but the man stood firm as a rock. Kai asserted, Didn't I tell you it's useless? Then his face darkened as he glared at him. I'm not the kind of guy you students can handle. Just seconds after looking cool, the man felt as if his body was shattering. Ugh! The boy immediately raised his fist, preparing for another shot. Just as the fist was about to land, the man couldn't maintain his serious expression at all. His body could now feel the pain. Kai was knocked back, surprised, and wondering what was that? As the boy continued with a kick to his face, Kai blocked it with his arm. Then the man angrily punched, yelling, You insolent brat! The boy immediately tried to move out of the attack's path, gritting his teeth and thinking, I have to dodge this. But it was impossible. The man was faster than him. Kang Seong-woo quickly got another gash on his chest. He scowled, calculating inwardly. I thought I dodged it. First, I need to create some distance. He then quickly ducked and retreated. Both of them stared at each other in silence. Kai spoke up, dissatisfied. How many more chances do I have to give you? The boy just scoffed at the man's so-called compassion. This made the man feel even more disrespected. Are you laughing? Kang Seong-woo then clutched the torn part of his shirt. I think you've forgotten what you told me earlier. He then ripped his shirt off, revealing his muscular body and the bleeding wound on his chest. Kang Seong-woo's teammates were extremely surprised. What's that? Those muscles? The boy smiled and retorted, Didn't you say very clearly that you wouldn't fight back? Kai quickly replied, "Yes, I admit it." Then he corrected himself. "I mean, you're not just some kid being used as a sacrifice, but remember this well. All of this is your choice." Suddenly, the man's muscles tensed. Power seemed to activate around his arm. Kang Seong-woo, now fired up, grinned. Kai was officially serious. He unleashed 100% of his body's power. The smile on Kang Seong-woo's face was bizarre. Everything was within the old man's sight. He was a bit confused. Is that kid Kang Seong-woo smiling? It seems like he's losing control of the situation. Amanda replied, "He's getting excited." Hearing this, the man scratched his head. Excited? The opponent has increased his power to 100% and is preparing to attack. She said, "The reason is simple. He thinks that since his opponent is using all his strength to attack him, it means his skill has been acknowledged," which surprised the man a little. I can't understand it, putting himself in a dangerous situation and feeling excited about it. Amanda added, "What's so difficult? Every fighter thinks that way, myself included," which made him curious. She explained, "As a woman, I'm already at a physical disadvantage. The male fighters never used their full strength against me, but when an opponent acknowledged me, I would fight with all my might, matching their seriousness. I became excited and fought to the very end." As she spoke, she smiled at those memorable moments. The old man still found it strange. "Oh, come on, it's hard to understand those thoughts. I think now is not the time for him to act like that, but to worry about his own life." Kim Min-ho added, "I can understand that feeling too." This surprised the old man even more. "What?" he said. "I have a small frame and limited strength. Since I was a child, in every ring, I never received any recognition from my opponents. That made me angry and feel useless." Finally, after so much effort, Kim Min-ho reached his opponent's stomach, making him gasp for air and look at him with astonished eyes. He expressed with delight, but when I had that moment of my opponent acknowledging me, I felt a sense of joy, of excitement, making the old man feel like a fossil, saying, "Is that so?" He sighed. "So that's why he's acting like that. If he can fight with that kind of spirit, this match might bring a victory." At that moment, Kang Seong-woo was determined to fight the man twice his size. Kai's body continuously emitted a blazing aura, seemingly reaching its limit. He smiled as he said, "I'll attack first." With those words, Kang Seong-woo charged at his opponent and threw a lightning-fast punch. He landed a blow on the man's bicep, causing the old man in the stands to gasp in surprise. That's a pretty strong punch, with that much damage. What can he possibly do? Thinking that hitting the opponent meant victory, his punch was nothing compared to Kai's flesh. Even he had to admit, his skin is as hard as tempered steel. The man then raised his other hand, preparing to punch him. "You've attacked, so try and block this." Just one retaliatory punch sent Kang Seong-woo's whole body crashing to the floor in a defensive stance, the floor beneath him cracking. The entire arena then suddenly emitted a shockwave that shook the ground and the surrounding debris. Kang Seong-woo finally spat out blood from the man's extremely powerful blow. The old man gritted his teeth. A punch strong enough to shake the whole ground. That power is unimaginable. The man suddenly brought his leg back and then slammed his knee down where Kang Seong-woo was pinned. Blood could be clearly seen splashing up from below. The old man was so worried he was speechless. But looking closely, Kang Seong-woo was no longer there. He slowly stood up, continuing to face the man. The old man went from one surprise to another. He dodged it? Kim Min-ho diagnosed. "Not really, it just looks that way," but he didn't dodge it. Kang Seong-woo looked back behind him. He panted and was surprised to see a large gash on his back. The blood flowing from it was very dark. Kang Seong-woo looked back at Kai and said to himself, "This feeling is too strange, I feel like. Standing in front of him, I suddenly feel so small and pathetic." Kai frowned and asked, "Have you given up, kid? Against me, you never have a chance to win." Kang Seong-woo, defiant, brushed off the man's threat. "Stop playing games against opponents. Like you, I have my own way of fighting." He then squatted down, hands on the ground, What you can do, I can do better. After speaking, he leaped up using the momentum from his hands. Kang Seong-woo simultaneously raised his elbow high, landing with an elbow strike below, but Kai just needed a slight tilt of his head to easily evade his attack. Kang Seong-woo was now in a kneeling position, below, cursing under his breath. Damn it! The man started to get excited. My turn. Kai's lips curled, his eyes also turning red. The old man quickly realized what was about to happen. A headbutt? Kang Seong-woo at the same time lowered himself, flexing his heels. Looks like we need to face off in the literal sense. Instantly, as Kang Seong-woo and Kai both lunged forward, they headbutted each other, a loud thud echoing through the arena. Blood started to ooze from where they collided. However, the man's head was as hard as steel, completely unharmed, while the boy was already covered in blood. He immediately fell to his knees, bowing his head to the ground. His whole body trembled. Suddenly, as if his strength was depleted, the man said, "The winner is decided. All your attacks are useless against me. Relying on just talent and instinct, you can't beat me yet." But instead of trembling in pain, Kang Seong-woo was laughing. His body was shaking from laughter. Kai was a bit confused. "Are you laughing?" The man said, "All right, it's time to end this match." He then threatened again with his energy-filled muscles. "If you won't lie down, I'll help you." Suddenly the man saw something. The boy's body was emitting an aura like steam, strangely similar to a heated iron bar. The old man watched in amazement. What is that? What's with that temperature?" His blood and sweat are evaporating. He slowly raised his head, his eyes glowing red. Kang Seong-woo remembered himself as a child. "I never liked fighting. I was always dragged into arguments that made me feel like a monster, and I hated it. But being dragged here so senselessly, have I finally been pushed to the brink of insanity? I can't stop laughing." His mouth continued to curve up in excitement. He continued to think while kneeling, "I can't restrain the urge to fight him." Suddenly, Kai kicked at him. Kang Seong-woo's eyes widened, his nerves on high alert. In a split second, he dodged the man's leg sweep with a full-body leap. Kai didn't expect this either. Kang Seong-woo quickly sprang up, using his hands to grab both sides of the man's head. Kai's thoughts raced. So fast. While the man was off guard, he headbutted him. The old scene was replayed instantly, but in reverse, Kang Seong-woo was the one who initiated the headbutt. Kai, completely unguarded, easily took the damage. As quick as a flash, Kang Seong-woo flipped over to the other side. Then a straight kick was launched. Kang Seong-woo's entire body shot out horizontally, sending Kai crashing his body into the wall. He landed lightly. The man leaned against the wall, gritting his teeth and thinking, "These are clearly not human movements anymore." Suddenly, the man saw another fist flying towards him. He had just landed and immediately dashed forward to continue the attack, giving the man no chance to counter. His head slammed, hard against the wall as if becoming one with it. With his quick reflexes, the man managed to catch Kang Seong-woo's fist. "Got you!" Suddenly, the boy pulled his hand back, yanking Kai's entire body forward to the man's astonishment. Then he suddenly punched him in the stomach. The punch was so sharp it was like a beast's claw. While the man's body was still airborne, with his fist still hot, Kang Seong-woo punched his abdomen again, sending Kai flying backward. The man could do nothing but take the full force of the punch, his mouth unable to close. Kai was pushed back. He maintained his balance by scraping his knee on the tiled floor to get a grip. He panted heavily, unable to believe his eyes. "What the hell? What in the world is that doping? Doesn't that kid get tired?" While the man was talking to himself, the boy had already lunged forward just a short time after delivering the blow. He continued to punch. Kai quickly caught his punch and kicked back in response. But Kang Seong-woo was not inferior in speed, and quickly darted behind him to continue the attack. Taking the opportunity before the man could turn, Kang Seong-woo landed several blows on his face, hip, and stomach. Kai lost his balance again, constantly cursing. This lunatic! When he looked again, what he saw was a familiar Zuidadi Kang Seong-woo's fist. The boy threw his whole body forward and punched him right in the face. causing blood to splatter all over Kai's face. This time there was no defense. His weak point was hit, and his entire body was thrown back, his back sliding across the ground. Kai seemed unable to stay conscious and prop himself up. The old man was speechless, unable to say anything more. Kai's entire body was smoking as he lay on the floor. A long skid mark etched deep into the ground. From the stand's perspective, half of the man's body was soaked in blood from sliding on the ground, looking as if it had been scraped raw. The old man was curious. It seems like that guy is bleeding a lot. Could he be dead? Suddenly Amanda spoke up. That's not Kai's blood. Making him wonder, what? She replied, that's blood from Kang Seong-woo's fist. Looking back at Kang Seong-woo, he still held his stance, his blood-soaked hand dripping. It seemed Kai's body was too much for him. Kang Seong-woo, though somewhat dazed, still didn't take his eyes off his opponent, thinking to himself, what is this dizzy feeling? Kang Seong-woo looked at his bleeding arm. Ugh, it feels like all the muscles in my body are being torn apart. The man slowly got up as the boy staggered. Sung-yeon from the other room couldn't sit still. How is that Kai guy still able to stand? The bodyguard next to her explained. Kai's skin doping seems to act as an incredibly tough layer of armor. Moreover, his rough and sturdy skin has torn Kang Seong-woo's fist to the bone. This seemingly unbreakable theory made her grit her teeth. So does that mean it's impossible to defeat Kai? The man stared eye to eye with Kang Seong-woo. However, his body was still sweating profusely, and he thought to himself, I've never felt pain like this before. Anyway, I can't even open my eyes properly. My body must be at its limit. Kai started to feel contemptuous. He quickly got into a ready stance. I'll just shatter his leg and end this. But Kang Seong-woo still had the strength to raise his fist, making Kai pause in surprise. He can still react that quickly? The man gritted his teeth and used his arm to block the blow. As the boy's punch landed, the man's arm was immediately cut as if by a knife, bleeding even more. Kang Seong-woo couldn't believe his eyes. Now he only had one last resort. All right, I'll just keep hitting him until he can't stand anymore. As soon as he thought that, Kai furiously charged forward, raising his fist in retaliation. Both of them continuously traded blows like a fistfight. Kang Seong-woo kept punching without even looking. Is my attack even landing? I can't feel my fist anymore. He started to lose focus. His eyes began to squint. Deed? No, my mind. Kai, on the other hand, was also confused. This brat is taking my punches full on without a scratch. It's like his skin is made of iron. The man's hand could feel the numbing impacts. Ugh, what is this numbing sensation? He kept looking for an opening. What's happening? It feels like my fist has no power left. I can't drag this on any longer. His eyes widened as he saw an opening. There it is, a weak spot. All right, now I'll end everything. My 10 years will be put into, Kai yelled, this low kick. Then he brought his leg back. He immediately kicked Kang Seong-woo's calf hard, causing him to look up at the arena ceiling in pain. The man raised his leg back again, continuing for the next blow. Next, I'll break your leg. A loud thud echoed through the arena. Kai spoke and delivered a powerful kick to his shin. The worried man was stunned. Is he blocking a low kick with his shin? When the man pulled his instep back, a patch of Kang Seong-woo's skin and flesh was torn away. Dr. Yusik couldn't help but worry, continuing. Oh my God, listen to that horrible sound. His bone might break. Kang Seong-woo quickly lost his balance. He collapsed to his knees. He stared at his leg, where his skin and muscle were torn open. Kang Seong-woo stared, his thoughts racing. My muscle is torn. I can't move anymore. When he looked up, it was just as Kai continued his kick. The man shouted, the finishing blow. Mr. Yusik shouted. No, but things seemed to be different from what was calculated. Due to some force, before the man's leg could land, Kang Seong-woo's leg slammed straight down onto the floor and broke in two to Kai's astonishment. The man froze, wondering, What is this? Losing his balance, he quickly collapsed, propping himself up, with his hands to support his body with only one leg left. But at the same time, his forearm, also snapped when it hit the ground. The immense pain flooded Kai's mind, making him think incoherently, Am I dreaming? It was certain there was no doping to strengthen his bones. From the very beginning, did he sacrifice his own flesh to aim for my bones? The man immediately collapsed, lying face down. Everyone was extremely surprised by the complete reversal of the outcome. Cha Jae-eun and his secretary couldn't believe their eyes. As for Seung-yeon, she looked very proud. Kai lay with his face frozen, pressed against the ground. Meanwhile, Kang Seong-woo slowly stood up, breathing heavily. Cha Jae-eun exclaimed, "Truly amazing." Kim Min-seok explained the match. Kai was able to fight without any visible injuries thanks to his firm muscles and skin. But it caused his body to sustain immense internal damage. On the outside, he seemed fine, but deep down, his bones were taking direct hits as if from a sledgehammer. On top of that, the pain was greatly reduced by the doping. Seeing his own body without a single wound made him attack with more confidence. Now all the joints in Kai's arms and legs are broken. The drone began to approach to assess Kai's condition. It then concluded, and fighter Kai is no longer able to compete. So the victory goes to fighter Kang Seong-woo. Hearing just that, Kang Seong-woo was overjoyed and looked up and roared. Dr. Yusik, who had watched from start to finish, couldn't understand his mechanics. Is that kid a zombie or what? How can he not go down after being hit like that? Kim Min-ho said, "That friend Kang Seong-woo must be hiding something." Kang Seong-woo could finally relax. His muscles gave way and he collapsed, lying flat. Though panting with exhaustion, he was happy inside and said, "Mom, just wait a little longer." Observing him from the security room, the director had figured out his ability. "Has it been confirmed that this Kang Seong-woo is not using doping?" he asked. The male medical staff replied, "Yes, according to his file, he hasn't used any. After the first round ends, there will be a physical examination. We will confirm it again then." The director continued, "But before that, we must investigate the identity of this student Kang Seong-woo first." Then his eyes gleamed dangerously as he stated his objective. "Let's go meet his parents." At the hospital on a stormy night, Kang Seong-woo's mother was sleeping by his father's bedside. Suddenly, someone appeared behind her. Startled, she turned around, frowning, thinking it was Kang Seong-woo. "You still have time to come back?" It took a moment for Kang Seong-woo's mother to realize. She saw two large bodyguards standing next to each other facing her husband's hospital bed. She immediately panicked. "Who are you?" Back at the arena, they sent staff to take Kang Seong-woo away on a gurney for recovery. He lay on it, his eyes closed, breathing heavily with his body covered in blood. In the room on the other side for the guests, Cha Jae-eun rested his chin on his hand and asked, "Even though he defeated Kai, with those injuries, can he win the next fight?" The secretary replied, "There's a physical examination next. It's not too late to decide after it's confirmed. More importantly, for this examination, I plan to conduct a secret doping test." The man was surprised. "What?" Kim Min-seok replied, "If he passes the second doping test, for example, then Kang Seong-woo will be the strongest contender for the championship." He was skeptical. Can that test really be done secretly? According to the rules, if the fighter refuses, the test can't be conducted. The man then held up a syringe, saying, "This drug only checks for doping in the body. Even after the doping test, we can still proceed secretly without anyone knowing, because it doesn't change anything particularly special." Cha Jae-eun frowned, thinking of the worst-case scenario. "So what if it fails?" He replied with a serious look, "If it fails, he will be of no value anymore. It's best to have a backup plan ready." At Kang Seong-woo's recovery room, he was placed in a recovery pod. Outside, a spy disguised as a medical staff approached with the familiar syringe in hand. When the pod door opened, inside was Kang Seong-woo, sleeping soundly. That was when he began the experiment. In Cha Jae-eun's room, he was still waiting patiently. He calculated, "Now we just need to do well and win one more match to make it to the top 16. He then looked over at Kim Min-seok and asked again, "You mean if we win one more match, Among the 31 people ranked by betting odds, we can enter the round of 16. Kim Min-seok replied, "That's right." Cha Jae-un wondered, "Do you think someone as injured as Kang Seong-woo still has high betting odds?" Kim Min-seok argued, "Don't you think so? He has already won twice without using any doping. In this fighting arena, no one has ever won even a single match without using doping. The very fact that he made it into the group of 62 without doping is enough to attract the attention of the VIP clients. If he wins again this time, we will surely make a fortune." Cha Jae-un scowled. "Even so, if he doesn't use doping in the end, won't it be impossible for him to win? Shouldn't we be securing an advantage with a surefire match right now?" Kim Min-seok gently pushed up his glasses. By now, Kang Seong-woo himself must have realized it. If he wants to win and find his parents, he will definitely have to use doping. Cha Jae-un continued to speculate. For example, if Kang Seong-woo's body cannot handle doping, then the next match, no matter what, must be forfeited. Kim Min-seok reassured him. "From the moment he fails, I've already prepared to immediately cut off the protection fees, hospital expenses, and all support for Kang Seong-woo's parents." Cha Jae-un finally agreed. "Fine, even so, there's no way Kang Seong-woo will hear any news about his parents." Kim Min-seok added, "Now, please wait a little longer. The support staff will report on the doping test results." Cha Jae-un appeared skeptical. Really, a secretary assigned from the arena can pull off a secret test like this? Kim Min-seok's eyes sharpened. How could that be? This is something I'm risking my life for. Cha Jae-un was confused. What on earth are you risking your life for? It's certainly not for my sake, is it? Kim Min-seok replied, "Isn't the most interesting thing to deal with the vice chairman, surpass your brother, and become a master of self-preservation?" Cha Jae-un was surprised. "Is that so?" Kim Min-seok continued, his voice full of hidden meaning. "I feel the same way about discovering the most talented person in these matches. To achieve this pleasure, I would do anything, even if it's my own life." He smiled mysteriously. "Or the lives of others." Cha Jae-un smirked at him. "Ha, you really have the mindset of a madman." Suddenly, the room door swung open. Both men looked behind them. It was the spy they had sent. He had returned with the test sample. "It's time to leave here." Kim Min-seok immediately asked, "What were the doping results?" He closed the door and reported, "It was a bit unexpected." Then he got straight to the point. He had no reaction at all. He presented the sample. Kim Min-seok questioned, "So his body really is unaffected by doping?" The spy replied, "That's right." Cha Jae-un then angrily slammed the table. "Hey, what did I say? Erase all evidence related to Kang Seong-woo and cut off aid to his parents." But then he suddenly changed his mind, his voice turning malicious. "Oh no, maybe making his parents disappear would be quicker?" In the recovery pod, Kang Seong-woo had quickly, fully recovered his physical health. In the waiting hall of the competition area, the atmosphere was as bustling as ever. Kim Min-ho, standing in the crowd, said, "With everyone gathered in the waiting hall like this, it seems the 62 winners have been decided." Park Yusik added, "It seems Kang Seong-woo hasn't recovered yet. He still hasn't returned." Amanda was warming up on one side, stretching her leg and saying, "Whatever the case, this might be a blessing in disguise. We have to wait for all the fighters to recover before the matches can proceed anyway." She continued, "It's good to take this opportunity to get a full rest." Hearing this, Kim Min-ho's jaw dropped, thinking to himself, just how far does she want to go? Amanda added, "He looked tired from the very beginning." Kim Min-ho replied, "Actually, for people like me and Kang Seong-woo, fighting in a place like this will definitely result in injuries. You two made it into the group of 62 so calmly. Especially your arm, Mr. Park Yusik." He looked over at Mr. Park. No one could have imagined that right arm could get so big. Mr. Park laughed a little awkwardly. "I didn't know my arm could transform like that either." Kim Min-ho then looked at Amanda. "As for Ms. Amanda Groch, the opponent underestimated you because you are a woman and didn't even bother to lay a hand on you. But in the end, the outcome was shocking. You took down the opponent with just one blow. Amanda calmly replied, "Actually, it happened so fast and I was in a panic, so even now I don't know how I took him down." Kim Min-ho asked curiously, "I wonder if you could tell me how to take down an opponent?" Amanda replied succinctly, "You think I'd tell you?" Kim Min-ho was surprised. "What?" Amanda gave him a sharp glare. "You mean I should tell my opponent my weakness before I defeat them?" Hearing those words, Kim Min-ho was extremely surprised, completely frozen. Before he could recover, he was startled by Menon, who jumped out of nowhere with a loud shout. "Why did you exclude me?" This made Kim Min-ho jump. "Whoa!" He leaped up, raising his hand high with pride. "The first winner is Menon, right here." At that moment, on the large screen in the hall, the administrator's image appeared. "Congratulations, everyone, on making it to the group of 62. Now, with just one more win, we will give that person a chance to enter the round of 16. In this round, if you win and make it to the 31st match, you will then be ranked according to your betting odds and will proceed to the round of 16. Just by entering the round of 16 and surviving, that person will immediately receive 5% of the betting prize money." Immediately, everyone in the hall became chaotic, cheering with great excitement. The administrator continued, "If you want more betting money, then risk your life and show your full strength in this round. Don't worry about getting injured, because this place is a hospital, the largest one in front of the competition area. So let's announce the matchup board." At the Hosin Group's skyscraper, Cha Jae-eun asked Kim Min-seok, "So, apart from Kang Seong-gu, have all the other candidates been decided?" Kim Min-seok stood before the desk and replied, "Of course." Then he pointed to the screen displaying a fighter's image. "Indeed, this fighter looks very suitable." Cha Jae-eun was surprised. "Who?" Kim Min-seok introduced Ichik Ryo. "This is Kang Seong-u's final round opponent." Back in Kang Seong-u's recovery room, the lid of the recovery pod slowly opened. At the same time, Kang Seong-u sat up in alarm, unconsciously calling out, "Mom!" But in the end, he realized it was just a dream. He clutched his head, panting and insisting, "It wasn't a dream. I really heard it." Earlier, he recalled the image of the medical staff standing right in front of his recovery pod, holding a tablet and talking to someone on the other end. If he doesn't react to the doping, then making his parents disappear will solve it. Yeah, even so, there's no way Kang Seong-gu could hear news about his parents. Kang Seong-gu recalled that conversation and scowled, thinking to himself, "I have to get out of here quickly." In the director's office of the combat zone, the director asked, "Has the student Kang Seong-u's body been examined?" A man in a lab coat replied, "Yes, sir, there's indeed something very strange." The director was surprised. "Strange," he explained. "His bone density, something we cannot enhance with doping, has increased tenfold." His face became extremely serious. The director could only sigh. This is insane." The man continued, "It doesn't stop there." The director wondered, "There's more?" He pushed up his glasses, looking at the tablet screen as he replied, "His recovery ability is truly fast. No, this isn't recovery, it's more like regeneration." On the screen was a detailed analysis of Kang Seong-u's body and bone structure. The director was frozen upon hearing this. The man added, "Perhaps this student is the clue to the physical regeneration we've been searching for all this time." The director then suddenly remembered and asked, "It's true there's something very strange. So have the student Kang Seong-u's parents been secured?" The man could only bow his head and say regretfully, "I'm sorry." This surprised the director. "Why is that?" He replied, "By the time we arrived, someone else had already gotten involved." His face showed clear regret. Back in Kang Seong-u's recovery room, he slowly stepped out of the recovery pod. Kang Seong-u gritted his teeth, his heart full of anxiety. "If I don't get out of here quickly, my parents will be in trouble." He looked towards the room's door, thinking to himself, "Damn it, there are no vents in this place." Kang Seong-u decided to walk over, grabbing the doorknob. "I have to find a ventilation fan." Outside the recovery room. As he opened the door, a crack from outside, a strange light shone in. It was the appearance of a woman. He froze for a moment. She spoke, her voice sounding amused. You're more interesting up close. It was Cha Sung-yeon. She smiled friendly, extending her hand for a handshake and introducing herself. I am Cha Sung-yeon. In response to the introduction, Kang Seong-woo, who was in a great hurry, waved his hand to shoo her away. Quick, get out of the way. But Sung-yeon stood blocking the door, calmly saying, If you're planning to go find your parents, you don't need to anymore. This statement made Kang Seong-woo freeze. Then he shouted, What? Sung-yeon calmly replied, Because I've already taken them away. He was completely surprised, stammering, What? In the office of Vice Chairman Cha Jae-un, the second son of the Hosen Group, he asked Kim Min-seok, Someone already handled Kang Seong-woo's parents? What do you mean by that? The secretary reported. Seeing how cleanly they disappeared without a trace, it was probably the work of someone from the combat treatment zone. The man wondered again. The combat treatment zone? Kim Min-seok replied, Yes, because they always handle unpredictable elements first to ensure there are no troubles. Jo Jae-un's lips curled into a satisfied smile. What a bunch of clever people. Just in time, so we don't have to get our hands dirty. He looked up and asked, Have we approached the next fighter yet? The secretary reassured him, Vice Chairman, you don't need to worry. In the combat treatment zone's treatment rooms, if a VIP wishes, they can summon fighters to their VIP room at any time. Furthermore, even in restricted areas, they can go anywhere. Cha Jae-un was surprised. They'll walk among those monsters? Kim Min-seok replied, Yes, that's right. Among the VIPs, there are those who, out of curiosity, are willing to pay just for a tour. But touring the combat zone is not a good idea, even excluding the VIP rooms. Kim Min-seok added, Absolute safety cannot be guaranteed. Back in Kang Seong-woo's recovery room, Sung-yeon slowly closed the door. The truth made him unable to keep his composure, shouting, You said you took my parents away? What do you mean by that? She quickly covered his mouth, raising her index finger to her lips in a shushing gesture. Shh, keep your voice down. If you want to save your parents, you have to run now. Now is not the time to save them. He quickly pushed her hand away, his voice still angry. What are you talking about? Seong-yeon replied, As you know, Cha Jae-un, your former sponsor, is trying to cut all ties with you. He's trying to get rid of your parents. Moreover, the loan shark you bankrupted is also looking for you. This made Kang Seong-woo click his tongue in annoyance. She continued, Because I wanted to talk to you privately, I didn't bring a guide. From now on, listen carefully to what I say. Sincerely hope your parents are safe. Kang Seong-woo still couldn't contain his anger. Who are you? What do you really want? She said slowly, I am Cha Sung-yeon. I only want one thing. You? This left him utterly surprised. Kang Seong-woo gritted his teeth. What kind of nonsense are you suddenly spouting? Sung-yeon said, I am also one of the 16 VIPs, so I need a reliable fighter. He was even more surprised. You're a VIP? Sung-yeon smiled and said, Although I'm young, not long ago, I was one of the owners of the Hosen Group. If I say I'm the half-sister of Vice Chairman Cha Jae-un, the second in command of the Hosen Group, you'll understand better, right? He couldn't help but be shocked. What? Sung-yeon said, I've been kicked out of Hosen now, due to the division caused by that second brother. Anyway, I was planning to quit. My current business is doing well, so it's fine. But that crazy second son keeps siphoning money from my father's company, so I can't just stand by and watch. Kang Seong-woo asked resentfully, What does that have to do with you taking my parents away? She continued to explain, Because of that, I've always been suspicious and monitored those brothers, especially that clumsy second son. But when I saw him pouring all his attention into you, I also did some research and tried to meet your parents. Sung-yeon smiled. You're more talented than I thought. So I can't let him take you from me. I mean your genes. Kang Seong-woo remained stunned. What? Kang Seong-woo stammered, My genes, she said. Right now, the more important thing is that the forces targeting your parents haven't given up yet. He looked up, his voice tinged with desperation. If running away is also ineffective, what am I supposed to do? She replied firmly, "There is certainly only one way for you and your loved ones to survive." He gritted his teeth and asked, "A way? What way?" Seong-yeon replied, "That is to win." This answer left him dumbfounded. She smiled and said, "I'm betting everything on winning the combat treatment zone tournament. I plan to make a big deal to take down my two brothers." This ambitious plan astonished Kang Seong-woo. She continued, "Specifically, the second brother will be ruined in prison and become a nobody. At that point, he will no longer be a threat. As for the loan sharks, we can easily buy them off with money." He appeared panicked. "What's the point of a secret deal in a place like this?" Seong-yeon said seriously, "Here, people must adhere to the fair transaction rules of the combat treatment zone. Otherwise, everything will have to be settled quickly their way." He scowled, glancing at her with suspicion. "You plan to risk a life-or-death deal like that with me?" Seong-yeon crossed her arms. "It's not just me who needs you. When you enter the round of 16, fighters not chosen by a VIP will be immediately eliminated." Kang Seong-woo immediately objected. "So how can I be sure my parents will be safe? How can I trust people like you?" Seong-yeon explained, "No phones or any communication devices are allowed here. Therefore, I can't show you any proof right now." Hearing that only made him exclaim in frustration. "What?" Seong-yeon continued mysteriously. "However, if it's someone who can share deep secrets with your parents, they would surely be very trustworthy, right?" Kang Seong-woo froze again. "What?" Seong-yeon emphasized, "Especially information related to your genes and your parents' past." Kang Seong-woo started to panic, his voice cracking. "What do you want? What is it?" Suddenly, the room door opened again. A drone slowly entered to perform a check. Seong-yeon quickly leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Remember this. I will protect your parents at all costs. Therefore, you are not allowed to run away." At the same time, the drone also emitted a voice announcement. "It's time to return." Seong-yeon quickly turned to leave, not forgetting to remind him, "One last time, you don't need to worry about anything else. Just win with me, that's enough." Kang Seong-woo could only stand there, watching her retreating back and gritting his teeth. In Combat Treatment Zone Room Number 10, the room for 5 people, Park Yoo-sik looked at the ranking board and said, "This has significantly raised our prize rankings." The board currently displayed the rankings: Amanda 19, Yoo-sik 22, Kim Min-ho 28, Menon 45, and Kang Seong-woo 62. He pondered. Kang Seong-woo is in 62nd place. Kim Min-ho spoke up with an analysis. His injuries and having to go to the recovery room must have affected him significantly. No matter how outstanding his fighting performance is, surely no one would bet on an injured fighter. Suddenly, the room door opened. A drone slowly flew inside. Finally, it announced, "Player Kang Seong-woo has returned to room number 10. Kang Seong-woo slowly appeared at the doorway. Park Yoo-sik joyfully opened his arms to welcome him. "Whoa, what's this? You look healthier than I thought. How well did you rest that your face is so—" His words trailed off, his expression turning to surprise. Kang Seong-woo was gritting his teeth, his voice filled with urgency as he asked, "How can I win without getting injured?" He trembled, continuing with a determined voice, "I have to get into the round of 16 at all costs. If I can't, my family will. Whatever it is. Please tell me, I'll do anything. Please help me." Kang Seong-woo spoke loudly, his determined voice echoing throughout the room. This made Park Yoo-sik call his name worriedly, Seong-woo. Kang Seong-woo lowered his head, saying to himself, "It's no use, is it?" Immediately, Amanda cut off his train of thought. "A special move." Her words made both Kang Seong-woo and Yoo-sik turn their attention to her. He asked in surprise, "A special move?" She explained, "It's very difficult for someone without their own special move to gain an advantage in a fight. This is even truer when facing the giant monsters in this combat treatment zone." She then asked directly, "So, what's your specialty?" Kang Seong-woo stammered, I... Surprisingly, Yoo-sik suddenly knelt down, carefully examining his leg and asking, "What about a low kick executed with your shin bone? What would that be like?" He looked at the man in confusion, not understanding. The man continued, Very few people can control their steps as softly and precisely as you. In the fight with Kai, you trusted your shin bone so much that you dared to use it to block a low kick from a well-trained opponent. Usyk threw a light kick into the air, saying, "Lately, the technique for low kicks has become much more sophisticated. Many opponents have been defeated with just one precise kick. Kang Seong-woo, do you want to try a low kick for once?" Hearing this, Kang Seong-woo didn't hesitate, quickly throwing a straight kick forward. Instantly, an extremely powerful force was generated, accompanied by the sound of whistling wind. Usyk couldn't help but be overjoyed and amazed. What was that? What was that loud sound just now? He scratched his head and laughed loudly. "You really are a madman." Suddenly, from the other side of the door, there were loud noises that caught the attention of everyone in the room. Usyk froze, listening intently. What's that sound? In the end, what is that noise? The sound seemed to be coming from the end of the hallway. It was coming from a room with a closed door. Inside that room, a man was furiously throwing punches into the air. The power from his punches was so strong it created a powerful gust of wind, causing a small tremor that destroyed the surrounding floor tiles. That man was Ichik Ryo, rank 15, a formidable Kudo fighter. Usyk smiled, adding to Kang Seong-woo, "If you can take down an opponent with a kick like that, your hand-to-hand combat ability when you win will increase significantly. That way, you might be able to advance to the next round more safely, and the prize money will also increase accordingly." Suddenly, Menon spoke up from behind Kang Seong-woo in a strange tone. "It's not that simple." This immediately made Kang Seong-woo turn around, startled. "Huh?" Then he jumped back as he came face to face with Menon, who was leaning in close. What is this?" He held his head high and said smugly, "The old man knows what Kang Seong-woo's special move is, right?" He was surprised. "What?" Menon pointed straight at his forehead. "It's the headbutt." He flashed a creepy, chilling smile. "How many headbutts from the strongest champion can you take?" The fact that you can fight normally after taking headbutts like that proves your skull is pretty hard. After speaking, Menon stuck out his tongue, making a bizarre face, then reached out and bizarrely patted his head. Usyk looked at Kang Seong-woo, struggling with Menon, and said, "You know that headbutts are powerful, but the person using that move also takes corresponding damage, right? And when you headbutt the strong opponents in this combat zone, the probability of suffering brain damage yourself is quite high." Hearing this, Menon interjected, "You really say some strange things, old man," which surprised Mr. Usyk. "What?" He grinned arrogantly. "Once you're in here, who doesn't put their life on the line?" His words stunned everyone around him. He continued, "If you keep hesitating, you won't get anything done." Then Menon made a throat-slitting gesture like a madman, sticking his tongue out and saying, "Ha, in that case you've already set yourself up for failure." Usyk could only grit his teeth at his arrogant attitude. Menon continued, "But it seems like that's not what Kang Seong-woo is worried about right now, is it?" Usyk was surprised again. "Huh?" He then looked at Usyk. "Your next opponent, have you looked him up yet?" On the matchup board, the schedule was now displayed. Han Min-soo, rank 9 against Park Usyk. At the same time, in the management area, in the security room, the director picked up a tablet to review information. This friend reacted to the stimulants when we tested him. How terrifying. On the tablet screen was detailed information about Han Min-soo. It was truly a good idea to bring him here. He joyfully spread his arms wide, looking smug, while behind him was a giant laboratory, which housed fighters who had been bioengineered. The director turned to a staff member standing next to him and said, "That's Min-soo's father, Dr. Ma's son, right?" The man could only lower his head, his face full of sorrow. Finally, he uttered a single word, "Thank you." Then he bowed deeply. "It's all thanks to your help." His face began to contort, his mind filled with conflicting thoughts. "I did the right thing because I had no other choice." Before I knew about the combat zone, painful old memories flooded his mind. He remembered the old days when he was just an ordinary employee, going to work and coming home. He opened the door, calling out, "Dad's a bit late, sorry son." My son had a rare case of muscular atrophy, he once recalled in his head. At that time, the scene before his eyes was Min-soo, with a body thin as a skeleton, lying sprawled in a puddle of water next to a glass he had accidentally dropped and broken. He could only weakly, haggardly say, "Dad, I fell, and I can't get up." That had caused him immense pain, tears streaming down his cheeks. I couldn't do anything. At that time, I was just an ordinary doctor. When I had lost all hope, thinking everything was over, I received a message from the director, someone I had never met before. I never expected them to call me to the morgue of the hospital they ran. He pushed open the door. It was a secret passage leading down to the basement. And the crazy thing happening here was a long line of the director's human test subjects, contained in giant test tubes, always with breathing tubes and liquid solutions being fed into them. In the place the director called me to, there was a list of famous scientists and businessmen whose names were instantly recognizable. I didn't care why they were doing these things. But when I saw the results of the doping tests here, I couldn't hold back my tears. My son can be saved. At that moment, the director appeared from behind him, saying, "Doctor, what do you think?" He was startled and turned around. The man extended his hand and said gently, "About your son participating in this project." He was deeply moved at that time. I was so excited that I forgot many things, but thinking back, I couldn't let my son be a guinea pig. At that point, I started to run, running towards my son. At that time, my son had no hope left. When he got home, he had to witness another heartbreaking scene. His poor son was trying to commit suicide, trying to hang himself to end his life. He immediately ran to him, hugged him, and pulled him from the rope. I managed to save him in time, and at the same time, realized how desperate my situation was. As he held Min-soo in his arms, the boy weakly pleaded through tears, "Dad, please, just let me die." He was in extreme pain. In the end, I couldn't do anything. I had no choice but to participate in that experiment. In that situation, did I have any other choice? I did everything for my son, but now he has become a monster. Behind that darkness was the image of the current Min-soo. He stood before the arena gate, a drone, hovering above announcing 12 fighters to the field. Min-soo coldly walked towards the wide-open gate. He slowly appeared before the crowd with monstrously black-irised eyes, full of killing intent. And waiting on the main stage was Yusik. He rotated his wrists to warm up, his face becoming extremely serious as he said, "Let's begin." The announcer's voice rang out, "Park Yusik, rank 22, fighting Han Min-soo, rank 9. The drone officially announced, "This is the match between fighter Park Yusik, rank 22, and Han Min-soo, rank 9. The match begins." As soon as the command was given, Min-soo immediately shot forward to attack, like a flash of lightning. Yusik hurriedly raised his arm to defend, but things turned out differently from what he had anticipated. Min-soo attacked the weak point on his shoulder. Just a press with his finger caused fresh blood to spurt out. This unexpected and vicious attack was completely unforeseen, causing Yusik to exclaim in surprise, "My arm!" The spectators watching the match were also immediately shocked by this development. Kim Min-ho watched with a grimace. Using dagger techniques in a hand-to-hand fight? Mr. Park Yusik probably didn't see that coming. Suddenly, Han Min-soo realized his finger couldn't be pulled out. This made him grit his teeth in frustration. What is this? Is he clamping my finger with his muscles? Park Yusik spoke in a deep, surprisingly calm voice. "Hey, buddy, don't you think you're standing a bit too close?" At that moment, his giant arm rose. His palm spread wide, making Min-soo even more bewildered. Instantly, he launched a straight palm strike to Min-soo's face. Unable to block or retreat in time, Min-soo was immediately caught off guard. Park Yusik quickly slammed his fist onto the fighting stage, intending to smash his head down at the same time. The force of the punch was so strong that the tiles beneath shattered into pieces. Han Min-soo was left breathless by his power, but he luckily managed to escape the fatal blow. Immediately after, a strong gust of wind from his fist pushed Min-soo back several meters. Finally, when the gust of wind stopped, The two had a brief moment of silence in the middle of the intense battle. Han Min-soo panted, sweat pouring down like rain, thinking in astonishment, "What was that old man?" Mr. Usyk smirked coldly, saying sarcastically, "Using dagger techniques in a hand-to-hand fight, are we? How outrageous. Well then, it's my turn to return the favor." Then Usyk put his hand in a characteristic defensive posture, like a shield, a move from Krav Maga. He said, "I'll use my own dagger technique now." Witnessing this showdown, Cha Jae-yoon in the VIP area was somewhat impressed. Park Usyk, who is that guy to handle Han Min-soo, the 9th-ranked fighter, so easily? I was even considering Han Min-soo. But who is that Park Usyk anyway? Kim Min-seok, standing next to him quickly, provided information. He's a former bodyguard specializing in Krav Maga. Cha Jae-yoon looked surprised. Krav Maga. Kim Min-seok explained in detail. In the mid-20th century, as violence against Jews escalated, this was a martial art created by a former Jewish soldier to protect innocent civilians. It is a practical martial art synthesized from many other martial arts around the world, with the goal of maximizing effectiveness in real combat situations. It is known as particularly effective martial art in close-quarters combat. Cha Jae-yoon frowned skeptically. If this is a martial art created for defense, does that mean it's weak on the offensive? It seems our candidate is not as promising as expected. Kim Min-seok replied cryptically, "I'm not so sure about that," which surprised his boss. "I'm not so sure." Making his boss surprised, he continued, his voice turning dangerous. "What if that defensive method could also kill the opponent?" Kim Min-seok's face at that moment clearly showed the hidden cruelty of this martial art. Back in the arena below, Usyk was already in a fighting stance, his hands bent at shoulder level, his eyes highly focused. Then he quickly launched himself at his opponent, with his hand held tightly like a sharp sword tip. His swift speed soon brought his fingertips close to Min-soo's eyes. Suddenly, Min-soo let out a cold remark, "Slow." Instantly, his head tilted, slightly to the side to narrowly dodge the attack. Min-soo smiled with interest. Too slow. Then, quickly raising two of his fingers, he aimed them straight at Usyk's head. Usyk couldn't help but be confused. "What are you trying to do?" Instantly, Min-soo's two fingers stabbed hard into Usyk's temple, and blood immediately gushed from the wound, causing him so much pain that he dropped the glasses he was wearing. Usyk quickly reacted with a horizontal chop, using his entire forearm as a weapon. But Min-soo was quick to retreat backward to dodge the counterattack. He didn't give up, quickly lunging forward, scowling as he thought, "I have to catch him at all costs." Min-soo dodged while sneering. "With that deformed body and only one large arm like that, can you even hope to catch up to me? No matter how much you try to run, it'll be useless." Usyk suddenly stopped, planting both of his deformed hands on the arena floor and yelling. He commanded his body, then used all his might to lift his already sprained arm high. He quickly gained momentum and leaped towards Min-soo, with terrifying speed, using all his remaining strength. For a moment, his giant hand managed to touch Min-soo's face. Although the impact didn't have a major effect on him, it left a light scratch on Min-soo's cheek. He continued to throw a series of punches, but Min-soo dodged them smoothly and easily. He quickly darted out of Usyk's attack range, laughing, "It's useless." Usyk saw that Min-soo had moved to a position parallel to him, and grew anxious as he followed him with his eyes, cursing inwardly. "Damn it." Min-soo immediately seized the opportunity while his arm was still raised from the missed punch, and like a flash, stabbed his fingers several times into Usyk's side. As Min-soo easily dodged his blows, he said in a triumphant tone, "With that slow body, you're still trying to move to avoid getting hit in a vital spot? Let's see how long you can last." Immediately, Min-soo moved as fast as lightning, unleashing countless similar attacks. He seemed to split into multiple figures surrounding Usyk, and continuously stabbing his body from all directions. Usyk's vision blurred. He was completely unable to respond to this incredible speed. "I can't keep up," he said to himself in despair. Then, he delivered a final blow that struck Usyk's bloodied body. Instantly, Another deep wound gushed blood from his side. Everyone watching the match was endlessly astonished by Han Min-soo's lightning-fast skills. Kim Min-ho frowned with worry. So this is what rank 9 is like? Is there really no other way? Usyk was still trying to stand, not collapsing, but his body was covered in wounds, with blood flowing ceaselessly, his whole body trembling from exhaustion and pain. Min-soo looked at his blood-soaked figure and sneered. Still maintaining a fighting stance even now. I admit you're tough. Seeing you clench your fist like that, it seems you've given up on using your dagger technique, haven't you? Usyk had no strength left to do anything but try to spread, his arm a little wider, seemingly for defense. Min-soo showed contempt, speculating loudly. You're trying to widen your defense, planning to grab me if I get close? He sneered and raised his two menacing fingers again. Then he quickly lunged forward to deliver a powerful blow to Usyk, shouting, You! Think you can deal with me like that, die. In that instant, as his sharp fingers slashed past him, Usyk was hit by a paralyzing pain and blood sprayed from his mouth. It was clear he had used his other fist to press hard into the center of his own chest, leaving a deep mark as he coughed violently. Kim Min-ho, watching from above, grew worried for his teammate. Did Uncle Park Usyk just punch himself in the chest? Amanda, standing beside him, observed carefully and quietly explained, He's not harming himself. He was aiming for his opponent's fingers, not his own chest. Right after her explanation, the two fingers Min-soo used for the attack showed clear signs of breaking, causing him to be startled and speechless with pain. Min-soo's face contorted in pain and anger. This crazy old man, Usyk, seized the opportunity, quickly throwing another punch. He gritted his teeth. Damn it! Instantly, he was struck by a devastating blow to the stomach. Blood spewed from his mouth as well. The punch was so strong it sent Min-soo flying backward, crashing hard into the arena wall, causing the wall to crack and crumble into large pieces. Min-soo spat out a mouthful of blood, his face twisted in pain. At the same time, Usyk had also exhausted his strength after that attack, and blood trickled from his mouth. He thought to himself, This brat isn't someone who'll go down easily. I need to land one more blow quickly. However, his giant arm could no longer be lifted. The muscles around my right arm are too badly damaged. Usyk strained, trying to force his muscles to lift his arm by any means necessary. I must land one more blow. I only have one shot left. He immediately gathered all his remaining strength and rushed forward, preparing for the final attack. Usyk shouted, Just this one blow. He prepared to unleash the decisive punch. Just then, a sharp, paralyzing pain shot through Usyk's entire body. He staggered, lost his balance, and fell forward. Kang Seong-woo, standing in the observation area, shouted with worry, A little more, uncle. Usyk could see his target right in front of him, but his body no longer obeyed his commands. He couldn't complete the attack. His vision began to blur. He thought in despair, Damn it, I've lost too much blood. I can't even lift my arm. Finally, his eyelids grew heavy, impossible to lift. Usyk began to fade, a weak voice echoing in his mind. Son, I'm sorry. But in a brief moment, his tenacious will pulled him back to a sliver of consciousness. What am I thinking? The match isn't over. Snap out of it. But as he tried to open his eyes, the thing that appeared right in front of him was Min-soo's face, approaching very closely, aiming his remaining two fingers straight at his eyes. Usyk was terrified, unable to even close his mouth or eyes in time. In that horrific moment, a crazed Min-soo screamed, I'm right-handed, you know. Instantly, he used his two intact fingers to stab forcefully into his chest. Usyk was hit by the shock and agony which left him unable to close his mouth. On the stands, Kang Seong-woo screamed repeatedly, Uncle! Uncle! Usyk's body went rigid for a moment, but luckily, with a final reflex, he managed to raise his palm to block the deadly blow aimed at his heart. Even so, Min-soo's two fingers still dug deep into his palm. Min-soo sneered, saying mockingly, Trying to block, even if your palm gets pierced? Truly admirable. Usyk strained to block, but Min-soo showed no sign of letting up, even laughing. "Since my fingers are a bit long." Instantly, he pushed his fingers even deeper, piercing through the palm, causing him to endure excruciating, mind-numbing pain. Usyk then collapsed onto the arena floor, completely helpless. The sight left Kang Seong-woo frozen, completely stiff. "Uncle!" At that moment, Min-soo looked up towards the glass of the viewing gallery where Usyk's teammates, including Kang Seong-woo, were standing. He smiled cruelly and loudly called out his name, "Kang Seong-woo." Instantly, it was as if Kang Seong-woo had been struck by lightning, freezing in place. He said loudly, his voice filled with glee and cruelty, "Take a good look. This old man is dying because of a useless piece of trash like you." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly pulled his 2 fingers out of Usyk's palm, leaving a deep, bloody hole. This act made Kang Seong-woo even more worried and enraged. Quickly, old memories of his training days with Usyk flooded his mind. He had once put an arm around his neck, panting after a training session. "Hey, aren't you tired? I want to rest a bit." He, however, was still eager to encourage him. "Can we go a little longer, Uncle? I still have a lot to ask." Right after, he let out a long, hearty laugh, which confused him a little at the time. Usyk looked at him with a joyful yet slightly regretful gaze and said, "If only I had spent time with my own son. Like this, maybe things would be different now." That was when Kang Seong-woo seemed to understand a part of his situation and feelings. "That's right. If my father and I were close, would it feel like this? Do I still have a chance?" At that moment, when he was feeling a bit lost and worried, Usyk patted his shoulder encouragingly. "Don't worry. With a son like you, your father definitely won't die. Just like how I can't die because I still have my son." He smiled as he spoke with a voice full of confidence. Returning to the grim reality, the person he felt closest to in this arena was now collapsed on the cold floor. He was so exhausted he had passed out. It all unfolded under Min-soo's smug gaze. A drone quickly flew closer to check on Usyk's condition. Then it announced, officially, "The match concludes with a victory for player Han Min-soo." Instantly, he showed his triumph by planting his foot squarely on the face of the unconscious Usyk. Then he stretched with great satisfaction and laughed wildly, "Ka, this place is really interesting." Instantly, his abrasive attitude and cruel actions were all witnessed by Kang Seong-woo. He gritted his teeth, his face contorting with anger, until the veins on his forehead bulged. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched himself from the stands, jumping straight into the arena so fast that the people around him couldn't stop him. This action from Kang Seong-woo only made Min-soo more excited. "Ha, that's more like it." He landed on the arena floor, standing opposite Min-soo. The drones, following procedure, slowly flew closer to Kang Seong-woo, but they didn't seem to be attacking immediately. Kim Min-ho, watching from above, thought with concern, "What's this, the guide drones aren't firing? Does that mean as long as there's no direct fighting, the guide drones won't shoot?" He wondered about their rules of engagement. At this moment, Kang Seong-woo stood opposite Min-soo, very close. He frowned, his face dark with anger, and threatened in a low voice, "Get that foot off him now, you bastard." Min-soo kept his foot pressed on, Usyk's head smirking defiantly, "Come and move it yourself." That provocative remark completely set Kang Seong-woo off. He quickly tensed his muscles, preparing to charge and attack. At the same time, the nearby drones simultaneously drew their gun barrels, ready to fire. Kang Seong-woo roared in anger as he threw a punch, "Get that foot off him now, you bastard." Min-soo seemed just as agitated, raising his 2 bloody fingers to counter. Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, Kim Min-ho immediately ran out of the observation area, shouting, "We have to stop the fight at all costs." Suddenly he felt shadow flash past him very quickly. What was that? It was Menon. He was a step faster, rushing forward and grabbing Kang Seong-woo from behind in a tight hold, causing Kang Seong-woo to stagger and lose his attacking momentum. Menon tightened his hold around his neck from behind, forcing Kang Seong-woo to stop. He immediately struggled, yelling, "Let go!" He maintained his strange smile and said, "Hey, you should use the headbutt I taught you before you die, right?" Kang Seong-woo strained forward, trying to keep moving. He growled out, each word with seething hatred, "I said let me go, you bastard." Instantly, Kim Min-ho, who had rushed in from behind, quickly slid and tripped him, causing Kang Seong-woo to lose his balance and fall to the floor. Then he clung to Kang Seong-woo's leg like glue. And so, Kang Seong-woo was held down tightly by the two of them, unable to move. Min-soo stood there, amused, watching them struggle to restrain Kang Seong-woo. Menon tightened his arm around Kang Seong-woo's neck even more. He said in a fake tone, "You should take a little nap." In just a moment, Kang Seong-woo's eyelids slowly closed due to lack of air. He cursed one last time in his mind, "Damn it." Before completely losing consciousness, the last image Kang Seong-woo saw was Min-soo's eyes. But his vision slowly blurred, and then, once again, memories of Yoo-sik flooded back. Uncle. He remembered Yoo-sik once asking him seriously, "What I mean is, if something happens to me, can you look after my son?" He had been very surprised. "What?" he said, his voice a bit shy. "I just hope he has a friend who can advise him, help him not to stray too far off the path." He, at that time wiping sweat with a towel, had answered without hesitation, "Of course, sir," which surprised him a little. "What?" he added sincerely. "I still have a lot to learn from you. Becoming friends with your son is fine with me, that way I can learn more from you, right, Yoo-sik?" Was a bit surprised, standing there stunned for a moment. Then he quickly smiled brightly, raising his hand to affectionately rub his head. "You little rascal. You're still trying to pull a fast one on me even out here, huh?" Back to the cruel present. Yoo-sik was still unconscious under the enemy's foot. Kang Seong-woo, too, had passed out and was laid still on the arena floor by his teammates. Min-soo clicked his tongue and sneered, looking at the scene with contempt. What a pathetic sight. Just then Amanda spoke up quickly, her voice cold. "You've gotten all of Kang Seong-woo's attention now, so can you get lost?" Seeing her attitude, Min-soo looked over. "What?" she asked seriously, her eyes sharp. "What, you want more attention and love from Kang Seong-woo?" He frowned, growling, "Humph, you want to die too?" Amanda pointed up at the drone recording from above, saying, "All right then, go ahead and mess with me and die at the hands of the guide drone, or more accurately, die at my hands." She stared straight at him, her voice full of threat. Faced with Amanda's firm stance, Min-soo immediately took a step back, saying with a forced smile, "Oh, I told you to wait." He finally took his foot off the unconscious Yoo-sik's head. Then he turned his back and left, not forgetting to throw back a threatening remark. "Either way, I'm going to kill all of you." With that, he quickly left the arena, heading for the gate. As soon as Min-soo was gone, Amanda immediately knelt down to check on Yoo-sik's condition. She whispered with a sense of relief, "As I thought, he's not dead yet." Amanda raised her hand, signaling to the medical team waiting outside, "Over here, hurry." She looked at his left hand, which had a large hole pierced through it, and noted, it was definitely this left hand that saved him. He used the same hand that had its finger stabbed earlier to cleverly avoid getting hit in a fatal weak spot. The medical staff quickly placed Yoo-sik's body on a stretcher and hastily carried him out of the arena. In the VIP area, Cha Jae-yun was still in awe that Han Min-soo is a real monster. How can he use his fingers like a sharp weapon like that? Kim Min-seok pushed up his glasses, replying, "It's because Han Min-soo's type of doping is very special, sir. Most common types of doping only increase muscle strength, mainly stopping at increasing muscle size. But Han Min-soo is different. He has developed connective tissues surrounding his bones like tendons, ligaments, and muscle sheaths that have developed to an unbelievable degree. You could say that his body's ability to adapt and strengthen is even superior to Kang Seong-woo's, who only has specially enhanced bones." Hearing this, Cha Jae-yun quickly made a decision. "Then we must bring him to our side immediately." However, his secretary replied, "Han Min-soo is a fighter directly managed by the director, so approaching him won't be easy, sir." This information made Cha Jae-un even more regretful and annoyed. "Damn it," Kim Min-seok said reassuringly. "Please don't worry too much, sir. There are still many other strong fighters. I mean, including the fighters who will appear in the next match." He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, "The next match? Ah, isn't it that female fighter who uses capoeira?" A bit of extra information for those who don't know. Capoeira is one of the most famous traditional martial arts of Brazil, but its origins are from Africa. The secretary quickly confirmed, "Yes, it is indeed that female fighter, sir." Upon hearing this, he gritted his teeth. "What? Isn't capoeira just flashy dance? How can it have any practical combat application?" Kim Min-seok began to explain in detail. "The fact that capoeira resembles a dance is not for entertainment or fun, sir. When Portugal occupied Brazil, African slaves brought here for hard labor created a special martial art to defend themselves and find a way to escape the oppression and hardship of heavy labor. They cleverly used movements that looked like a dance to put on, a show to deceive the guards and supervisors. In reality, it's not just a simple martial art. It's a martial art filled with resentment and a spirit of resistance. After Brazil gained its independence, capoeira was even exploited by some for serious criminal activities, to the point that the Brazilian government once had to ban the art completely for a time. Therefore, the combat effectiveness of capoeira is not just good, it's considered extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, in the arena, the next match was about to begin. Amanda Groch slowly walked out onto the floor. Currently ranked 19th, specializing in capoeira, the supervising drone slowly flew to the center position. It announced that all fighters for the next match were ready in the arena. Amanda glanced towards the opposite side. She carefully observed her opponent, a man with bleached blonde hair. That was Go Hyuk-soo, currently ranked 10th, specializing in MMA. Instantly, the drone announced loudly, "The match between Amanda Groch and Go Hyuk-soo begins." She quickly got into capoeira's characteristic stance, ready to fight. However, her opponent made no preparatory moves at all, just standing still. Realizing this, Amanda thought to herself, "He's really underestimating me. He's not even preparing at all. In that case, I'll strike first." With that thought, she immediately planted both hands on the floor and launched a fast, powerful kick towards him. However, instead of dodging or defending, Go Hyuk-soo just stood there, even breaking into a strange, wide smile. In the VIP area, Cha Jae-un was contemplating the match. Amanda Groch. Using capoeira is acceptable. But what about her opponent, Go Hyuk-soo? The screen now displayed Go Hyuk-soo's information, rank 10. He began to speculate. If he's managed to climb to rank 10 in the prize money rankings, he's certainly no ordinary person. Kim Min-seok provided detailed information. He was once an MMA fighter, but had a less than successful career. After succeeding with a special doping that enhances senses, he developed a superior ability to observe his opponent's movements. He's even been given the nickname 10-second KO by the VIPs, and recently, the prize money bet on him has increased significantly. Cha Jae-un was very surprised. 10-second KO? What's that? What a strange nickname. Kim Min-seok explained further. It's because all of his previous matches ended in a KO, knockout victory, and never lasted more than 10 seconds. This information truly piqued the interest of the Hosin Group boss. Is that so? How incredible. Kim Min-seok continued his analysis. Because each match ends so quickly, he has barely suffered any injuries. This has caused a lot of betting money to be poured on him, and his reputation for finishing matches cleanly within 10 seconds has helped him climb to such a high rank. Cha Jae-un said, "If he can maintain that reputation in this round." Kim Min-seok chimed in. Then, if everything goes as predicted, not only will he receive a huge amount of prize money, but he could also jump straight to the 5th rank. Maintaining that unique nickname, 10-second KO, is very important. Back to the action in the arena, the man standing opposite Amanda was Go Hyuk Soo, rank 10, specializing in mixed martial arts. The drone once again announced, Amanda Groch versus Go Hyuk Soo, begin. The timer on the screen officially began to count down, with the numbers ticking away from the first few seconds. However, after a few seconds passed without any movement from her enemy, Amanda thought to herself again, he's still underestimating me? He's not preparing at all. In that case, I'll attack first again. As soon as that thought flashed through her mind, she once again planted her hands on the floor and delivered a powerful kick. As her foot was about to come down on Go Hyuk Soo's head, he remained standing there smirking, thinking to himself, ha, even high-ranked fighters like this are easily lured in by my seemingly loose defensive stance, aren't they? As soon as that thought ended, he instantly leaned to the side with extreme speed and continued to calculate in his head, attacking so freely, are we? My superior motion perception can see through everything, even without a defensive stance. The clock hand pointed exactly at the 8th second, and Go Hyuk Soo quickly grabbed Amanda's attacking leg. He thought confidently, I can react instantly at any time. He laughed maniacally, preparing to deliver his finishing blow. It's over. However, just as the clock hand moved to the 9th second, Go Hyuk Soo suddenly realized his face was plummeting towards the arena floor at lightning speed. This left him completely frozen. For a second, huh? Why am I on the floor? As fast as a flash of lightning, his head was viciously slammed by Amanda's other leg, her previous supporting leg, smashing it straight into the hard floor, sending fresh blood splattering. Go Hyuk Soo didn't even have time to understand what was happening to him. His eyes were wide with terror, only managing to stammer in his head, My 10-second KO. And right at the 10th second, this supposedly formidable opponent finally collapsed, lying sprawled on the ground, completely unconscious. The drone flew closer again to check on Go Hyuk Soo's condition. It quickly announced the final result. The match ends with a victory for Amanda Groch. There are techniques that cannot be predicted by ordinary senses alone. This unexpected result immediately caused Cha Jae-un in the VIP section to exclaim in astonishment. He blurted out, What the hell is happening? Kim Min-seok, standing beside him, calmly explained, It's because he simply thought that dodging one attack was a successful defense, and he was too hasty in launching an immediate counterattack. Cha Jae-un was still puzzled. But dodging an attack and then launching a counterattack, isn't that a natural part of fighting? Kim Min-seok replied. Yes, Go Hyuk Soo also thought that simply. Normally, powerful kicks used to knock out an opponent need to compress energy on the opposite side of the point of impact, and then release all that compressed energy towards the final point of the attack. If the first attack fails or is dodged, the fighter won't have enough time to recompress the necessary energy for the next kick. Therefore, it's very difficult to attack faster than the opponent's counterattack, and also very difficult to focus all of one's strength into that kick. Especially when both fighters are in mid-air, this becomes much more difficult. The reason is that when in the air, they don't have a solid foothold to compress and add force to the kick. Mr. Jae-un asked again, but wasn't Amanda Groch in a similar situation? It was clear that they were both in the air, and her first attack also failed. Kim Min-seok confirmed, Yes, that is correct, sir. That's precisely why Go Hyuk Soo was so confident in his counterattack. However, Go Hyuk Soo overlooked one extremely important thing about Amanda Groch. Cha Jae-un was curious. What was that? He explained, It's because the martial art of capoeira allows the user to use their hands as a pivot point, just like their feet. Furthermore, the type of doping Amanda Groch uses doesn't increase muscle mass in the usual way, but rather increases muscle density exponentially. This makes her extremely strong and fast, but without the limitations caused by excessive muscle mass. In other words, at this moment, Amanda Groch is a nearly unpredictable fighting machine. She has the ability to generate maximum power in any fighting stance or at any given moment. After hearing the explanation, Cha Jae-eun began to laugh heartily with satisfaction. Haha, luckily, it seems we still have some very potential fighters to use, don't we? Kim Min-seok added. But for that person, approaching and recruiting her will no longer be easy, sir. This surprised his boss a little. What? Kim Min-seok replied. She ended her opponent's 10-second KO record in exactly 10 seconds. According to the unwritten rules here, she will inherit that nickname. This means that all the huge betting money that the VIPs previously poured into the 10-second KO will now automatically transfer to Amanda. Amanda is receiving a great deal of attention. Her prize money will skyrocket, and her ranking will continuously climb. Hearing this, Cha Jae-eun clicked his tongue in annoyance. Tsk, you mean we almost can't compete with the other VIPs to get her? Kim Min-seok smiled in response. Ah, you don't need to be in such a hurry, sir. There are still many other strong fighters waiting in the wings. He asked again. So is the fighter in the next match that warrior who was a 10-time champion, underground tournaments? He confirmed. That's right, sir. This match will certainly be very interesting. Kim Min-seok said while looking at the information on his tablet. Because his opponent, this time will force him to use his maximum strength. When Kang Seong-woo slowly opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Kim Min-ho's face looking down at him. He was standing right in front of him and asked, Hey, are you awake? Hearing the voice, Kang Seong-woo immediately sat up in a state of anxiety and confusion. He looked around and realized he was in a recovery room, having just been taken out of a recovery pod. He stammered, his body still stiff from the earlier shock. Why am I here? Kang Seong-woo panted, the shock and fear not yet faded. Then he immediately turned to Kim Min-ho, asking urgently about their teammate. Uncle, how is Uncle Yusik? He started to break out in a cold sweat, a fear of the worst possible outcome rising in his heart. Could it be? Just then, the room door suddenly swung open, and Amanda stood in the doorway, answering Kang Seong-woo's question curtly. Still alive. Seeing her return so quickly, Kim Min-ho was quite surprised. The match is over already, Amanda added with a firm tone. I definitely heard him breathing just now. Those words were like a sedative, finally, helping Kang Seong-woo to breathe a sigh of relief. She then looked at Kim Min-ho and reminded him, Hey, Kim Min-ho, your match is coming up. Aren't you going to go out and warm up, stretch a bit first? He just replied curtly, I know. But in his heart, he had already been thinking about the upcoming match. This opponent could very well be the real reason I had to come to this hellhole. In his mind, the words of the broker who had invited him to this arena flashed back. There, you will definitely meet the man who killed your older brother. Right here in these matches. But Kim Min-ho at the time had been full of doubt and skepticism. Easier said than done. How am I supposed to know who it is among the hundreds of fighters here, when I don't even know his name? The man revealed a fact. That person definitely entered the fight zone and is a former boxing fighter. This news shocked Kim Min-ho. The man then laughed and said he would provide more details later, but that it was certain that in the fight zone, there were only a few former professional fighters. Kim Min-ho's opponent this time was Choi Gun-woo, fighter rank 16, a boxer. Cha Jae-eun spoke up asking, So among all these monsters here, who are the ones in the top 5? The secretary looked at the tablet and replied, First, the fighter at rank 5 is Leb. Leb rank 5 uses Systema. He provided some extra information. Systema is a Russian combat martial art, originating from the country's military forces. It's not just for self-defense, but also a system for physical, mental, and emotional training. He continued, Leb is a bodyguard who came from the Russian Special Forces. It's said that when he was a bodyguard, no one who threatened a client's life survived. In the past, while on a protection detail, he found himself in a dangerous situation and was investigated for excessive use of force, taking down 8 attackers at once. His client, his former employer, immediately cut ties with Leb, who was in a frenzied state at the time. The person who cleared Leb's name and hired him as a bodyguard is also attending this tournament. That person is Michael Lee, the chairman of the military company Pioneer. Cha Jae-un clicked his tongue. "Tusk, of course you need connections of that caliber, right?" he added, now that he has succeeded. With vitality-enhancing doping, Leb couldn't be anywhere but in the top 5. And at rank 4 is someone connected to Han Sang-soo, the chairman of Aran Construction, the largest construction company in the country. That is Go Hyuk-soo, rank 4, Combat Taekwondo. He further explained, Combat Taekwondo focuses on practical fighting and self-defense abilities. Unlike the performance or sport-regulated aspects, it is applied to handle real-life confrontation situations without rules or referees. Kim Min-seok reported, Go Hyuk-soo grew up with respect and admiration for his father, a Taekwondo dojang master, but for some unknown reason he broke away, switched to combat Taekwondo and entered the world of combat sports. He was surprised. Taekwondo? Isn't that a martial art just for tournaments? He replied, There was once a documentary about capoeira. Many masters of famous martial arts participated to test the speed and power of each discipline's kicks. While many martial arts generated kicking power from 400 to a maximum of 700 kilograms, the capoeira kick reached 860 kilo, stunning everyone, and finally the taekwondo kick was tested, and its power reached a terrifying 1043 kilo. Hearing this, Cha Jae-un was frozen. What? Kim Min-seok continued, In particular, Go Hyuk-soo is a combat taekwondo expert, and now having succeeded with elasticity-enhancing doping, no one can match him in the power of a single kick. Next, at rank 3 is Ryan, a doping addict brought in by Go Isu, the chairman of the pharmaceutical company CT Bio. He will stop at nothing, using any means or method, just to enhance his physical abilities. A madman to the point of implanting steel into his body just to get stronger. Currently, due to his drug addiction, his psychological state has become unstable and he is now a crazed warrior. And the person currently ranked second is Mateyan, a wanted fugitive, occupying this position. Profession, assassin. The one who hired him is Park Jong-soo, the chairman of the loan shark company Pi Life. He frowned. An idiot like Park Jong-soo still managed to secure the second rank. Kim Min-seok said, although Matajin is a little-known fighter, one thing is certain. He is a lunatic who came to this place to escape the police and satisfy his brutal passion for killing. His fighting style is too absurd and powerful. Most of his opponents are killed before they even understand what's happening. This made him exclaim, Damn it, they're all just monsters. He then continued observing the screen. But the winner of the previous tournament, and currently ranked first, is the real monster. He spoke up. If it's rank 1, then... Suddenly a massive fighter burst through the door, surprising both Kim Min-seok and Cha Jae-un. He frowned. Who is it? The man gave a terrifying smile, saying only one word. Sorry. I have trouble controlling my strength. Looking at his build, he could be considered a wrestler. At the same time, he was the very person they were discussing, Cam, rank 1, a Gurkha mercenary. Cha Jae-un was so frightened he fell backward, shouting, Guide drone! Instantly, a drone flew over. Surprisingly, another man entered, hands clasped behind his back, standing behind Cam, and called out, Cha Jae-un, you good for nothing. He immediately recognized him. You. He said, You think you can beat me just by following me here? He was Cha Ik-hyun, the first executive director of the Hosin Group. Don't forget our bet and be prepared to face the consequences. He could only grit his teeth in silence. He laughed, Ha, a bet on quitting the company and you brought a high school student so stupid it's beyond cure. Cha Jae-shun endured the insults without being able to retort. He smirked contemptuously. Do you know what happens when you break a bet in the fight zone? You'd better not think about quitting. You should be begging for help. Then he left with his rank 1 fighter, not forgetting to wave goodbye. Well, have fun with your high school student. Then, this made his face darken. That bastard. Then he turned to Kim Min-seok. What are you doing? Hurry up and find someone who can beat that Cam. But then he suddenly clutched his head, trembling as he said, No, isn't it too late? After all, the winner will still come from the top 5, right? Kim Min-seok replied. The probability is high, but it's not certain. He was surprised. What? He explained. Because the effects of doping are unpredictable, there are fighters who suddenly become championship contenders after the second round of doping tests in the round of 16. Although it takes some time, I am looking for such fighters. Cha Jae-eun wondered, so have any contenders emerged? He replied, a total of 5 contenders have been selected. The first one is Ichikrio, who will face Kang Seong-woo. And there's also Amanda Groch, along with judo master Chu Yu-gang. And yes, the 5th contender is the 2 dark horse boxing fighters, who will face each other this time. In this match, it's Kim Min-ho, ranked 28, fighting against Choi Gun-woo, ranked 16. The match began quickly. Kim Min-ho stood opposite Choi Gun-woo. He quickly got into a ready stance and spoke, Do you know someone named Kim Min-sung? Kim Min-ho, ranked 28, is a boxing fighter. The guy on the other side, Choi Gun-woo, ranked 16, also a boxer, had a black mark on his forehead, and retorted, How could I not know him? Kim Min-ho immediately gritted his teeth, looking annoyed. Kim Min-ho's face darkened. You mean you know my brother? He thought to himself, just to meet him, I've given up everything. Instantly, he quickly gathered power within his body, then leaped high into the air, surprising his opponent. While Choi Gun-woo was off guard, Kim Min-ho quickly rushed in to attack. Instantly, with just one hook, the unprepared Choi Gun-woo took the full force of the blow. He shouted loudly while preparing to throw a second punch. Who the hell are you, you damn bastard? Right after that, Kim Min-ho continued to land a blow on Choi Gun-woo's stomach, leaving him unable to retaliate. The man coughed up blood at that moment, his eyes wide with extreme shock. Kim Min-ho pulled his hand back, then again, drew back his arm, shouting in his heart, Why did it happen? Instantly, another punch landed on his opponent, sending Choi Gun-woo completely flying backward. Before he could even make a move, he slid far backward. His body slammed hard into the wall, splattering blood. Kim Min-ho slowly approached, asking seriously, what was the reason? What the hell was the reason? The man spoke up, That's enough for now. Kim Min-ho was surprised. What? Power quickly formed within the man. Choi Gun-woo threw his head back and laughed maniacally. I needed to take a little pressure for the doping to kick in. Instantly, he pushed off the wall with great force, greatly surprising Kim Min-ho. He laughed and said, I really want to know if there are different levels to the same speed-type doping. As soon as he landed, Kim Min-ho had already quickly drawn back for a punch. But when he threw it, Choi Gun-woo was nowhere to be seen. In an instant, he had appeared from the side and hooked Kim Min-ho in the face, sending blood splattering. By reflex, he quickly dodged out of the attack range with extreme speed. Choi Gun-woo also used his agility to chase after Kim Min-ho. Where do you think you're going? Kim Min-ho's eyes widened in surprise. No matter how fast I move, I can't create any distance. The man moved back and forth while laughing and concluding, As expected, there is a difference in level. Instantly, after just a few movements, he closed the distance and landed a straight punch to Kim Min-ho's face. He laughed, quickly retracting his hand and drawing back again. Here's a punch at maximum speed. Immediately after, Kim Min-ho was hit by a continuous barrage of blows to the face. Even he didn't expect to be controlled by his opponent like this, thinking to himself, This can't be. Kim Min-ho's entire body quickly slid down to the floor. Choi Gun-woo looked at his body lying face down on the arena floor, opened his mouth wide and laughed loudly, saying, Even with the risk of taking hits until I awaken, my speed doping is truly top-notch. Suddenly his body, lying on the floor, began to make small, continuous movements. Choi Gun-woo was truly annoyed, saying seriously, Hey, if you keep moving, what am I supposed to do? The guide drone can't declare a winner. In that case, the only option left is to kill you. Right after saying that, he lifted his foot, preparing to stomp down and finish him. In that moment, a memory flashed in Kim Min-ho's mind, his brother's voice echoing, Brother. His brother stood there, looking at his exhausted sibling, saying, When you think that not only your opponent but you yourself are finished, take one last breath. His brother took a deep breath as an example for Kim Min-ho. It will give you one last chance, the final breath. Right after the memory, a surge of power suddenly shot through him, quickly reaching his heart. Kim Min-ho's heart beat faster than ever before. Intending to finish his opponent, Choi Gun-woo was extremely surprised to see Kim Min-ho disappear from right in front of him. In an instant, he moved with the speed of a lightning bolt, zipping from one side to the other. Kim Min-ho lowered his body, planting a hand on the floor. His opponent gritted his teeth and frowned, shouting, "Damn it, did that brat also have to take a beating to awaken?" As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Min-ho launched himself forward at maximum speed, his fist aimed straight at Choi Gun-woo. A warning signal blared in Choi Gun-woo's head. I have to dodge at maximum speed. As soon as he thought it, he immediately turned and ran. But Choi Gun-woo's speed was nothing compared to Kim Min-ho's now. With a single leg sweep, he blocked his retreat, easily tripping Choi Gun-woo before he could react. Seizing the opportunity as he fell, Kim Min-ho immediately launched his attack. Choi Gun-woo could only curse inwardly. Damn it! With his eyes wide with worry, he thought, I can't dodge this. Kim Min-ho shouted as he threw the punch. Why did my brother die, you bastard? The man was quickly shaken by something. What is this? While he was still thinking, Kim Min-ho's fist connected with Choi Gun-woo's stomach. A powerful blow pinned him straight to the arena floor. Ja Jae-yeon, watching from the spectator seats, was also astonished. What was that? The director, watching through a camera, was no less surprised. A second awakening? Back in the arena, Choi Gun-woo was now lying on his back, not moving. Kim Min-ho took this opportunity to draw back his arm again. He gritted his teeth. I'm asking for the last time, why did my brother die? The man, now exhausted, stared wide-eyed and stammered. Kim Min-sung was murdered, is that true? This statement quickly made Kim Min-ho feel strange. What? Kim Min-ho couldn't believe it. What? It wasn't you? Then how do you know my brother? The man panted and replied, how could anyone who's ever boxed not know the record-holding champion? He became even more confused. Then who on earth did it? Choi Gun-woo revealed, there's an addict who specializes in hunting down boxing masters. Hearing this, Kim Min-ho froze. Then his eyes widened in anger. Who the hell is it? Before you pass out, tell me who it is. A drone quickly approached, and after scanning the situation, it announced, this round ends with Choi Gun-woo in an unable-to-fight state. The winner is player Kim Min-ho. This was followed by a series of pings, indicating an increase in game money. In the management room, a male medical staff member looked at Kim Min-ho's information on a tablet, remarking, this Kim Min-ho fellow is amazing. The director said at the same time, he awakened a second time without any additional doping. He replied, it seems the experiment's results are starting to show. Although not on par with the first awakened person who surpassed all limits 20 years ago, someone has now reached 80% of his stats. The director said, even though we've been developing, based on his genes since the first awakened one disappeared, surpassing him is proving very difficult. Then, he spoke in a dangerous tone. If only he hadn't disappeared back then. I wonder where he could have gone. In the team's private room, Kang Seong-woo was diligently practicing his leg techniques. As he trained, he motivated himself. Just a little more. Menon, sitting in a nearby recovery pod, spoke up. Hey, why don't you stop? Ready? This made Kang Seong-woo turn to him with some confusion. He laughed, saying, are you trying to destroy this whole place? Kang Seong-woo then took a moment to observe the room more closely. Indeed, it was already on the verge of crumbling. Menon continued, planning to collapse before your match? Kang Seong-woo's face was covered in sweat, his breathing slightly ragged. He thought to himself, if I want to become as strong as the monsters here. He remembered Usyk's words. If you push your body to its absolute limit, then recover. You'll have much stronger muscles than before. And the best thing for muscle recovery is sleep. If you divide a day in two, use your muscles to their maximum and then sleep deeply. If you can do that twice a day, then you might be able to get stronger twice as fast as others. Of course, that's only possible for someone with an incredible recovery ability like you. He returned to his thoughts. No, twice is not enough. Kang Seong-woo looked at his own palm. He slowly sat down next to the recovery pod. Menon was a bit puzzled. What's this, going to sleep again? Kang Seong-woo took off his heavy leg weight. It immediately fell straight to the ground, the impact so strong it cracked the floor. Menon saw this and said with amusement, "KKK, I told you that you would be determined to the death, but I never told you to actually die." Finally, Kang Seong-woo curled up inside the recovery pod and the pod door slowly closed. Inside, Kang Seong-woo panted, thinking, "This is the third time. Trusting in my recovery ability, as Uncle said. Trusting." Slowly, his train of thought grew weaker, then fell completely silent. Menon looked at Kang Seong-woo's pod and said, "KKK, training to exhaustion 3 times a day, and hoping to recover. With 3 short naps like that, if you succeed, you'll become very delicious." He said this while sticking his tongue out with great relish. A drone flew over, announcing, "Player Menon, please proceed to the main arena." He looked up. "All right. I wonder if a tasty one will appear now." Then he left with the drone. In the arena at this time, a fighter was sitting in serious meditation, his fingers digging deep into the wall to maintain his posture. That was Yu Gang, rank 15, a judo practitioner. Additional information. Judo is a modern Japanese martial art and sport, focusing on grappling, throwing, locking, choking, and ground control techniques. Punches, kicks, and weapons are only studied in kata, not applied in competition. "Is one of the contenders you chose, right?" Kim Min-seok replied. "He has achieved a tremendous grip strength thanks to strength-enhancing doping. Once he gets a hold of you, your muscles and bones will be crushed." At that moment, the will to fight also disappears. But the truly scary thing is the judo technique enhanced by that grip strength. Even a doping user, when thrown to the ground by him, will have all the bones in their body shattered. Cha Jae-un frowned and asked, "So who is this Menon guy facing Yu Gang? Ranked 45th, so we don't need to pay him any mind, right?" The secretary replied, "There is no information on this person." This surprised Cha Jae-un even more. "What?" He continued, "It seems he was scouted through direct combat. Where he comes from or what martial art he uses, there really is no information whatsoever. I've also never seen any of Menon's matches. One strange thing about Menon is that he is still awaiting a ruling on his doping." Back in the arena, Menon had appeared. He was ranked 45th and was still continuing his challenge of trying to lick his own elbow. He landed on the ground with a powerful stomp. As introduced, his opponent was Yu Gang, rank 15, a judo practitioner. A drone flew between the two. It announced, "The match between Yu Gang and Menon begins." Yu Gang extended his hand, getting into a judo stance, and said, "No need to drag this out, let's end it in one move." Before Yu Gang could, attack, Menon took the initiative and lunged forward. "Sounds good to me." In an instant, Menon used his speed to deceive his opponent's eyes, then slipped behind him, raising his hand high, intending to strike. "The back of your neck looks delicious." But Yu Gang's reflexes were extremely fast. He dodged his head to the side, waiting for the exact moment Menon's arm came down. Yu Gang grabbed it tightly, lifted him up and loudly declared, "One move." Instantly, Menon's entire body was lifted into the air by Yu Gang's judo throw. He was completely overwhelmed, cursing, "What the hell?" Menon's entire body was slammed hard onto the arena floor, creating a small earthquake. The force of the throw was so powerful that Menon's eyes widened in surprise. Right after the throw, a plume of smoke rose from where he had been slammed. Cha Jae-un, observing the match, was astonished. What was that? He was slammed into the ground. Even his secretary, Kim Min-seok, didn't expect it. I knew he was strong, but for it to end this quickly. A drone slowly flew to the fighter's position to assess the situation. It then announced, "This round ends due to the player, Yu Gang, being unconscious." Immediately after, Yu Gang's body quickly collapsed to the ground, stiff. The drone updated its announcement. Menon is the winner. Meanwhile, he was still lying motionless in the crater created by the throw, diligently trying to touch his elbow with his tongue. Cha Jae-eun's expression changed quickly. What is happening? Why was it you, Woo-gang? The secretary was speechless. I don't know. This is the first time I've encountered a situation like this. I can't understand it at all. Menon licked his lips with relish. He rested his head on his hand, thinking to himself, it must be about time for Kang Seong-woo to wake up. Let's see, is Kang Seong-woo cooked just right, or is he burnt to a crisp? Inside Kang Seong-woo's recovery pod, the pod's lid slowly opened. Kang Seong-woo gradually felt the normal room temperature again. He let out a sigh of relief. He slowly opened his eyes, looking at his fist, and thinking, it's different, did I finally succeed? Kang Seong-woo sat up, telling himself, whether I succeeded or not, I have to act. He was troubled. Is Mom really safe? Can I trust that woman? He gritted his teeth with determination. I have to meet that bastard Scout. Just then, a drone slowly flew over. It spoke. There is a message from Scout. Kang Seong-woo was extremely surprised. A while later, having arrived at the meeting place, Kim Min-seok spoke up. You can take off the blindfold now. We finally meet. As soon as he saw Kim Min-seok, Kang Seong-woo immediately grabbed his collar, shouting loudly, Who is it, you bastard? Kim Min-seok grabbed Kang Seong-woo's wrist and said, Calm down. If you die here, you won't be able to do anything. Kang Seong-woo gritted his teeth and replied, You'd better answer my questions straight. I've already risked my life. Do you know where my parents are? He replied, Of course. Isn't it obvious? Kang Seong-woo was surprised. What? Kim Min-seok said seriously, I am taking care of them. Kang Seong-woo shouted, Don't lie, I heard everything about disposing of my parents in the recovery room. Kim Min-seok explained, While it's true there was a request from the VIP to dispose of them, after lying that, Your parents had disappeared. I have been secretly taking care of them. Kang Seong-woo was stunned. What are you saying? Kim Min-seok replied, In any case, I've bet everything on you, Kang Seong-woo. Regardless of the doping issue, Director Cha Jae-eun will ultimately follow my choice. He was so shocked he slowly backed away. No way, she definitely... Kim Min-seok cut him off. Mr. Kang Seong-woo, do you really believe the person you heard talking about your parents in the recovery room was my employee? Hearing this, Kang Seong-woo was even more shocked. What? Kim Min-seok continued. Hearing that your parents would be disposed of in the recovery room, and then as soon as you woke up, Miss Chai appeared before you. Do you think that was a coincidence? Did she say she was taking care of your parents? No, not a single word from that woman is true. It's true that the chairman had to personally kick her out, because his two sons could only endure her spinelessness. Kang Seong-woo gritted his teeth and frowned. Do you think I'm an idiot? Do you think I'll be fooled again? That woman definitely knows my parents. Kim Min-seok asked in return. So what proof did Cha Sung-yeon show you that she was with your parents? Kang Seong-woo could only stammer. Because nothing can be brought in here. Kim Min-seok then rolled up his sleeve, saying, Is that so? Then what about this? Then he showed his arm to Kang Seong-woo. On it, his mother's handwriting was clearly etched. Son, I'm fine, so don't worry. Kang Seong-woo was instantly stunned. This is definitely my mother's handwriting. Kim Min-seok said, Since there's a date, you now know who they are with. Kang Seong-woo looked down slightly, still skeptical. Handwriting can always be. Kim Min-seok said seriously, Whether you believe it or not is up to you, Kang Seong-woo. First, let me share my plan with you. Then he pointed at Kang Seong-woo. Our VIP has been greatly anticipating you, Kang Seong-woo, to be able to draw attention back, and they specifically emphasize that you should pay special attention to your opponent in the next match, which is about to happen right now. If you can beat that opponent, then VIP Cha Jae-eun will have no choice but to pick you, Kang Seong-woo. If you continue to race with us to the final victory, then all problems, including your parents, will be resolved smoothly. Kang Seong-woo gritted his teeth. The next opponent. On the arena floor, Kang Seong-woo's opponent, had been revealed. Ichik Ryo was entering the arena. Kim Min-seok had added a reminder. Remember that Cha Sung-yeon, that woman, doesn't care about winning. Her purpose is to ruin her brother's plans. She has no reason to protect your parents, Kang Seong-woo. If you don't choose us in the round of 16, I will no longer be able to protect your parents, Kang Seong-woo. Back to the present, Kang Seong-woo clutched his head. Damn it, you bastards! Who the hell is telling the truth? He pushed aside his confusion. It doesn't matter who it is, I don't have time to think. Anyway, if I can't beat him, it's all over. His opponent was Ichik Ryo, rank 15, who uses Kudo. Cha Jae-eun watched the arena, smirking. If Kang Seong-woo gets eliminated in this match, the look on Cha Sung-yeon's face will surely be something to see. On the other side of the stands, Cha Sung-yeon silently watched the match. Sneered. Let's see who gets the last laugh. On the arena floor, Ryo got into a Kudo stance. Kang Seong-woo also got into a stance, his sharp eyes thinking, is that stance an offensive type? Adding a calf kick might be better. Besides, today, I'm in my best condition. Instantly, he rushed forward to attack. He threw his trademark calf kick, but Ryo managed to lift his leg to block it. Then he used his knee to counterattack. Kang Seong-woo was briefly surprised. A counterattack after a block. But contrary to Kang Seong-woo's prediction, Ryo didn't use a kick, but immediately changed his stance, using his hands to grab his shoulder and leg. Before Kang Seong-woo could react, Ryo directly slammed his head onto the arena floor. He immediately coughed up a spray of blood. Ryo bent down, raising his fist again to follow up. But in that instant, Kang Seong-woo had quickly slid out of the attack range. Cha Jae-eun watched with great interest. What's this? Isn't that guy a specialist in stand-up striking? What are those ground techniques? The secretary explained. Ichik Ryo has trained in Kudo, a Shakia martial art with no attack restrictions. Cha Jae-eun was surprised. What? Kim Min-seok continued. In Kudo, there are not only stand-up striking techniques but also grappling and submission techniques. Not only that, he is also trained in headbutting and striking the opponent's weak points. Cha Jae-eun frowned. Striking weak points, that's insane. Because during training, almost all blows can be delivered with bare hands. So when facing Ichik Ryo bare-handed, it's like facing hell. Below in the arena, Kang Seong-woo was getting back up to face Ryo again. Ryo was a bit surprised when he noticed a detail. That kid. He's not scared at all. Although his face was a bit haggard. From the last attack, Kang Seong-woo didn't seem to flinch at all. While Ryo was still thinking, Kang Seong-woo immediately launched another attack. Ryo couldn't react in time and took a strong punch to the forehead. But in just a moment, he quickly ducked his head to dodge Kang Seong-woo's follow-up hook. Ryo crouched again, using his hand as a pivot. His other shoulder powerfully thrusted forward, driving straight into Kang Seong-woo's stomach, making him gasp in pain. He spat blood in agony, then fell, his hand sliding along the floor. Jo Jae-eun said with satisfaction, as expected, that high school kid has reached his end. Ryo slowly backed away, observing Kang Seong-woo. It was his turn to be surprised. It was Kang Seong-woo. He was smiling as he slowly pushed himself up. Ryo wondered, still smiling. With that thought, Ryo immediately pushed his leg back, preparing to launch a straight kick at his face, thinking, let's see how long that smirk lasts. But not according to plan. Kang Seong-woo suddenly shot up from the floor, lunging straight forward with both hands raised. Ryo shouted, "You think closing the distance like this will work on me?" Ryo then grabbed Kang Seong-woo by the neck, saying, "I don't just have stand-up techniques, you know." But below, Kang Seong-woo's action at this moment was to bite down hard, tearing off a chunk of flesh from Ryo's leg. Ryo was furious and in pain. "You crazy bastard." He then used his other knee to slam it hard into Kang Seong-woo's stomach. Ryo raised his hands to the sky, yelling, "Are you a wild animal or something?" Kang Seong-woo shouted back, "Crazy am I?" Ryo immediately kicked him hard in the face. Kang Seong-woo was sent flying, sliding backward. Ryo panted, looking at Kang Seong-woo with a defensive gaze, thinking to himself, was I caught off guard? A large chunk of his leg is torn, blood is flowing. Ryo thought again. Because my posture was bad, that last kick didn't have much. Powergurk, is this guy really a beast? Kang Seong-woo, on the opposite side, still had a triumphant smile on his face, despite it being bruised and battered. Cha Jae-eun shot up from his seat, becoming anxious and annoyed. What's this? What the hell is happening? Ja Jae-hoon was impatient and annoyed. What is it? What the hell is going on? Kim Min-seok adjusted his glasses and replied, I'd forgotten. That guy, Kang Seong-woo, has never been restricted by anything. In the arena, Kang Seong-woo quickly seized the initiative, charging straight at Ryo. Ryo clenched his fists, preparing to defend, and shouted, You think I'll fall for the same trick? But, instead of a direct attack, Kang Seong-woo suddenly ducked low. This made Ryo anxious. Is he going to bite my leg again? He immediately looked down, preparing to throw a punch. You think that will work again? To his surprise, a foot suddenly appeared from above, right over his head. A single, powerful stomp smashed his face in. It turned out that the low-crouched Kang Seong-woo had planted one hand on the ground, pushing his body up to execute a surprisingly technical kick. In his subconscious, Kang Seong-woo suddenly recalled a conversation with Amanda Groch. He and she stood face to face. He spoke up. Of the strongest capoeira moves. Pointing to himself, he asked her, Could you hit me with one? She stared at him intently and slowly replied, Any move. I can take it, you're deliberately looking down on capoeira. As she was speaking, she suddenly bent down, much to his surprise. At the same time, she placed one hand on the ground, balancing herself, while her other leg shot up and kicked Kang Seong-woo straight in the head. Unable to block in time, he took the full force of her thunderous kick and then fell hard to the ground. She looked down at him and said, You know you have the ability to perfectly copy a move after being hit by it, don't you? Hearing that, Kang Seong-woo said nothing, just smiled with a devilish look on his face. Back in the present, he mimicked Amanda's capoeira move, ducking down before a surprised Ryo. Ichik Ryo looked at him, grinding his teeth in anger, thinking, Is he going to bite my leg again? With that thought, Ryo raised his clenched fist, intending to bring it down on Kang Seong-woo's head, asking, You think that trick will work again? Before Ryo could punch him in the head, he suddenly realized Kang Seong-woo's foot was hurtling toward his head from above. Unable to dodge, he took the full force of his thunderous kick. In the stands, director Cha Jae-eun gritted his teeth, his face a mask of utter surprise. That's capoeira. Down below, Ichik Ryo's eyes were also wide with disbelief. After taking Kang Seong-woo's blazing kick, Ryo immediately regained his composure and quickly used both hands to grab hold of his leg. While holding Kang Seong-woo's leg tightly, Ichik Ryo brought his other leg back to gain momentum, intending to kick him straight in the head. From the stands, Cha Jae-eun excitedly shouted, Kick him in the face! Just as Ichik Ryo's foot flew forward, Kang Seong-woo's head snapped up high to dodge it. Ryo watched completely, astonished, wondering, how can he move like that? Kang Seong-woo used his free leg to kick Ichik Ryo straight in the face. A look of surprise mixed with anger was clear on Ryo's face as he took the unexpected kick from him. After the kick, he was sent flying. To avoid a free fall, Ryo used his hands to brace himself on the ground, absorbing the weight of his body, causing the surrounding tiles to shatter and fly everywhere. Kang Seong-woo also landed on the ground, regaining his balance in a low stance, ready to pounce. He stared at his opponent, exhaled, his mind racing. My body is moving as I wish. Just one high kick could end this right now. Suddenly, he looked bewildered, as if questioning something. Ichik Ryo sprang up, returning to a defensive stance. He looked at Kang Seong-woo with sharp eyes and said, Your inhuman movements are truly beyond my expectations. From now on, I will treat you as a wild beast and hunt you down. As soon as he finished speaking, Ryo threw a punch. His arm grazed past Kang Seong-woo's face by a hair's breadth. He quickly backed away a little, thinking, a punch. With my current abilities, I can definitely dodge and counterattack. Suddenly, Ryo lunged forward, ramming his head at Kang Seong-woo. Kang Seong-woo was instantly shocked, unable to react in time. A headbutt? Immediately after, Ryo punched him straight in the stomach. Kang Seong-woo coughed up blood, telling himself, "Ugh, I need to get a grip." Ryo let out a sharp breath, then pulled his hand back, preparing for the final blow, declaring, "From now on, your internal organs will be shattered." Instantly, Ryo unleashed a combination, striking 4 vital points on Kang Seong-woo's stomach and chest, the force of the punches feeling as if they went through his body. Kang Seong-woo immediately spat out a large amount of blood, red welts clearly visible on his stomach and chest. Ryo muttered, "It's over." Then, he raised his leg and kicked him hard in the stomach. Kang Seong-woo's face was now gaunt and pale. Ryo observed Kang Seong-woo's condition, thinking, "He's unconscious, it's over." Seeing Kang Seong-woo's pathetic state, Cha Jae-yeon laughed with delight. Kang Seong-woo and Cha Sung-yeon have lost. On the other side, Cha Sung-yeon still held on to hope. "It's not over yet, if what I've heard is true." Instantly, Kang Seong-woo grabbed Ryo's ankle, a grotesque smile on his lips. This made Ryo shout in astonishment, "How did you wake up?" So suddenly, not that it changes anything. Suddenly, Kang Seong-woo slammed his head into Ryo's body, using his opponent's own headbutt to counterattack. The headbutt sent a jolt of pain through Ryo, immediately pushing him back. He thought in horror, "This guy, he even practices headbutting." Kang Seong-woo took that opportunity to dart behind Ryo. This movement worried Ryo, who said to himself, "This movement isn't that of a beast, but a monster. This guy's organs must be completely shattered." His eyes continuously follow Kang Seong-woo's movements. This is just a temporary convulsion due to the side effects of the doping. If I can just block one attack, I can finish him with a counter. While he was lost in thought, Kang Seong-woo suddenly stopped and then lunged forward. He was about to launch a kick, but Ryo caught his leg. Ryo shouted, "Got you!" But that wasn't enough to stop Kang Seong-woo. He yanked his leg back violently, tearing a piece of his pants fabric in Ryo's hand. Ryo quickly sensed the danger in front of him. Damn it! In front! Kang Seong-woo's other leg was closing in on Ryo. He panicked. If I can't dodge it, I'll just have to take the hit. As expected, with Kang Seong-woo's speed, Ryo couldn't dodge in time, and his standing leg took an extremely powerful short kick. The bone structure was shattered by Kang Seong-woo's iron-reinforced shin. Ryo's leg bone snapped, bending at a gruesome angle. Cha Jae-yeon watched in fury, tearing at his hair and screaming, "Damn it, his leg is completely broken!" But Ryo didn't fall. Instead, he grabbed Kang Seong-woo's shoulder with his hands, surprising him slightly. "You can still move?" Ryo let out another sharp breath, clenching his hand into a fist, saying, "Too bad, but this is the last blow." Finally, Ryo threw a powerful punch right into the center of Kang Seong-woo's stomach, the area that had already sustained much damage. Kang Seong-woo's smile suddenly widened, a challenging grin. Quick as a flash, he spun to the other side, and Ryo couldn't keep up with his movement. Instantly, he delivered another short kick to Ryo's only remaining good leg. This vicious blow caused him excruciating pain, making him spit up blood. The Kudo fighter quickly collapsed onto the arena floor, but at the same time, Kang Seong-woo was also heavily affected by Ryo's final punch to his stomach. Both fighters were now down on the floor. A drone slowly flew to their position. It announced, "This match ends with Kang Seong-woo as the winner, as Ichik Ryo is unable to continue fighting." Kang Seong-woo panted heavily, looking towards his opponent who lay motionless. Cha Jae-yeon became agitated and shouted in fury, "Damn it!" On the other side, Cha Sung-yeon smiled proudly. "See, I told you I liked him." Right after that, Kang Seong-woo also collapsed from exhaustion. Cha Jae-yeon quickly spoke up. "What, Kang Seong-woo collapsed too? So they're both injured just the same, right?" His secretary, Kim Min-seok, replied, "It seems that's not the case." Cha Jae-yeon was surprised. "What?" Kim Min-seok adjusted his glasses, assessing the situation. Kang Seong-woo is sleeping. He had now closed his eyes, falling into a deep sleep from exhaustion. Sung-yeon's bodyguard stared with wide-eyed astonishment. "This is no time to be sleeping, this is bad." Cha Sung-yeon observed the computer screen. The prize money really isn't increasing. The bodyguard explained. Probably no one wants to bet on a fighter who's so badly injured he collapsed. Now that 31 people have been determined, the round of 16 rankings will be decided soon based on prize money. Since he's at the bottom, and if they announce the round of 16, right here, while Kang Seong-woo is still unconscious, the VIP selection right could also be voided. Should we find another fighter? Sung-yeon looked at him and asked, "How much cash can I withdraw right now?" The question confused him. Don't tell me. She said decisively, "If the problem is the lack of prize money, I'll put my own money in." Sung-yeon said this, but a confident smile remained on her lips. This made the bodyguard even more worried. If we lose such a large sum of money here... She just cut him off. "It looks like it's about to start." A drone quickly spoke up. "There will soon be an announcement about the round of 16. All 31 winners are requested to assemble." All the fighters, who passed the preliminary round, walked out to the main hall area. A swarm of drones followed, observing each person carefully. Among these monsters was Kim Min-ho. As he walked forward, he involuntarily turned his head to look at Kang Seong-woo, who was still unconscious on the arena floor behind him. Kim Min-ho immediately thought to himself, "I need to wake Kang Seong-woo up and fast." A large screen in front of the arena hall lit up, displaying the familiar image of the host. "Welcome 31 winners, and thank you to the 16 VIPs who have participated." Immediately the images of the VIP guests were displayed on small screens. He continued, "As I announced earlier, the round of 16 will be ranked based on prize money. VIPs, please place your bets on the fighters you believe can bring in the most prize money in the round of 16. Now I will give you a final 30 seconds to place your prize money bets." He began to count down. 30. In the VIP area, Sung-yeon asked, "What's the current prize money gap between Kang Seong-woo and 16th place?" The time continued to tick by. 29:28. The bodyguard checked the information and reported, "It's up to 20 billion won. The gap will probably get even bigger in the final 10 seconds. Meanwhile, the countdown continued to drop. 26:25, she ordered. "Bet all the cash we can withdraw. Right now." This astonished him. "What?" He immediately exclaimed, "That's up to 40 billion won." Sung-yeon replied, "The loss will be much greater if we don't make it to the round of 16. At that moment, the numbers on the screen dropped rapidly. 18, 17, 16, 15. The bodyguard loudly advised against it. Right now, it's best to drop Kang Seong-woo and find another fighter. Sung-yeon remained resolute. "It's fine, just place the bet." The final numbers gradually appeared. 9, 8, 7. The bodyguard still tried to argue. "That's not it. Why are you going this far?" Immediately, the decisive moment arrived. 5, 4, 3, 2. Sung-yeon yelled, "Hurry up!" And finally, 1, 0. The entire arena fell silent. The bodyguard could only curse under his breath. Damn it. Billion won has been deposited. He thought to himself, she's probably spent too much money trying to restrain her brothers. Why did it have to come to this? She asked, "So what's the prize money ranking now?" He replied, "The ranking was hidden." When the final 30-second countdown began, Sung-yeon continued to look towards stage. "Then all we can do is wait for the announcement." The host spoke up. "Now, I will announce the official prize money ranking, first from 1st to 5th place." Immediately, the images of the 5 most bet-on fighters appeared on the large screen, along with their prize money amounts: 159 billion, 120 billion, 105 billion, 90 billion, and 80 billion won. Kim Min-ho grimaced as he observed the rankings. He was sweating, thinking to himself, as expected, they're all big shots from the boxing world. The host continued, "Next, I will announce 6th to 10th place. 5 more players were announced with prize money of 76 billion. The person in 7th place was Amanda Groch, with 73 billion, followed by 70 billion, 4 billion, and 62 billion won. Kim Min-ho glanced at Amanda standing behind him, thinking again. Amanda Gruch. Ranked 7th? Don't tell me I've been eliminated? The host continued. And now, I will announce up to 15th place. The rankings and prize money continued to be announced. 60 billion, 59 billion, 53 billion, 51 billion, and 47 billion won. Seung-yeon's bodyguard watched the screen, sweat pouring down his face. Now there's only the final 16th place left. Seung-yeon remained silent, waiting. Kang Seong-woo was still unconscious on the cold arena floor. The host said, "And finally, I will announce 16th place. This fighter has earned 46 billion won in prize money, with a background in street fighting." Immediately, the image of the 16th ranked fighter appeared on the screen with the number 46 billion won, and it was not Kang Seong-woo. The bodyguard clenched his jaw in disappointment. The host announced, "And so, the 16 players in the prize money ranking have been selected." Kang Seong-woo still showed no signs of waking up. This gave the bodyguard an even bigger headache. Damn it, now all that's left is the company building deposits under the company name and stocks. She's spent all her liquid cash. He turned to her reproachfully. "My lady, why did you make such a choice?" In response to his questioning, Seung-yeon said nothing, just maintained her tense expression. In the VIP section on the other side, Cha Jae-yoon burst out laughing. Pfft, ha 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 ha. He looked extremely pleased. The look on Cha Seung-yeon's face right now must be priceless. Wasted 40 billion and still got eliminated, ha ha ha. But Kim Min-seok suddenly cut off his laughter. "It's not over yet." Cha Jae-yoon was surprised. What did you say?" On the other side, Seung-yeon suddenly flashed a mysterious smile. The host spoke up. "All right. We will now begin the additional recruitment event." This announcement made Cha Jae-yoon even more indignant. Additional recruitment? What's that? We've already selected 16 people. The host explained. During the selection event for the 16 VIP's 16 players, to further expand the joy of selection, we will choose 4 more people. Hearing this, the crowd of eliminated players in the hall immediately cheered with excitement. He then displayed the numbers of the players from 17th to 31st place and explained the voting rules. The method for selecting the additional people is that all 15 remaining players will participate in a survival match at the same time, until only the last 4 survivors remain. All the previously unselected fighters started to get bloodthirsty, ready to jump into a new fight. But as for Kang Seong-woo, he was still deep in a heavy sleep, completely unaware. The host quickly opened the gate leading to the stands, announcing, "The 16 players confirmed for the round of 16. Please move to the spectator area." Kim Min-ho followed the group forward, but he hesitated, looking back at Kang Seong-woo sprawled on the floor. Kang Seong-woo, is this guy still unconscious over there? Finally, he decided to turn back, trying to wake Kang Seong-woo up. "Hey, wake up, do you want to die?" A drone suddenly appeared right next to Kim Min-ho. It aimed its gun at him, issuing a warning. "Before the survival match begins, contact with other players is forbidden. Please step away." Kim Min-ho immediately stood up straight, gritting his teeth. Damn it! He clenched his teeth and thought, someone who just collapsed after a fierce fight? There's no way he can wake up right away, is there? I guess I'll have to leave it to his incredible luck. Meanwhile, Kang Seong-woo was even snoring softly in his sleep. Over with the fighters preparing for the survival match, a mist suddenly began to waft through the air. The host said, "This survival match will have a special change to the arena." Immediately, the arena floor began to separate, sections of the platform collapsing, leaving only a circular central area. This sudden change left all the remaining players in a state of utter confusion. Now, the arena was just a circular platform surrounded by a deep, dark abyss. A fighter peered into the abyss, exclaiming in confusion, What is this?" The host explained. The abyss below the arena floor is filled with razor-sharp steel spikes carrying a powerful electric current. Now, not only do you have to fight to survive, but you also have to be careful not to fall down there. And ironically, Kang Seong-woo was currently sleeping right near the edge of this dangerous circular arena, Seung-yeon's bodyguard nervously exclaimed. Damn it, if the match starts right, now Kang Seong-woo will die. As for Cha Jae-eun, he looked extremely excited. Haha, this time. That persistent fly will finally meet his end. The host announced loudly. The survival match of the 15 eliminated players officially begins. Immediately, the remaining fighters lunged at each other like hungry beasts. The arena quickly became chaotic and bloody. Everyone fought frantically to claim one of the last 4 spots. Blood splattered everywhere, even on Kang Seong-woo, though he remained motionless. The bodyguard now felt a bit lucky. Good, everyone isn't attacking Kang Seong-woo. The situation is so intense it seems they haven't noticed the unconscious Kang Seong-woo. Seung-yeon leaned back in her chair, her voice a mix of excitement and worry. But how long will that last? Now. He really has to wake up. In the chaotic arena, a burly man delivered a powerful kick, knocking another opponent out of the circle. The unfortunate soul immediately fell straight into the deep abyss below. He was impaled by the sharp steel spikes and electrocuted by the strong current, convulsing in excruciating pain. At this point, the screen showed 2 fighters, eliminated, numbers 21 and 24. While one man was busy attacking another, he suddenly noticed a young man sleeping peacefully at the very edge of the abyss. The large, fierce-looking fighter immediately approached Kang Seong-woo, a grotesque smile on his face. Hey, there's a guy trying to sleep his way to victory. So let me help lighten the load by getting rid of one. He raised his leg, preparing to kick Kang Seong-woo into the abyss. Seung-yeon's heart leaped into her throat. She silently screamed in worry, no. But at that very moment, Kim Min-ho appeared in time, delivering a thunderous punch to the other fighter's face. He clenched his jaw, standing protectively in front of Kang Seong-woo. This action made Seung-yeon exclaim in surprise. Kim Min-ho! Kim Min-ho yelled at the motionless figure. Kang Seong-woo, if you don't want to die, wake up. But right in front of Kim Min-ho now were 3 other fighters, rushing forward to finish him off immediately. In the moment Kim Min-ho was distracted, another fighter seized the deadly opportunity, lunging at the motionless Kang Seong-woo, roaring like a crazed beast. One more kill without even having to fight. But quick as a flash, Menon appeared, unleashing a vicious double kick with both feet, aiming straight for the attacker's ribs. He even made a sarcastic comment. That Kang Seong-woo guy is as weak as Snow White. Kim Min-ho was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. At Menon's sudden appearance, the one taken down by Menon let out one last desperate scream before his body tumbled into the abyss. At the same time, the remaining man struggled to his feet, gritting his teeth. You bastards! Menon gave them no time to breathe, continuing his arrogant challenge. Try to keep up with my top speed. As if provoked, the other fighter roared and charged forward, at an insane speed, seeking revenge. His speed was extremely fast, like a whirlwind, but Kim Min-ho exploded with a speed that was no less impressive. Quick as a flash, Kim Min-ho took off, blocking his path and throwing a lightning-fast punch without hesitation. His opponent screamed in utter panic. Impossible. What kind of monstrous speed is this? With one thunderous blow, Kim Min-ho's punch smashed the fighter's face, sending fresh blood spraying. But the danger wasn't over. Another fighter in red appeared like a phantom, his steel-like hand clamping around Kim Min-ho's neck. Cutting off his air supply, he growled madly, "Everyone, faster than me must die." The tables turned in an instant. Menon acted ruthlessly, thrusting his fingers straight into his enemy's eardrums, causing the man in red to scream in pain, and hastily released Kim Min-ho. The fatal blow sent him staggering back and eliminated him from the game. Immediately, the electronic board coldly displayed Survivors 8. Having just escaped the scythe of death, Kim Min-ho gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. Menon held out a hand, his voice slightly mocking. Hey, my friend. You're not planning on falling asleep too, are you? Kim Min-ho took his hand, struggled to his feet, and replied just as toughly, Don't worry, I have chronic insomnia, that's not happening. Menon narrowed his eyes, looking around. This is getting tricky. Kim Min-ho frowned. Why tricky? And then they realized it. The eyes of all the remaining fighters were fixed on them like a pack of hungry wolves. They began to whisper among themselves. What's with those guys? Are they teaming up? Another group besides ours. Would be a huge problem. We have to deal with them. The last 4 spots must belong to us. There are 4 of us and only 3 of them. Wrong, minus the kid. Lying down, it's 4 against 2. They looked at each other with sinister smiles, hatching a cruel plan. Heh heh heh. This survival match is surprisingly easy. Priority 1 is to take care of the unconscious one first. A leader roared, "Let's go." And immediately the whole group rushed towards the trio like a ferocious tide. Kim Min-ho reacted instantly, getting into a ready stance. He threw a punch like a thunderbolt, the power from a single blow not only taking down the leader, but also staggering the one behind him. Another one deftly dodged to the side, avoiding the direct attack. He used his forearm like a pincer, locking it around Kim Min-ho's neck and yanking him backward. Attacked unexpectedly, Kim Min-ho couldn't defend and was dragged away in excruciating pain. Ah, my neck. At that critical moment, Menon appeared again like a god of death. His powerful kick shattered the attacker's face, but the danger hadn't passed. Another fighter, as strong as a bear, charged forward, using his full body weight to pin Menon down, completely immobilizing him. He smirked slyly, growling, "You're caught in my chain hold. Don't even think about moving." Without a moment's hesitation, Kim Min-ho spun around, swinging his fist straight at the man holding Menon. But a shadow had been lurking behind him. The masked man delivered a vicious kick to Kim Min-ho's spine. The kick was so powerful that Kim Min-ho coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Seizing the golden opportunity, another fighter shot forward like an arrow, leaping over the 2 engaged in combat, heading straight ahead. His target was none other than Kang Seong-woo. Lying helpless on the floor, "No!" Kim Min-ho screamed in desperation. In a split second, Menon's other hand was still free. Quick as a flash, he reached out, his fingers managing to grab the pants of the descending man. That seemingly small tug was enough to divert his landing trajectory. Thud. The man's foot smashed into the floor right next to Kang Seong-woo's temple. Instead of crushing his skull, Kim Min-ho held his breath watching, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He missed. I need to take him down quickly, though. But suddenly, terrifying cracks began to spread across the floor. They converged, circling an area, precisely where Kang Seong-woo was lying. In a fateful moment, the section of the floor beneath Kang Seong-woo suddenly shattered and collapsed. His body fell straight into the deep abyss. This horrifying development was completely unexpected. Seong-yeon shot to her feet, screaming in fear, "No!" Kim Min-ho also roared in desperation, trying to wake his comrade. "Wake up, Kang Seong-woo! Remember your mother." But the only response was the empty space where the piece of floor had just fallen. Kang Seong-woo was gone, the hope. Seong-yeon's eyes died. Kim Min-ho stood frozen, his eyes wide, staring blankly into the deep abyss. The enemy leader laughed heartily, his voice full of delight. "Excellent, now it's 4 against 2, let's kill them all. And get out of here." But then Menon's calm, chilling voice rang out, "Who told you it was 4 against 2? The other guy froze, turning sharply with a look of utter confusion. What? And there, down in the abyss, Kang Seong-woo had woken up, standing steadily on the very piece of floor that had just saved him from the sea of electrified spikes below. Seong-yeon's bodyguard witnessed the unbelievable scene, cheering with joy. A miracle. The broken piece of floor saved Kang Seong-woo's life. However, on the arena floor, Kim Min-ho was still being held tightly by an enemy unable to break free. The fighter ordered his comrades, "I'll hold them down one by one. You guys, take care of the one who just climbed up." Unable to resist, both Menon and Kim Min-ho were thrown down onto the cold arena floor. In the abyss, Kang Seong-woo slowly lowered his center of gravity on the precarious piece of floor. Then, with an incredible burst of strength, he launched himself upwards. The piece of floor beneath, his feet shattered into 100 pieces. Kang Seong-woo landed gently back on the main arena floor before the horrified eyes of two enemy fighters. The one holding Kim Min-ho roared, "Get him!" He landed firmly, his presence overwhelming. The fighter in the black mask immediately rushed forward like a moth to a flame, wrapping his arms tightly around Kang Seong-woo. "Got him!" He cackled, his voice full of smugness. Hey, what do you think? My family's traditional chokehold is top-notch, isn't it?" Kang Seong-woo remained silent, showing no reaction. The blonde-haired man sauntered closer, a disdainful smile on his face. Hey, don't worry, we'll take care of you guys one by one." But then his smile froze when he heard a groan of pain coming from the man in the black mask. When he turned to look, the scene before him was unbelievable. Kang Seong-woo had easily pried the masked man's hands off him. What is this? That bastard!" The blonde-haired man lost his composure, roaring as he charged, delivering a fatal blow to Kang Seong-woo. "Die!" But the outcome was the complete opposite. Kang Seong-woo not only easily escaped the chokehold, but also delivered a devastating counterattack. He grabbed the masked man and used him as a weapon, throwing him straight at his blonde-haired accomplice. Their faces collided with a horrific crash. Both unfortunate souls fell backward, sprawling on the ground, their game ending in agonizing pain. The scoreboard, coldly updated, Survivors 6. Menon glanced at the man still trying to hold him down. He smirked. "I'm getting bored of this. How about we end this little act?" The other man's eyes widened, not understanding what are you talking about? Without warning, Menon launched himself off the floor, pulling the man holding him up into the air with him. In mid-air, while Menon looked thrilled, the other man fell into extreme panic, screaming hopelessly, Save me, please save me." His pleas were desperate, but his hand was still locked in Menon's unyielding grip. Crash! The poor fighter's body slammed hard onto the shattered arena floor, while Menon landed lightly on top of him, completely unharmed. After that fateful fall, the fighter died instantly. The scoreboard changed again, Survivors 5. Kang Seong-woo slowly advanced towards the last man holding down Kim Min-ho. The man trembled, stammering, and begging, Wait a minute, please spare me." Utter fear was written all over his face, terrified. He quickly released his hold, freeing Kim Min-ho. But as he backed away, his back hit a hard obstacle, someone's shin. He trembled, slowly turning his head, his voice cracking. "What is this?" Standing tall behind him was none other than the legend. This arena, Han Min-soo. Min-soo gave him an ice-cold glare, his voice devoid of emotion. "Get lost if you don't want to be the last one eliminated." The words were like a death sentence. The man's face drained of all color, and he scrambled, away, running for his life out of Min-soo's sight. Kim Min-ho gritted his teeth, muttering in a mix of shock and rage. What? Han Min-soo, he's in this survival match too." Min-soo smirked, raising his still bandaged arm. My reputation took a serious hit because of that crazy old man." Seeing his sworn enemy, the one who had harmed his teammate, fury erupted within Kang Seong-woo. He lost all reason, roaring as he charged like a wild animal. "Shut your mouth, you son of a bitch." However, in an instant, Min-soo used that seemingly useless arm to block the blow and counterattack. The protective bandages came undone, revealing a still uninjured arm. He sneered, his voice challenging. "Oh, you think you have a chance to win if I'm really injured? Kiddo, shut your damn mouth, you bastard." Kang Seong-woo roared furiously, continuing his charge. But at that moment, a swarm of drones suddenly appeared, filling the sky above the arena. An electronic voice boomed. "Game over. All fighters cease." Both Kang Seong-woo and Min-soo were stunned, forced to stop. "What?" Min-soo showed clear surprise and frustration. "Damn it, why now?" Hawaii glanced around, assessing the situation. It was Kim Min-ho. He had just taken down the fifth man. The scoreboard coldly updated. Only 4 survivors remain. The arena host's voice echoed everywhere. With this result, the final 4 winners of the bloody survival match have been officially determined. The portraits of the four brave warriors appeared on the large screen. Han Min-soo, Kim Min-ho, Menon, and Kang Seong-woo. In the VIP area, Seung-yeon's bodyguard couldn't contain his joy, cheering, yes. The young lady herself let out a long sigh of relief. A weight lifted from her shoulders. The host continued his announcement. And so, the list of the 20 best fighters participating in the selection event is complete. And now, before the main event officially begins, we will set aside some precious time for the 16 VIPs to have a private meeting with the players they are particularly interested in. Meeting in Room 3. Meeting in Room 5. Small drones flew to the chosen fighters, delivering the important message. Kang Seong-woo also noticed a drone, slowly approaching his position. The drone emitted a clear electronic voice. You have received 2 meeting invitations, one in Room 16 and one in the recovery room. He frowned slightly. 2 places. It asked again mechanically. Which room do you choose? Kang Seong-woo just lowered his head, clicked his tongue, his voice a bit weary. Tsk, do I have any other choice? A short while later, he entered the recovery room as instructed. Kang Seong-woo lay quietly inside an advanced therapy pod, surrounded by medical staff who were carefully monitoring his vitals. Kim Min-seok was already waiting there, and he asked probingly, "Did you come here thinking I was the one who invited you?" Kang Seong-woo replied coldly, "No." He said bluntly, "As long as it can help me recover quickly, I'm willing to go with anyone." Kim Min-seok nodded, announcing, "The maximum time I can assist you is 3 hours. After exactly 3 hours, the VIP selection event will begin immediately. Therefore, in this short period, I will provide full support for your treatment and recovery." A medical staff member gently placed an anesthesia mask over Kang Seong-woo's face. Kim Min-seok continued to speak, his voice full of deep meaning. "Both Cha Seung-yeon and I need you very much, Kang Seong-woo. But the most important key is who in the end was the one who brought your parents here, right?" Kang Seong-woo's consciousness slowly faded into darkness, but deep in his mind he kept telling himself, "Dad, just a little longer. Please hang in there." Meanwhile, in the VIP waiting room, Seung-yeon's bodyguard was fuming, arguing heatedly with the messenger drone. "There are only a few minutes left. Why can't you let us meet Kang Seong-woo?" The drone simply repeated its answer. Player Kang Seong-woo has decided to dedicate his full 3 precious meeting hours to someone else. The answer was like a bolt of lightning, making the bodyguard grit his teeth in anger. What? Just a few short seconds later, the host's image appeared again on the large screens. And now, without further ado, we would like to officially begin the round of 16 selection event. The bodyguard was on edge. Can't we even say a word to Kang Seong-woo when he's walking to the arena? The drone refused firmly. Consultation outside the allotted time is a strict violation of the rules. He ground his teeth, muttering in frustration. Damn it. What the hell did that damn scout say? Kang Seong-woo didn't even bother to meet us once. Suddenly, a strange image caught his attention. Seung-yeon had, at some point, taken out a star-shaped hair clip and put it on, looking quite innocent. The bodyguard stammered, completely confused. My lady! Why did you suddenly do that?" She looked up, flashing a mysterious and confident smile. You could call this my own personal lucky charm, perhaps." He became even more confused, only able to let out a sound. Finally, the most important moment had arrived. The life-or-death selection officially began. The fighters, in various states of mind, had all gathered below the main stage. The host's voice boomed, echoing throughout the arena. A warm congratulations to the 20 most outstanding fighters who have officially made it to the prestigious Round of 16 selection event. The elite faces competing included Han Min-soo, rank 17, Kali Arnis, Cam, rank 1, elite Gurkha mercenary, Ryan, rank 2, boxing, Go Kyung-ho, rank 3, combat taekwondo, Leb, rank 4, the mysterious Sistema, Matijin, rank 5, Luhan, rank 6, kung fu, Kojun rank 7, traditional Taekyon. Kento rank 9, Kyokushin Karate. Phaitun rank 10, Muay Thai. Misen rank 11, Savate. Yu Sungbum rank 13, Judo. Bishop rank 12, Wrestling. Kal rank 14, Lethwei. Ricardo rank 15, Jiu-Jitsu. Ku Bon Chun rank 16, Street Fighting. Amanda Groke rank 8, Capoeira. Kim Minho rank 18, Boxing. Menon rank 19, and Kang Seong-gu rank 20, Street Fighting. The host began to explain the core rules. Players with higher rankings will hold the crucial priority of choosing the VIP they want to partner with on their path to championship glory first. However, it should be noted that if the VIP chosen by a player decides to refuse, that player must immediately return to their original position and anxiously await a second chance-based round of selection. After the 16 lucky teams have determined their partners, the fate of the 4 remaining players will be immediate elimination from the game. His voice was cold and emphatic. Menon turned and whispered to Kim Minho, a calculating smile on his lips. "Hey, buddy, low-rankers like us should be smart and aim for the weakest-looking VIPs." Kim Minho looked extremely surprised. "What?" He explained his strategy. "The more powerful the VIPs, the more strong moths they attract. If we try to squeeze in there and don't get picked by the second round, there will be almost no chance left." Kim Minho still didn't understand. No chance. In the second round? Why so pessimistic? Menon gave a faint, mocking smile. "Because those VIPs have massive egos, my friend. They'd rather not pick anyone than have to pick up someone who's been bluntly rejected by others." Kim Minho continued to ask, still unable to understand the crowd's motives. "So why does everyone flock to the powerful VIPs anyway? Isn't getting huge prize money payout satisfying enough?" Menon chuckled as if seeing into their souls. "Ha ha, you're still so naive. They're thinking about the distant, glorious future after this tournament ends. It's not just about breaking into the highest echelons of society, but about turning a power that can manipulate everything, far beyond money, into a steadfast ally to back them up. And most importantly," he lowered his voice, his eyes glinting with cunning, "they're also quietly considering to what extent that power can cover up and erase the crimes they've committed, and may continue to commit in the future." Hearing those blunt words, Kim Minho couldn't help but shudder with disgust. He gritted his teeth and frowned. What a bunch of lunatics. He cracked his knuckles, saying with determination, "Whatever the case, at least the 4 of us, meaning the group that survived the survival match, should choose different VIPs to increase our chances. As for me, I think I'll go to GDF Investment, since I already have a prior arrangement with them." The female fighter, Amanda Groch, also spoke up. "I'm aiming for the Jihan Group." Menon whistled in admiration. "Whoa, the Jihan Group, the second largest conglomerate after the mighty Hosen Group. As expected of the 8th-ranked fighter, you can get picked wherever you go." He smiled slyly, starting to plan his own move. "In that case, the VIP I'll choose has to be the least prominent, the least competed for. How about Cha Seung-yeon of DCOM Entertainment?" Hearing Menon mention that name, Kang Seong-u's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. Menon turned to look at him directly and asked, "Hey, Kang Seong-u, what about you? Have you decided who you're going to join?" Kang Seong-u maintained his cold, stern expression, not revealing any emotion. Meanwhile, in the Hosen Group's VIP area, Cha Jae-un looked down at the arena, his face a mask of disappointment and rage. "Damn it. I can't believe that brat Kang Seong-u is still stubbornly alive." Kim Min-seok stood beside him, reporting in a monotone voice that nonetheless held a hint of surprise. "During the body scan of Kang Seong-u in the recovery room, I discovered something astonishing. In just a short span of 2 hours, he has shown an ability to recover and increase muscle density that far exceeds all predictions. Although he can't use doping, and his current abilities probably can't compare to the top fighters on the list. However, throughout his participation in the matches, his body has developed at a rate no less than those who were successful with the first dose of doping." He couldn't hide an excited smile. "This is truly a rare case, outside of all the data I've ever analyzed." So, to be honest, I absolutely cannot predict how his future will unfold. The harsh reality is that Kang Seong-woo is currently the most unpredictable and mysterious fighter in this entire tournament. In contrast to Kim Min-seok's enthusiasm, Cha Jae-un grew even more furious. Damn it! No matter what, I absolutely cannot let that Kang Seong-woo fall into that girl Cha Sung-yeon's hands. Don't worry, Kang Seong-woo would never go to Cha Sung-yeon, Kim Min-seok said with certainty. He glanced quickly at his own forearm, where the scrawled message, supposedly from Kang Seong-woo's mother, had somehow appeared. Kim Min-seok explained confidently, because he has received a message from his mother, a message with a touching content. Kang Seong-woo, when you come home, Mom will make you a delicious soybean paste stew. You must come back healthy, son. The implication was that Kim Min-seok had fabricated this message. The host's voice rang out again, urging, "Now time is running out, fighters. Please quickly step forward and stand before the VIP. You have chosen to be your partner." The iron-heeled boot of a heavyweight fighter stepped forward, causing a section of the hard stone floor to crack and split. The first VIP to make a choice, Vice Chairman Cha Ik-hyun, the powerful eldest son of the Hosin Group, decided to side with fighter Cam, ranked first, a notorious Gurkha mercenary. Shortly after, VIP Park Jong-soo, chairman of F-Life, also made his decision. He chose Rian, the second-ranked fighter, a promising boxer. Witnessing this, Kim Min-ho clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with hatred as he looked at Ryan. "That's right. You're the only boxer here. Just, you wait. I'll definitely wipe that damn smile off your face in our upcoming match." Menon glanced at Kang Seong-woo and shrugged. "Well, rank 1 and rank 2 have found their places. Shall we start moving too? Kang Seong-woo, it's time for you to make your final choice." But as Kang Seong-woo began to walk, the direction he took left Menon stunned and confused. He stopped, hovering right between the positions of the two fiercely competing VIPs. Cha Jae-un, the ambitious department director of the Hosin Group, and Cha Sung-yeon, the young chairwoman of DCOM Entertainment. And then, to everyone's astonishment, Kang Seong-woo suddenly walked towards Cha Jae-un. This unexpected move made Seung-yeon's loyal bodyguard's heart stop, muttering in panic, "Ugh! What? What the hell is happening? Isn't it supposed to be us?" In contrast, Cha Jae-un looked extremely pleased, a sinister and gloating smile clearly visible on his face. "Yes, come here quickly, boy. I'm finally about to witness the rotten face of disappointment and humiliation on that girl, Cha Sung-yeon." Kang Seong-woo stepped right into the selection box designated for Cha Jae-un. He burst out laughing with delight, unable to hide his extreme glee. Sung-yeon was frozen in place, her eyes wide as she looked at him, shock and hurt clearly visible. But suddenly, amidst the tense atmosphere, Kang Seong-woo let out a heavy, weary sigh. Then he slowly raised a hand, his voice slow and clear, enunciating every word. "My mother, you see, is someone who has absolutely no idea how to cook soybean paste stew." After finishing his cold statement, he raised his middle finger straight up, a gesture of defiance and insult towards Cha Jae-un's face. This bold and unexpected action left both Cha Jae-un and the nearby Kim Min-seok stunned, then gritting their teeth in rage and utter humiliation. Conversely, Sung-yeon's disappointed face suddenly lit up, as if a great weight had been lifted from her heart, and she broke into a bright, radiant smile. Ha! He really knows how to judge people. He turned his back decisively on Cha Jae-un and walked straight to the left where Seung-yeon was standing. The host's voice rang out, officially confirming the final choice. Cha Sung-yeon, chairwoman of DCOM Entertainment, has chosen to partner with Kang Seong-woo, rank 20, Street Fighter. At that moment, Seung-yeon looked curiously at the strange hair clip on Kang Seong-woo's mother's head and asked politely, "Ma'am, may I ask, what is this?" Kang Seong-woo's mother smiled gently, her eyes shining with a secret pride. "Oh, this? You could call it Seong-woo's favorite headband, perhaps?" Hearing that answer, Seung-yeon couldn't help but giggle. "Pfft, ha-ha. That guy with the face like a funeral procession and a temper as rough as a rock has a favorite headband? That's unbelievably cute. Kang Seong-woo's mother added, her voice tinged with nostalgia and sadness. On Seong-woo's 6th birthday, it was the first time the boy had ever set foot in an amusement park, and cruelly, it was also his last. The statement stunned Seong-yeon. She immediately asked again, his last time, why was that? The woman nodded gently and explained, yes, dear, because my family was living in hiding back then. Going outside was a huge risk and a source of fear for us. Having to live in a state of constant fear and caution, being careful with every little thing, made anxiety seep into our very bones, to the point that my boy Seong-woo became extremely sensitive to even the most trivial things that others would never notice. And yet that sensitive boy, on the one day he was allowed to have fun, threw a tantrum, crying and begging his mother to wear what was supposedly the biggest, shiniest, and most conspicuous headband in the amusement park that day. To be honest, I couldn't refuse him at that time, because I didn't know when he would ever have the chance to return to that place, not just because my family had to live in hiding, but also because my own health back then was much worse than it is now. So, no matter how tense and scared I was to wear that conspicuous headband in a crowded place, I tried to do it. In the chaotic crowd that day, I carelessly let go of Seong-woo's hand. While I was in a state of utter panic, not knowing what to do, it was Seong-woo who found me. It was all thanks to that conspicuous headband. Perhaps for that very reason, from that moment on, he always carried it with him, wherever he went. Who knows, maybe now, seeing this headband, he feels a little lighter and can breathe a little easier. Her voice choked with emotion. Kang Seong-woo's eyes were now glued to Seong-yeon's profile picture on the large screen. The thing his mother was wearing on her head was truly a sacred memento from his childhood. In that moment, Kang Seong-woo knew for certain that his choice was absolutely right. The official announcement rang out, DCOM Entertainment, represented by Chairwoman Cha Sung-yeon and Kang Seong-woo, Street Fighter Connection Complete. Minan watched the scene, scratching his head in a mix of confusion and magnanimity. Tisk. Cha Sung-yeon was clearly the one I was aiming for first. All right, fine. As your senior, I'll yield her to you. Then he turned to Kim Min-ho and winked. Looks like you found your port too, right? Kim Min-ho clenched his fists, his determined eyes thinking, that's right, it's almost time. He recalled the tense exchange before the tournament began. The mysterious man had instructed Kim Min-ho carefully. The VIP we are about to meet is someone who harbors a deep-seated grudge against Chairman Go Lee-soo of CT Bio Pharmaceuticals, a giant pharmaceutical empire, and also the one who hired that bastard Ryan, the target of revenge that you, Kim Min-ho, must hunt down at all costs. As long as you defeat Ryan, even if you don't win the overall championship, he has promised to fulfill any of your requests, no matter what they are. Kim Min-ho couldn't help but be amazed at the time. Why? Why would he go to such lengths? The man explained, his voice low. Because his beloved daughter still cannot escape the suffering of addiction, the main cause of which is a deadly painkiller produced by CT Bio. With that, the man pulled open the door to the VIP room. Kim Min-ho swallowed nervously, looking inside. The powerful man was waiting, a friendly but calculated smile on his face. A pleasure to meet you, young man. Have a feeling I've just found a reliable teammate. The announcement rang out again. Korea's leading investment firm, GDF, represented by Chairman Jae-seon Sarang and Kim Min-ho, boxing, connection complete. In another VIP area, another powerful chairman was frowning as he listened to his secretary's report. Mr. Chairman, the #1 fighter Cam has decided to side with Vice Chairman Cha Ik-yoon of the Hosen Group. At the mention of Cha Ik-yoon's name, this chairman gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Cha Ik-yoon, that damn bastard, still has that same arrogant, condescending face. He was Hyun Ji-an, chairman, the Jihan Group, South Korea's second most powerful empire. The secretary beside him scratched his head tentatively, looking worried. But will the fighter we're targeting agree to come to us? I feel like the chairman's approach just now was a bit too much. Hyun Jian burst out laughing strangely, almost manically. What are you talking about? I was just showing my most sincere and passionate affection. That crazed attitude made the secretary grimace in discomfort. Just then, Amanda Groch, the capoeira fighter, ranked 8th, stepped straight into Hyun Jian's selection box. Hyun Jian laughed loudly, his voice full of satisfaction. Ha ha! My love is for this exquisite capoeira. The connection announcement rang out. Jihan Group, South Korea's second-largest conglomerate, represented by Chairman Hyun Jian and Amanda Groch, capoeira, connection complete. Seeing the fighters pairing up one by one, Menon started to feel anxious. Sigh, am I the only one left all alone now? To increase the survival chances for a disliked bottom ranker like me. He scanned the VIP screens, thinking to himself, survival strategy. I have to pick a VIP that absolutely no one else will look at. If I happen to pick the same as another fighter, my chances of survival will drop significantly. Menon continued to scout, then his eyes lit up. Oh, this place looks promising. His gaze fell. Chairman Hwang Moo-hyuk of the TV Skyon broadcasting station. Menon jogged happily towards it, muttering to himself, in a forest of giant conglomerates like this, who would care about some small-time TV channel owner? He cackled, pleased with his plan. Truly, no one can stop the survival strategy of the genius Menon. But life isn't always a dream. Suddenly he felt 2 other figures standing right behind him. Menon froze, feeling that something was wrong. He was utterly confused, thinking, What the hell is happening? Has my perfect strategy been exposed? All right then. In that case, I have to do something impressive to score points. With that thought, Menon suddenly leaped high into the air, to the utter astonishment of the 2 who were about to compete with him. He kicked off a nearby support pillar for leverage, launching himself even higher. In a flash, with incredible skill, Menon managed to climb onto the large screen displaying the VIP information, just by hooking the top of his foot onto the screen's edge. His legs trembled slightly from the effort, but Menon still managed to keep his balance, even raising his hands to form a large heart shape, sending it straight to VIP Hwang Moo-hyuk, who was watching from inside. Witnessing Menon's bizarre antics, Kim Min-ho could only grimace in exasperation. He thought seriously, is that stunt really going to work? However, it seemed that Hwang Moo-hyuk had found a kindred spirit. He looked extremely excited, even climbing onto his desk, yelling, Excellent! None, this kid is too much fun. His secretary could only try to intervene helplessly. Sir, Mr. Chairman, this is for selecting a fighter, not a talent show. But Hwang Moo-hyuk kept his bright smile, resolutely declaring, Indeed, my final decision is... Immediately the announcement rang out. The King of Media TV Skyon represented. By Chairman Hwang Moo-hyuk and Menon, connection complete. Menon, still hanging from the screen, turned his head and shouted towards Kang Seong-woo. Hey Kang Seong-woo, don't forget that I generously yielded Cha Sung-yeon to you. Kang Seong-woo could only laugh upon hearing that, finding the guy amusing. Huh? Witnessing everything not going his way, especially Kang Seong-woo siding with Sung-yeon, Cha Jae-un was furious. Damn it, they're coordinating and playing nice with each other. In the end, everything went exactly as that damn girl Cha Sung-yeon wanted. Kim Min-seok stood beside him, trying to reassure him in a confident, even tone. Calm down, Mr. Chairman, it's all right. Once Cha Sung-yeon was forced to choose a low-ranked fighter that no one else wanted, Kang Seong-woo will naturally become a completely useless card, not worth worrying about. Cha Jae-un was still skeptical. Is the fighter that girl secretly contracted to replace Kang Seong-woo that strong? Kim Min-seok gave a faint smile. Not just strong, but much more than that. How the hell did you manage to lure someone like that to our side? Kim Min-seok replied curtly, his voice cold. I only needed to say one thing, that I would discard Kang Seong-woo without a second thought. And then, an unexpected development occurred. The person who stepped into Cha Jae-un's selection box was none other than Han Min-soo. Witnessing this, it was Kang Seong-woo's turn to grit his teeth, his eyes blazing with hatred, as he looked at the traitor. Kim Min-seok smiled with satisfaction, full of triumph. Finally, we have Han Min-soo in our hands. It was all just an elaborate chess game using Kang Seong-woo as bait. Cha Jae-un was still a bit suspicious. Could it be that from the very beginning you were targeting Han Min-soo, which is why you deliberately approached that brat Kang Seong-woo? Kim Min-seok shook his head. Not exactly from the beginning, but in the process of investigating Han Min-soo deeply, someone I could only admire from afar before. The name Kang Seong-woo, whom fate coincidentally led me to, kept appearing in the connections. Surprising, isn't it? He looked at Cha Jae-un with a questioning gaze. Kim Min-seok continued to recount his elaborate plan. I was the first to recognize Han Min-soo's incredible potential, but because the director personally sponsored him, if Han Min-soo didn't want to, no, one could approach him. He was a carefully guarded treasure. However, unexpectedly, the golden key to obtaining Han Min-soo ended up in my hands. It's quite astonishing, isn't it? Even Cha Jae-un, who was always arrogant, could only utter 2 words after hearing the whole plan. You're insane. Kim Min-seok laughed loudly, full of confidence and excitement. Just you wait, Mr. Chairman. Han Min-soo, under my guidance, will surely become a fighter on par with those top 5 legends. After the dramatic and surprising selection was complete, only 4 lonely figures were left in the middle of the vast arena. The host's voice rang out again, carrying a cold, final judgment. All selection rounds are complete. The 4 players who did not receive a selection from any VIP will be immediately eliminated from the game. And now, I would like to solemnly announce the final 16 teams that will officially compete in the round of 16. The teams included 1. Cha Ik-hyun, Vice Chairman of Hosin Group and CAM, rank 1. 2. Go Isu, Chairman of CT Biopharmaceuticals and Rian, rank 2. 3. Han Sang-soo, Chairman of Iran Construction and Go Kyung-ho, rank 3. 4. Michael Lee, Chairman of Pioneer Company and Leb, rank 4. 5. Park Jong-soo, Chairman of BioLife and Metagen, rank 5. 6. Kim Sa-hun. After announcing the list, the host continued. Right now, the selected players will move with their VIPs to separate waiting areas, and together, they will watch the detailed match schedule for the round of 16, which is about to be announced. Jung-yeon's bodyguard was extremely excited. Finally, I get to meet Kang Seong-woo in person. I've been looking forward to this moment for so long. But still, the thought of having to be with that guy with a face as cold as stone and a prickly personality, I'm already feeling a bit awkward, he muttered. The 2 of them stood formally, waiting in front of the large door leading to their team's waiting area. The door slowly opened. Kang Seong-woo was already waiting there. He slowly walked towards Seung-yeon. The young lady smiled gently. It seems you've recovered very well. Suddenly, without any warning, Kang Seong-woo placed his hands on her shoulders. This abrupt action startled the bodyguard behind her, who almost rushed forward to intervene. Kang Seong-woo hesitated and began to speak. So then... Seung-yeon laughed mischievously, guessing his intent. You want to say thank you, don't you? Kang Seong-woo's face flushed slightly and he stammered. Sorry. But from now on... She cut him off, her voice confident and reassuring. Don't worry about that anymore. I've arranged for your mother to stay in a private, completely safe villa. So there's no need to thank me. I simply invest in people who have the potential to help me win in the end, she said, looking straight at him. Kang Seong-woo hesitated for a moment at her directness. The bodyguard then cleared his throat, reminding him, Hey you can take your hands off the young lady's shoulders now. Kang Seong-woo was startled and quickly pulled his hands back, fumbling for an explanation. No, that's not what I meant. It's just, seeing my mother's headband, I was just so happy that I... Just then, the host's voice boomed from the external speaker system, grabbing everyone's attention. And now, for the most anticipated moment, I would like to officially announce the detailed and dramatic match schedule for the round of 16. The matchups appeared on the large screen one by one. Leb, rank 4, versus Kim Min-ho, rank 18. Rian, rank 2, versus Misin, rank 11. Metagen, rank 5, versus Amanda Groke, rank 8. Menon, rank 15, vs. Ko-jun, rank 7. Cam, rank 1, vs. Ricardo, rank 15. Han Min-soo, rank 17, vs. Phaitun, rank 10. Kal, rank 14, vs. Lu Han, rank 6. And finally, Go Kyung-ho, rank 3, vs. Kang Seong-woo, rank 20. Seeing the final matchup, Seung-yeon's loyal bodyguard couldn't help but feel indignant and extremely worried. Go Kyung-ho again, rank 3? This is just too much. Seung-yeon frowned, quickly analyzing the situation. In order to win the championship, managing stamina and injuries through each match is a crucial life-or-death factor. And yet, in the very first round, he has to face Go Kyung-ho. And his one-punch knockout potential? The bodyguard glanced at Kang Seong-woo and became even more bewildered when he saw him maintain a calm, unusually serene expression. What the hell? How can he be so calm as if nothing's wrong? But contrary to the bodyguard's worry, Seung-yeon smiled with satisfaction when she saw Kang Seong-woo's aura. Look at that overwhelming aura. How could I not invest in him? The host announced the next procedure. The order of the matches will be determined completely at random by the system. And now, please direct your attention to the arena for the first opening match of the round of 16. The first match will be a top-tier showdown between Cam, rank 1, and Ricardo, rank 15. The bodyguard immediately focused his full attention, commenting, "Oh, finally. I get to witness the true power of the Gurkha mercenary, hailed as the strongest in the tournament. If we want any hope of winning the championship, we'll definitely have to face him sooner or later. I absolutely cannot miss a single moment. I must study his fighting style thoroughly," he told himself. Seung-yeon couldn't help but wonder, Gurkha mercenaries? Are they really that good? The bodyguard nodded, explaining with a tone of respect, "Among the 3 most powerful mercenary forces in the world, the Gurkhas are considered the most elite. They are born and raised in the highest, most treacherous mountain regions in the world. Because of this, their endurance far exceeds that of a normal person, and life in the high mountains has forged them an extremely terrifying physical strength. The reputation of Gurkha mercenaries is so renowned that they have become an export and even a major tourist attraction for the country of Nepal." Seung-yeon mused. Their starting point is already so different, and then they're enhanced with doping on top of that. They really do become monsters. The bodyguard discreetly pointed towards Kang Seong-woo again. "My lady, look at his expression when facing that monster. It's as if he's hearing a story about someone else. He's so strangely calm." Hearing that, she proudly gave a thumbs up, an attitude that slightly surprised Kang Seong-woo. The bodyguard quickly returned to the main topic. Anyway, among the famous Gurkha mercenaries, this guy Cam is the most well-known. Furthermore, he was the champion of last season's tournament. At that moment, on the arena floor, the 2 warriors stood facing each other, ready for a fight to the death. Cam, rank 1, Gurkha mercenary with strength-enhancing doping, and his opponent, Ricardo, rank 12, jiu-jitsu specialist, also with strength-enhancing doping. In the stands of VIP Jihan, chairman of On Air, he spoke confidently to his secretary. "I'm sure no one will be paying any attention to our Ricardo, right?" The secretary replied with a smirk. "And then they'll all be so surprised they'll be left speechless." The secretary analyzed further. "That guy Cam has taken too many hits on his way here. He's probably not in the same peak condition as when he won the championship last year. Meanwhile, our Ricardo is the opposite. Up to this point, he hasn't taken a single hit, because anyone he attacks ends up with all their limbs broken." Just before the bell to start the match rang, the host announced, "We will now proceed with the second round of doping." The host's voice announced, "We will now proceed with the second round of doping." Quickly, a syringe containing a new type of doping was brought before Ricardo by a drone. He laughed gleefully, reaching out to take it. "All right, let's see how much stronger you'll make me this." He laughed loudly and then decisively injected it straight into his body. Immediately, an extremely powerful surge of energy like an electric current ran through his veins. It awakened the ferocious monster sleeping deep within. "Ricardo!" He threw his head back and let out a wild laugh. Ricardo smirked, a cruel smile evident on his transformed face. The drone, announced the result. Player Ricardo, speed doping successful. Ricardo triumphantly declared, "Now no one can stop me anymore." With that said, Ricardo, with his terrifying speed, shot like an arrow towards Cam. Cam also looked extremely excited, spreading his arms wide in welcome. "Bring it on." The moment Cam swung his arm to attack, Ricardo instantly dodged it with incredible skill. Seizing the opportunity, he used his entire body to wrap around Cam's arm like a python constricting its prey. Seeing this, VIP Han jumped up from his seat, shouting in excitement, "He got him!" Ricardo roared crazily in his opponent's face. "I don't care if you're number one or whatever the hell else, it all ends here." He used all his might, twisting his body backward, trying to break Cam's arm. Jihan was overjoyed, laughing like a maniac. Cam's arm. That arm must be completely broken. Yahahaha. I've caught the big fish from the Hosen group. But strangely, no matter how hard Ricardo tried, Cam remained standing like a mountain, not falling over. Ricardo wondered in a panic. Why? Why won't he fall? Ricardo was slowly pushed away from his opponent, and then he realized in horror. What? His arm, which I thought was broken, is straightening back out. Why? How is it that the more force I use to tighten my grip, the more his arm strangely straightens out? Suddenly, Cam slowly raised the arm that was locked in place. Ricardo gritted his teeth, a bad premonition rising. What? What is this? I have to get away, fast. But it was too late. Ricardo's neck was suddenly seized by Cam's hand of steel. Cam used his terrifying strength to squeeze his opponent's throat tightly. Ricardo was in extreme agony, his face turning purple from suffocation. Immediately after, Cam brutally slammed Ricardo's head down on the arena floor with horrific force. His head made a terrible impact with the floor. Both Seung Yeon and Kang Seong-yu were stunned by the brutal outcome. Kim Min-ho was frozen to the spot. Amanda also couldn't have possibly predicted this development. Only Menon seemed extremely excited by the swift and violent end of the match. Even someone as arrogant as Min Soo had to click his tongue in admiration. Ricardo's body was planted upright on the arena floor, motionless. VIP Jihan was completely astonished by Cam's technique and endurance. No way. It's obvious that Cam had been attacked a lot up until now. In the opposite VIP area, Chai Kyun calmly explained as if he had already known the outcome. But to Cam, that wasn't really being attacked. He simply chose to ignore his opponent's attacks that weren't strong enough to cause damage, and only needed to land a single blow to finish it. Cam looked down at Ricardo's corpse at his feet, a cold smile on his face. The drone flew closer to assess the situation. It officially announced, "This round is over. The victory goes to player Cam." He officially advances to the quarterfinals. Cam, Gurkha Mercenary, Strength Doping X2. The host's voice commented, "That first match was like a performance to demonstrate the effectiveness of the second round of doping. Now its power and effects are perfectly clear. Therefore, all remaining fighters will now simultaneously undergo the second round of doping." Kim Min-ho looked at the syringe being brought before him, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Amanda also hesitated for a moment as she observed the syringe. Menon, on the other hand, looked extremely interested, pressing his face close to examine it. Only Kang Seong-yu raised his hand, refusing firmly, "I will not use it." Seung-yeon looked at him and said softly, "Well, anyway, it wouldn't have any effect on you, so not using it is no big deal. Because to me, you're already like a special kind of doping." Hearing this, Kang Seong-yu was surprised. "Huh, what are you talking about?" he asked. Suddenly, a loud, wild and powerful laugh roared. The sound shook their entire waiting room. Crash! The tempered glass on the arena roof suddenly shattered into countless pieces. Sharp shards of glass rained down onto the floor below. At the same time, Kim Min-ho clutched his chest and began to breathe heavily and with difficulty, his muscles bulging. A drone flew closer to observe his condition. Denounced, "System confirms player Kim Min-ho has successfully administered strength doping." Seeing this, VIP Jason Sarang smiled in satisfaction. "Very good. Speed doping combined with strength doping. This is the most powerful combination. The host spoke again. All players have completed the second round of doping, and the next match will begin immediately. This match is an unforgiving showdown between Meeson, the beast from the African continent, and Ryan, the monster currently ranked second overall. Hearing the name Ryan, Kim Min-ho gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment as he looked at the large screen. VIP. Jason, sitting beside him, also looked extremely irritated. Those bastards from CT Bio. We must analyze this match very carefully. He turned to Kim Min-ho. That Ryan has been frantically enhancing his muscles, with all kinds of different doping even before stepping into this combat zone. And due to overusing doping, his mind is now completely deranged. No different from a zombie that only knows how to charge and tear things apart madly. The mysterious man added to the analysis. Ryan's sensory doping has a special feature where his ability to detect enemies is pushed to the maximum. But because of the side effects of previous doping, he can barely feel pain anymore. That means there's no way to disrupt his senses with conventional attacks. Jason turned to Kim Min-ho. But you've had experience suppressing an opponent, using sensory doping before, right? Kim Min-ho was silent for a moment, thinking. Suddenly, the other man broke the silence. But this time will be very different. Jason was surprised, huh? How is it different? He explained. The opponent you faced then had only recently used doping. His body hadn't fully adapted to the newly enhanced senses. Ryan, on the other hand, is completely different. He's had more than enough time to get used to and master them. Jason looked worried. Damn it, but with Kim Min-ho's extraordinary speed, he can surely still get past Ryan's sensory range, can't he? He continued to ask, so what about his second dose of doping? Which one did he choose? The mysterious man looked at the updated stat board and replied, he chose speed doping. This information left both Jason and Kim Min-ho stunned and in disbelief. Kim Min-ho felt an extreme conflict and pressure weighing down on him. Down on the arena floor, the next two fighters had quickly arrived, ready for battle. Ryan, rank 2 boxing, with sensory doping and speed doping. As his opponent walked out, a hint of surprise crossed Ryan's face. His opponent was Meeson, rank 10, Savat, with strength doping and speed doping. Ryan burst out laughing, his voice full of ridicule. What's this? What's with that fist all wrapped up in cords? Humph. Seems all your senses are focused on that right fist. He criticized with a condescending air. This fighting style is so obvious with so many openings that I don't even need special senses to see them. Immediately after, the official announcement was made. Now, the match between Ryan and Meeson shall begin. The two fighters faced each other, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. Meeson tightened his rope-wrapped fist, thinking to himself, I have no other choice but to win this match. This is the only way to save my beloved daughter. Ryan smirked, saying to himself, let's see, how effective is this new speed dope? Let me see how strong you really are, he roared and then suddenly charged forward, seizing the initiative to attack first. Ryan threw a probing punch. Just by observing how Meeson dodged his arm, Ryan immediately realized, oh ho, looks like he's on speed doping too. This guy is completely... He began to analyze his opponent with a sharp gaze, straightening his body to hide all his pressure points and using his left hand only for defense. Without hesitation, Ryan unleashed a continuous rain of punches, roaring, let's see how long your left hand can hold up. Meeson was forced to use his left hand to try and block the barrage of punches. Ryan calculated as he attacked. It seems his left hand is only capable of defense. But suddenly, Meeson launched a surprise. Vicious eye poke. Ryan was stunned for a second. There was no defense at all from his right hand. A cruel thought flashed through Ryan's mind. So what if I just break his left arm? In the VIP stands, Go Yu Seong, the director of Snuggle-On Hotel, shouted excitedly, yes, Meeson hit him right in the eye. His secretary calmly explained, in Savate, using a defensive hand to suddenly poke an opponent's eye is a fairly common tactic. But then Go Yu Seong suddenly paused, sensing something was wrong. Wait, something seems wrong. His secretary also fell silent, confused. Huh? Myson's 2 fingers were horribly broken. Ryan had used his own forehead to block that eye poke. He sneered. Did you think I didn't realize your intention? Myson gritted his teeth in pain, raising his remaining fist. It's not over yet. He put all his remaining strength into a decisive punch towards Ryan. Yet Ryan remained terrifyingly calm, his voice dripping with mockery. What are you going to do? You sacrificed your fingers to obstruct my vision, yet I still dodged it. At that very moment, Ryan's neck bent at an unbelievable 90-degree angle, dodging the punch by a hair's breadth. Not giving his opponent a moment to recover, Ryan immediately counterattacked, jabbing his own 2 fingers straight into Myson's eyes. Myson screamed in pain, reflexively clutching his now bleeding eyes. Instantly, Myson's entire abdomen was left wide open. Ryan seized the golden opportunity, charging in, to attack like a storm, endlessly cursing, "You idiot, you're wide open!" A continuous series of brutal blows landed on the weak points of Myson's body. Myson's carotid artery ruptured under the force of a blow. Even as his face endured the storm of blows, Myson's mind screamed, "No, I can't fall here." His face endured countless more ruthless punches, witnessing his fighter being beaten like a punching bag. Go Yuseong's face went pale and he stammered in fear. "No, it can't be." A final punch sent Myson flying to the back of the arena. The drone slowly flew closer. Scanning to check his condition, it coldly announced, "Player Myson is unconscious. Ryan is officially the winner and advances to the quarterfinals." Kim Min-ho, who had watched the entire match, was filled with dread. Damn it. If that were me, could I have dodged that freakish neck bend? No. I definitely would have been punched in the eye before that. The more he thought about it, Kim Min-ho felt more anxious and pressured. "No, I have to win at all costs." The host's voice rang out again, bringing everyone back to reality. "Next, we will introduce the fighters for the next match in the round of 16. The third match will be a showdown between Go Kyung-ho, rank 3, with elasticity doping and strength doping, and his opponent is Kyung Seong-woo, rank 16, without the use of any doping whatsoever." Seung-yeon looked extremely worried. He'll definitely want to avoid the attacks enhanced by strength doping, but completely avoiding damage is almost impossible. The bodyguard added, "Most of the players who have made it to the round of 16 have used strength doping, miss." She asked, "So how is practical taekwondo different from regular taekwondo?" He replied, "Fundamentally, practical taekwondo doesn't have any new techniques at all." This surprised Seung-yeon. "Huh? How so?" He explained thoroughly. Original taekwondo was inherently an extremely powerful martial art developed for practical combat. It's just that later, when it was adapted into a competitive sport, like in the Olympics, many dangerous techniques were banned or restricted to prevent serious injuries to the athletes. But now, all of those banned techniques have been completely unlocked. That is the true nature of practical taekwondo. Go Kyung-ho, rank 3, practical taekwondo, with strength and elasticity doping, stood firmly on the arena floor, exuding a dominant aura. Kang Seong-woo looked at the formidable opponent before him and resolved, "If I can take down this rank 3 fighter, I'll officially become a formidable high-ranking fighter." The host announced loudly, "Now for the third match of the round of 16. The match between Go Kyung-ho and Kang Seong-woo will now begin." Kang Seong-woo quickly got into a defensive stance, thinking, "Against taekwondo, it's best to stay low to the ground." As soon as he thought it, Kang Seong-woo lunged forward, using his speed and agility to rush straight at Kyung-ho. "Got you!" But completely against his expectations, Kyung-ho suddenly lowered his center of gravity and simultaneously kicked upwards. With a single, clever and unexpected move, Kyung-ho's heel struck Kang Seong-woo in the face. "Snap out of it," Kang Seong-woo immediately told himself after the stunning blow. At that moment, he grabbed Kyung-ho's ankle with all his strength. "I've really got you this time." But the nightmare wasn't over. Kyung-ho calmly lifted his other leg off the ground and used it like a hammer. landing a powerful kick to Kang Seong-woo's temple. Watching the tense match, and seeing Kang Seong-woo at a disadvantage, Sung-yeon couldn't help but anxiously cry out, "No!" Kyung-ho stomped his foot down, the terrible force causing Kang Seong-woo to lose his balance and sprawl onto the floor. But Kang Seong-woo's will didn't waver. He gritted his teeth. I absolutely cannot lose here. He immediately braced himself with both hands on the floor. In a flash, Kang Seong-woo launched a powerful counterkick. As he delivered the blow, Kyung-ho immediately blocked it with his forearm, unable to hide his surprise. He thought in disbelief. After getting hit by my attacks twice in a row, he still has the will to attack. Kang Seong-woo's leg rose again, then came down with another kick. Kyung-ho was even more astonished. Again? Kang Seong-woo's relentless kicks completely suppressed Kyung-ho, forcing his defending forearm closer and closer to his own face. Suddenly, Kang Seong-woo performed a beautiful somersault in the air. He expertly and steadily landed on his feet, facing Kyung-ho. Kyung-ho gritted his teeth, looking at his trembling arm, his mind filled with confusion. With this incredible strength, that high school kid has to be in the top 10. Why? How can a mere high school kid be this strong? Meanwhile, Kang Seong-woo was also panting, anxiety creeping into his mind. Damn it, my head is still spinning. If I get hit one more time, it'll be very dangerous. If I keep recklessly rushing into attack like this, he'll definitely counter. I have to find a way to neutralize those dangerous legs, at all costs. He quickly identified his opponent's strongest weapon as the primary target. Kang Seong-woo began to analyze his fighting style. Traditional taekwondo doesn't usually have low kicks. So, when he attacks me again, I'll launch a surprise counterattack on the lowest part of his leg. He surely won't be able to react. All right, that's the plan. Now to bait his attack. No sooner said than done, Kang Seong-woo once again proactively charged towards Kyung-ho, attacking directly. Seeing this, Kyung-ho was extremely puzzled. After I beat him up so badly, he still dares to attack first? But this time, Kang Seong-woo didn't attack immediately, but instead continuously, moved back and forth unpredictably, trying to disrupt his vision and concentration. In the VIP area, Chairman Han Sang-soo of Aran Construction, Go Kyung-ho's partner, sat on his chair with a slightly displeased expression at seeing the evenly matched fight. How dare he be so insolent towards a top 3 ranker? His secretary calmly replied, "Chairman, players in the top 5 usually don't risk attacking with their full strength right from the start. They want to conserve energy for later rounds. They only attack just enough to take down their opponent. Currently, Mr. Kyung-ho is likely just recalculating the amount of power needed to defeat his opponent most efficiently." On the arena floor, Kyung-ho's eyes darted, following Kang Seong-woo's every move, always in a stance ready to counter. He thought to himself, does he think he can beat me with just this paltry amount of strength? He immediately raised his leg high, preparing to strike. Sorry, kid, but I've never had to use my full strength, Kyung-ho thought, then immediately unleashed a powerful roundhouse kick aimed at Kang Seong-woo's head. Just as Kang Seong-woo had planned, he immediately ducked low to dodge the blow. He quickly directed his sharp gaze to Kyung-ho's shin, shouting internally, "All right, now's the time for the decisive calf kick." He immediately raised his own leg, aiming for the lower part of his opponent's calf. But once again, Kyung-ho foiled all his plans. He suddenly lowered the trajectory of his kick. At the same time, Kang Seong-woo braced himself on the floor with one hand and launched a counterkick at his opponent's supporting leg. However, completely unexpectedly, Kyung-ho was able to execute a sweep lower than Kang Seong-woo's kick. This surprising move knocked both of Kang Seong-woo's feet off the ground. Han Sang-soo, observing that the tide of battle had turned in his partner's favor, cheered delightedly. "Excellent. Taekwondo has a move like that too." The secretary replied, "That's a leg sweep, Chairman." Sang-soo was surprised. "A leg sweep?" He further explained, "It's a move that's banned in official competitions, so it's rarely seen. You can think of it as a low-kick version of a spinning kick." Kyung-ho quickly returned to a defensive stance, while Kang Seong-woo was forced to one knee, his leg unable to support his body. Kang Seong-woo felt a searing pain in the back of his ankle. He thought, ugh, if I hadn't intentionally fallen to absorb the impact, my ankle would definitely be shattered. Seong-yeon was on the edge of her seat, asking her bodyguard worriedly, "Isn't there any other way?" The bodyguard replied with a grave expression, "The complex and continuous spinning kicks of practical taekwondo are no less unpredictable than capoeira." He continued, "Especially when facing a top master like Go Kyung-ho, keeping up with the rhythm of his attacks is extremely difficult." The young lady pressed, "So does that mean he has no weaknesses at all?" The bodyguard explained, "Normally, every taekwondo kick consumes a great deal of energy, so its inherent weakness is that stamina can be depleted very quickly. However, Go Kyung-ho is enhanced by muscle elasticity and reaction force doping, so this fatal weakness of stamina is almost a non-issue for him." Kyung-ho, with an ice-cold expression, spoke, his voice full of condescension. "It's gotten to this point, you should just surrender." Not stopping there, he even added a kind warning. "From now on, I'll be using 100% of my true strength." Kang Seong-woo still struggled to get into a final defensive stance, thinking in despair, "Damn it, is there really no other way?" Just as he had that thought, Kyung-ho suddenly lifted one leg high, almost 180 degrees, his other leg bouncing off the floor. What followed was an axe kick of terrifying power, his foot descending like a blade. Swinging down, Kang Seong-woo could only manage to partially dodge the attack. Crash! The arena floor immediately split open, a long, deep crack formed by the force of the kick. The floor trembled as if from an earthquake, and Kang Seong-woo was also knocked flat by the impact. Kyung-ho's terrifying power made Kang Seong-woo anxious about the impending outcome. "Damn it. I obviously knew he was going to strike, but I still couldn't completely avoid it," he mumbled in pain. Where the hell did he even come from? Immediately, he sensed something rushing towards him at terrifying speed. It was Kyung-ho's heel. He launched a brutal kick straight to Kang Seong-woo's face. The devastating kick left Kang Seong-woo's head ringing, completely dazed. While his mouth was still agape from the pain, he had to scream in his mind, "Snap out of it. I have to block this damn leg no matter what." He repeated the action unconsciously, reaching out to grab his ankle. Got it. But the same scenario played out again. Kyung-ho calmly lifted his other leg. He landed another merciless kick on Kang Seong-woo's face. This blow completely disoriented him, his entire body flying towards the back of the arena and slamming onto the ground. Catching his leg still doesn't work? Kang Seong-woo wondered in his daze. No, snap out of it. He forced his eyes wide open, refusing to collapse. Kyung-ho gritted his teeth, apparently realizing that Kang Seong-woo still wasn't completely unconscious. Still conscious, so persistent, I have to end this now. He immediately channeled all his power into his legs, tensing his muscles and pressing down hard on the arena floor. Then he leaped towards the motionless Kang Seong-woo, spinning to prepare a finishing back kick. Kyung-ho yelled, his voice echoing through the arena. "It's over!" His heel finally unleashed a powerful hook kick into Kang Seong-woo's stomach. A gruesome thump echoed as fresh blood sprayed from the wound. The gut-wrenching pain from the torn muscles shot straight to his brain, causing a shock of extreme agony. Kyung-ho roared, "Die!" Kang Seong-woo immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with shock and pain. Although his body was shattered, Kang Seong-woo's consciousness was still there, crystal clear. Deep in his mind, he told himself, "That's right. I've always run away whenever I felt pain and fear like this. My body right now is like a fragile pane of glass. Shattered into a million pieces, my whole being feels like it's being ripped apart. But now, I can't run away anymore.